Wife's bed game. My wife is a beautiful, wealthy woman, and I'm just a poor guy. Many people think I've climbed the social ladder and am enjoying a life of luxury, but they don't know how much humiliation I've had to endure. My wife and I were classmates, but we barely spoke during our time at school. It was only after graduation that she came to me, saying she wanted to marry me. I was surprised at the time because she was well known for being rich and beautiful. There were so many people chasing her, they could circle the whole school. She didn't even give me a second glance, and my gut feeling told me that there must be a reason for her wanting to marry me. But at that time, my parents had just died in a car accident, and I was urgently waiting for the insurance money to bury them. My sister had just started college, and I was grieving and anxious. Her appearance helped me out of a tight spot. No matter what her reasons were, I figured I wouldn't be at a loss, so I agreed. For years of marriage, my wife can be temperamental and domineering at times, but she has never made any unreasonable demands. For that, I am still grateful. By the way, my name is Xiao Yuan. I'm 26 years old and a team leader in the project planning department at my wife's company. I thought my life would continue peacefully, but I never expected it to be shattered by an iPad that fell from the sky. It was noon, and as usual, I had eaten lunch and was resting my head on my desk. I was in the middle of a sweet dream when my phone rang. The screen showed an unfamiliar local number. Although I was annoyed, my professional instinct kicked in, and I quickly called back. Just as the phone was about to connect, it was abruptly hung up. A text message arrived right after, from the same number. Here's a surprise for you. Look at the iPad on your desk. Who the hell is bored enough to prank me? I muttered angrily, setting down my phone, preparing to get back to sleep. But then I noticed that an iPad had actually appeared on my desk. I looked around. Everyone was resting, and no one was paying attention to me. Driven by curiosity, I reached out and grabbed the iPad. But I also worried it might be some prank, so I decided to take it to the bathroom to check it out. I locked the door and sat on the toilet before finally turning on the iPad. The screen was paused on a video player. I thought to myself, could this be some scary video from the internet meant to scare me? Well, that person was bound to be disappointed because I'm not easily frightened. I pressed play, and what followed was a nauseating sound. Baby, hurry up. I can't wait, little devil. I stared at the screen. Inside a closed room, a passionate scene was playing out, the intensity shocking and pushing every limit. Who the hell would send me such a video? I muttered under my breath. Just as I was about to turn it off, a magnified icon appeared. My mind went blank, and my hand slipped, causing the iPad to fall to the ground. The screen shattered, and the disgusting noises stopped. In the video, the faces were too blurred to make out clearly, but the woman's moaning and the passionate scene made my blood run cold. She had a butterfly tattoo on her waist, the same as my wife, Yang Qian. With that voice, I was certain it was her. She was cheating on me. My wife, the one with a narrow waist, beautiful skin, and an air of arrogance, was cheating on me and saying those disgusting things. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Although she had been indifferent toward me, there had never been any signs of something like this. Who knew she was stabbing me in the back all along? If this had happened in my hometown, people would gossip about it forever. Though this is a big city, I'll never be able to lift my head up again, with people pointing and whispering behind my back, making me the topic of their idle chatter. My mind went blank, as if the sky had fallen. My anger boiled inside me, and I wanted nothing more than to grab a knife and kill both her and that bastard. Xiao Yuan, could it be that Yang didn't satisfy you, so you're hiding here watching a little movie at noon? Outside, suddenly came a mocking voice, which snapped me back to reality. I quickly picked up the broken iPad from the floor and forced myself to look calm as I walked out of the bathroom. Young man, Yang is coming soon. Should we go out? Wang Ming's smile carried a hint of lewdness, his meaning clear. But when he noticed something was off with me, he immediately frowned and patted me on the shoulder. You don't look too good, what's wrong? I glanced at him. I accidentally clicked on a video, got caught, and now my face is all red. He shrugged and smiled knowingly, not really caring about what I said. Inside, I was burning with rage, but on the outside, I tried my best to stay calm. Wang Ming is my colleague and a good friend. He is carefree and forthright, but he keeps his mouth shut when it matters. The Yang he mentioned is my wife, Yang Qian, and she has always been my boss. When I came out of the bathroom, I took a few deep breaths, constantly reminding myself to stay calm, not to act impulsively. But when we returned to the office, we happened to see Yang Chen coming back from outside, looking confident. She shot me a cold glance before swaying her waist toward her office. I shoved the iPad into Wang Ming's hands and hurried toward her office. I yanked the door open and slammed it shut with force. The loud noise startled Yang Chen, who was holding the phone, and her smile froze on her face, triggering my nerves. In 4 years of marriage, she had never shown such a genuine smile. What the hell, get lost. As soon as I realized it was me, I instantly switched to an expression of disgust, as if I had seen a horribly disgusting cockroach. I stepped forward, my eyes full of disdain, and with a sharp, get lost, I lost all my rationality. I slammed the door shut, took a big step forward, grabbed her collar, and demanded, Yang Chen, where did you go just now? Let go. Yang Chen struggled desperately, waving her hands to push me away. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? What I do is none of your business. You are my wife. I glared at her, desperately suppressing the urge to tear her apart. She seemed stunned by my reaction, furrowing her brow. After a while, she coldly replied, I was just having dinner with friends, shopping. Shopping. I snorted. The disgusting images I had just seen replayed like a movie in my mind. I stared at her, and when her gaze inadvertently shifted, I leaned in closer and noticed an unusual flush on her cheeks. It wasn't either redness from alcohol, it looked more like the satisfaction left after intense physical activity. With the first doubt planted, the second quickly followed. Yang Chen wasn't he wearing the same clothes as she had this morning? The forced calmness I had been trying to maintain completely disappeared in that moment. I gripped her hand tightly with one hand and trembled as I reached for the button at her collar. She tried to push me away, but I was red-eyed, determined to uncover the truth. She couldn't break free, so she raised her hand and slapped me hard across the face, shouting, What the hell are you doing during work hours? Get out, or I'll make you regret it. My face stung with pain, and the fury surged in my mind. I didn't care about the gratitude and tolerance I had always shown her. I slapped her back, directly across her face. I used all my strength in that slap, venting all my anger, and Yang Chen's left cheek immediately became red and swollen. But I didn't feel sorry at all. In fact, I ripped at her clothes. The sound of fabric tearing echoed, and the disgusting marks hidden under her clothes were immediately exposed, their crimson color painfully burning my eyes. Damn it! This pair of shameless lovers couldn't even wait until midday to sneak around. Slap! 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 I slapped her repeatedly, as if I had gone crazy, desperately trying to release my rage. Yang Qian's hair was disheveled, both sides of her face swollen, and there was a red blood stain at the corner of her mouth. This unfamiliar woman, I pushed her away, and the painful tears streamed down my face. I may not have loved her deeply, but I had always pampered, tolerated, and been grateful to her. And yet, this was how she treated me. I looked at her, and her beautiful eyes coldly stared back at me, no apology, no sign of remorse, only mockery, as if I were the fool. Xiao Yuan, consider those slaps as me owing you. If you keep making a scene, don't blame me for not showing you respect, Yang Chen said, covering her swollen face, raising her head defiantly. Did you ever show me respect? The anger inside me surged. I reached out and grabbed her pale, delicate neck. Who was it? Which one do you mean? Yang Chen didn't seem to mind at all. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. My heart felt like it had been stabbed again. This meant she wasn't just cheating with one person. This wasn't just a betrayal. I was wearing a whole field of grass on my head. Who was it at noon today? I asked in a deep voice, tightening my grip. Her neck instantly showed several red finger marks, and her breathing became difficult, her pretty face turning bright red. Kill her, kill her. The words echoed loudly in my mind. Chapter 2, Who is the Cuckold? Yang Qian glared at me, her breathing growing increasingly rapid. Say it. I raised my hand and slapped her again. She shouted with difficulty, Aren't you capable? Go investigate yourself. Is it the same person? I freed one hand and slammed it on the table, my hand trembling with the force. There was a brief moment of confusion on Yang Qian's face, but she quickly smiled. So you're not that stupid after all. I guess I underestimated you. Is it the same person? I said coldly, each word coming out slowly. Yes. Yang Qian tilted her neck. Are you satisfied? Now, get out, it's work time. Just a moment ago, I wondered if she would admit it when I confronted her. Should I forgive her then? But I never expected this outcome. Not only did she not think she was wrong, but she also seemed proud of it. My wife, the one I pampered like a queen, now seemed so strange to me. I tightened my grip, feeling her breath growing weaker. Her features twisted in pain as she reached out, trying to pry my fingers off. I stared at her, watching her struggle under my grip. A twisted sense of excitement surged through me. I must have a demon inside me, and right now, he was wreaking havoc. As I watched her suffer, images of her beneath another man flashed in my mind, and I tightened my grip even more, as if I could snap her fragile neck. Let go. Yang Qian coughed and struggled to speak. Let go. She was dreaming. In my mind, there was only one voice: kill her, kill her. If I die, you won't survive either. Yang Qian's eyes turned red, fear flashing in them as she kicked and struggled, desperately trying to free herself. Her screams were loud, and the people outside could surely hear her. But when I entered, I locked the door, and since they knew we were a married couple, no one would come to interfere with our argument. Yang Qian seemed to realize what was happening and panicked. She looked at me with a pleading gaze. Xiao Yuan, you useless man, if you kill me, your sister won't survive either. Sister. My heart softened. She was the only person I cared about in this world. If you have the guts to kill me, then your sister will be sold to Africa, har har har. I have to admit, Yang Qian was a clever woman. With just one sentence, she hit me where it hurt. I forcefully flung my hand off her neck. She staggered back, collapsing onto the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Her clothes were torn, and her face covered with bruises, but the defiance in her demeanor had returned. She shot me a venomous look. I'll pretend nothing happened today. If you touch me again, don't blame me for not being polite. I didn't understand why she acted so arrogantly. She was the one who cheated. Divorce. I stared at her coldly. Divorce. Yang Qian sneered. Xiao Yuan, have you forgotten? All you've eaten, worn, and lived on these years is from me. Even your job, I gave it to you. Do you think you can stand on your own in this city with that weak attitude? Her words were sharp and cruel, but they hit the mark. Since graduation, I've been working at Yang Qian's family business and never even wrote a resume. Divorce. After a brief pause, I straightened up, my decision firm. I could tolerate her arrogance, but I could not tolerate her cheating. I am a man, and she has violated my deepest taboo. You useless man, get out of here. Yang Qian hissed. You have no degree, no abilities. You're even worse than a beggar. Do you plan to divorce me and take your sister to sell her? Her words grew more venomous as she poked my forehead with her finger. We both have jobs, I retorted coldly. Jobs. Yours are what I gave you, and your sister's was arranged through my connections. Xiao Yuan, you're both living off scraps. Yang Qian turned her back on me. Her words struck me hard. Although I had been working these 3 years, Yang Qian controlled my salary, and I had no savings, no house, no car. If we divorced, I would have nothing left. And my sister would probably lose her job too. Suddenly, I felt a cold chill in my heart. But knowing she had been with so many men, I could never go on living under the same roof as her, pretending nothing had happened. I just couldn't do it. Divorce, I want the salary for these 3 years. I had made up my mind. With your salary, you couldn't even pay me for the mental damage you've caused. Yang Qian sat back in her chair with a mocking smile. I slammed both hands on the table. I wasn't the one who cheated. You gave me a suggestion, and if you want, it would be very easy for me to make it happen. Yang Qian laughed like a blooming flower. Yang Qian, you bitch, you shameless whore, I yelled angrily. Yang Qian glanced at her perfectly manicured nails, coldly laughing. Xiao Yuan, don't be so angry. Cars, houses, and the envy of others, this good life isn't easy to come by. Besides, I think the hat you're wearing looks pretty good. For now, I don't want to change anyone. With that, she turned and walked into the office lounge. I heard the sound of clothes rustling from within. My anger surged within me, desperately needing to be released. I swept the desk clean, and everything crashed to the floor. The place was a mess. I walked out of the office, not caring about the strange looks from my colleagues, and quickly exited the company. I bought a case of alcohol, took a taxi to the moat, and opened a can, drinking quickly. As I thought about everything, 2 streams of hot tears rolled down my face. When we first got married, I didn't like Yang Qian. She was spoiled, domineering, and arrogant. But over the years, I had been careful to pamper and spoil her. Even when people called me a useless coward, a kept man, or a pretty boy, I never got angry. I considered her my benefactor. When my parents passed away, it was her who showed up with money to bury them. It was also her who helped my sister graduate, so I've always been grateful. As a man, she told me she was cold in bed, that we only slept in the same bed once a month. I never complained. If I couldn't hold back, I'd just watch a few videos I'd saved and take care of it myself. For 3 years, I never did anything out of line. To make her happy, I even abandoned my own profession to work at her company, taking the first shifts and never complaining about my salary, just so she wouldn't feel embarrassed or think I wasn't good enough for her. But what was the result? She probably only had a cold attitude toward me. Outside, she was fooling around with other men. I couldn't accept everything I'd put into this marriage, my money, my time, and my emotional investment. I tilted my head back and took another few gulps of alcohol, hoping it would suppress the storm raging inside me. After calming down, I began to make plans. I was going to divorce her. But I wasn't going to let Yang Chen get off that easily. First, I needed to find the man she had been cheating with. Only with solid evidence could I successfully file for divorce. With this thought, I immediately took out my phone and called Wang Ming. "Where are you, old man?" Wang Ming's voice came through, lowering his tone. "I'm outside." "Wang Ming, help me take care of that iPad." I tried to keep my voice calm. "Damn it, get your ass back here. What happened between you two?" "She just yelled at us," Wang Ming complained. "I'm not coming back. Remember, the iPad shouldn't go to anyone else." Wang Ming clearly had more to say, but I didn't want to hear it. Right now, I didn't want to talk to anyone. I just wanted to be alone. After handling that, I returned home. The maid was watching me closely, as if Yang Chen had told them something. I entered the room and walked up to the wardrobe. The maid, Xiao Mai, stepped forward. "Sir, this is Mrs. Stuff. Get lost." I was in a foul mood. "Sir, you can't touch these things. Are you the master or am I? Just because I'm usually nice, you think I'm easy to bully, huh? If you try to stop me again, get the hell out of here. We can't afford servants like you." I snapped. This tactic worked. She reluctantly left. I grabbed the household registration book and marriage certificate, walked out, and overheard Xiao Mai secretly calling Yang Qian. I walked up, snatched her phone, and smashed it on the ground. With a loud crack, the phone shattered into pieces. Xiao Mai froze in place, staring at me like I was a stranger. I knew I had changed a lot, but now that the mask had been ripped off, I didn't need to put up with that kind of humiliation anymore. I wasn't someone to be trifled with. I left the neighborhood and took a taxi to the mobile service center. I figured Yang Qian would call the man she was cheating with. The way she had been acting so giddy at noon, she must have been reporting to her lover about her arrival at the company. Once I checked the call logs, finding out who her lover was would be a matter of minutes. Chapter 3, One Step Closer to the Truth. When I arrived at the business hall, I realized that everything was in vain. I took out my ID and the staff checked it for me immediately without any hesitation. But before I could even feel happy, she immediately apologized again. "Sorry, we don't have the permission." "How can I not have permission? Isn't it easy to check the call records?" "It must be because you are not good at your job." I went to the next door indignantly with my household registration and repeated my request, but the result was still the same. The beauty politely told me that they did not have enough authority and could not query. I changed several business offices like crazy, and even paid bribes, but after several attempts, the result was still the same. "I can't find it. Everyone told me I don't have permission." I walked out of the business hall in a daze. The sun was shining brightly, but it couldn't shine into my heart. I have thought of many ways to deal with Yang Chen and his adulterer, but now I can't even find the adulterer. It's impossible not to feel frustrated. I am walking alone on the street. It is working hours and there are few people on the street. I feel like an alien, wandering aimlessly like a lonely ghost. I knew it was Yang Qian's doing. She knew I was going to investigate and made preparations in advance. Why didn't she dare to let me know? Why did she choose to marry me at that time? I began to think about this question that I should have paid attention to earlier but had always buried in my heart. Squeak! The sharp sound of brakes rang in my ears. I immediately regained my composure and looked up to find myself standing in the middle of the road. In front of me was a white BMW. The driver was a young man. He rolled down the window, stuck his head out and yelled at me, "Damn it, you're looking for death. Yes, you are looking for death. If you have the guts, just crawl over me." I yelled. The driver didn't expect me to be so arrogant and retracted his head. I spat at him and strode to the other side, completely ignoring the cars passing by on both sides. You want to die? I'm not that stupid. Even if I have to die, I will not let Yang Qian and her adulterer get away with it. I clenched my fists and anger surged again. Arr! I roared at the endless stream of cars on the road, and seeing the vigilance and indifference in the eyes of passers-by, I thought I must be a lunatic in their eyes, but I couldn't care less. My wife cheated on me, but I don't even dare to ask for a divorce with a clear conscience. Who else is more frustrated than me? I shouted loudly and ran forward quickly, and ran to the square of the park in one breath. I didn't know why I came here. This is also a sad place. I didn't dare to come here before. Today, I felt like I didn't have the strength to run anymore, so I just sat down on the steps and buried my head in my knees. I grabbed my scalp with my hands and pulled my hair. My eyes were so sore, but I had no tears. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, took out one and put it to his mouth. His hand holding the lighter was shaking so badly that he pressed the button several times but failed to light the cigarette. I felt a little annoyed and even more embarrassed. After finally lighting the cigarette, I took a deep breath and the smoke spread all around, but the pain and despair in my heart continued to surge. Frustrated, depressed, helpless. After I finished smoking the remaining 7 or 8 cigarettes in the box, my throat felt like it was on fire, my mind gradually became clear, and my heart gradually calmed down. I know that the most important thing now is to find the adulterer. Only when I have evidence and the handle can I climb out of the deep pit of Yang Qian. No matter what, I have made up my mind to get a divorce. And we must not let Yang Qian and that adulterer get away with it. Now that I can't check the call records, I'll find other ways. I suddenly remembered that the video in the iPad was taken in Yang Qian's office, so the man must be related to the company, otherwise Yang Qian would not dare to bring him to the company openly. Could it be my colleague or someone who has a partnership with the company? I wondered to myself. Because I was in the project team, I was familiar with the company's clients and colleagues from various departments. After thinking about it, I felt it was impossible. I took out my phone and frantically tried to find Yang Qian's QQ and Weibo passwords, but I tried everything I could think of, but to no avail. I realized that I knew very little about her, and I didn't know any of her passwords. I felt a little depressed and like a failure. This feeling of failure almost swallowed me up. I slapped myself hard in the face and even felt that I was not a man. When I was in despair, my cell phone vibrated. I wanted to hang up, but when I took a look, I saw it was my sister Yang Lifan calling. I covered my eyes with my hands, took a few deep breaths, and then answered the call. "Brother, can you tell my sister-in-law that I don't want to have anything to do with that boss Wang?" My sister's tone sounded a little complaining, but she concealed it very well. Yang Qian had mentioned the boss Wang she was talking about. She said he was a wealthy businessman with a good family background and good character. He was a good match for my sister. They had business dealings recently, so they wanted to keep the money within their family. I saw that my sister was already of marriageable age and didn't have a boyfriend. I was a little moved when she said that, so I asked her to help her find someone. Now that my sister said this, I immediately realized something was wrong. What's wrong? It's not appropriate. My sister answered vaguely. I nodded. I was upset and didn't want to delve into it. Okay, if you think it's inappropriate, forget it. Thank you, brother. I knew you were the best to me. My sister immediately laughed and asked about the situation between me and Yang Qian. I didn't dare to give a truthful answer, so I could only say vaguely that I was fine and told her not to worry. Then I pretended to have something to do and hung up the phone, but I felt as bitter as if I had eaten coptis. Just as I was about to put away my phone and leave, the screen stopped at the text message reminding me. I suddenly realized that since this person knew that Yang Chen had cheated on her, he must know who that person was. Thinking of this, I was a little excited, just like I had been in darkness for many years and finally saw the light. I stood up quickly, even forgetting to brush off the dust on my butt, and hurriedly dialed the number. As the truth got closer, my heart was beating so fast as if it was about to jump out, but the result was disappointing again. The other party turned off the phone. I didn't want to believe it, so I called it several times, but the phone was still turned off. God played a joke on me again. My heart felt like it was on a roller coaster, being crushed again and again. But this time, I was calmer. I couldn't find Yang Chen's call records, but I couldn't find this person's information. I learned my lesson and found a remote business hall. When I went in, there was no one there. The boss was a fat man who was sitting on a stool, staring at the screen with his hands constantly moving. He was playing a game. He pulled out his wallet, took out $200 and put it on the counter. He looked up, then quickly lowered his head again. Wait a minute, buddy, this is a crucial moment. Okay. I was not in a hurry and sat aside watching him play. Half an hour later, the fat man finally shouted, "Yeah," loudly and waved his fist. He seemed to notice me and looked a little embarrassed. "Sorry, buddy, I was busy just now. You are topping up your phone bill, right? I'll give you an 8% discount." He operated the computer quickly and asked me for my number again. I waved my hands and said, "Dude, I came here to ask you to help me check a number. He's been harassing me lately. This is against the rules." He glanced at it warily. "Don't worry, I just want to know the name and where the card was issued." I smiled and shrugged. "The $200 is the deposit. Check it for me and I'll give you another $300. He looked around, then looked me up and down, then put the money away and started typing quickly on the keyboard. My heart rose to my throat again, and I kept leaning my head forward to look at the information on the screen. He glanced at me and moved the screen towards me so that I could see it clearly. "Lin Yi, I applied for a phone card at the business office on Linshan Road today. I asked for a piece of paper and wrote down my name and address. Although the truth has not been found yet, I am somewhat excited because at least I am one step closer to the truth." In my mind, the scene of me finding the adulterer and beating up the two of them emerged, and I felt much better instantly. I gave him the remaining 300 yuan, got into the taxi and headed there. As for whether I could find anyone there, I didn't want to think about that question right now. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. When I got out of the car, I was blocked by several people. Before I could say anything, they had already controlled me. Chapter 4: Don't be cowardly. "What are you going to do?" I looked at these people in panic. A man with a flat head behind me held a photo, compared it with mine, nodded, and asked me solemnly, "Are you Xiao Yuan?" "Yeah." I agreed doubtfully. But I was thinking in my heart, I have been living very carefully, and everything has been very calm during this period of time. I haven't offended anyone. What do these people want to do in broad daylight? "We are the police, come with us." Flathead solved my doubts. He waved his hand and the others pulled me forward. I wanted to struggle and shout loudly, but everyone around me just treated it as a spectacle. I was pulled into the back seat of a small car, and people got in quickly from both sides. I became a sandwich. Could this be Yang Chen's doing again? I felt a chill down my spine. The people in the car looked dignified and didn't seem to want to get involved in society. Could it be that my recent project had offended someone else? I asked them what was going on and why they arrested me, but they ignored me and seemed to be giving me the cold shoulder. Soon the car stopped. I saw it was the police station and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't Yang Chen who did anything wrong. I felt much more relaxed. After all, a person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. But as soon as I was forced to walk in, I saw a person who disgusted me. It was none other than Yang Chen's brother Yang Huiran. He also saw me and snorted coldly. It was him. He beat people up and ran away. Beat someone? Grasping the key point in his words, I immediately knew it was because of Yang Chen's matter, and the anger in my heart was aroused again. "Boss Yang, do you want to ask me why I beat someone up? No matter what the reason is, if you dare to make a move, I will make you pay for it." Yang Huiran looked at me with disdain. "Chen is marrying you, it's your blessing. In the eyes of the Yang family, I must have saved the world in my previous life to marry Yang Qian. In the past few years, I have been given a lot of cold stares and heard countless sarcastic remarks. I thought I was used to it, but today I found it particularly harsh. I don't deserve it. I couldn't stand their superior attitude. It was Yang Qian who cheated, but they made it seem like I had done a huge mistake. Hearing what I said, Yang Huiran squinted his eyes and looked at me, as if he was looking at me straight in the eye for the first time. Let's see whether you are tough on words or not. Yang Huiyuan didn't continue speaking and turned to walk into the police station. My heart skipped a beat. Was he trying to play dirty tricks on me? The Yang family is so rich and powerful, I can't beat them. Furthermore, although Yang Qian cheated on me, it was wrong for me to hit her, and I could not publicize the fact that I was cuckolded. It's not that I'm afraid of being looked down upon, but I have no evidence at all. If I'm accused of slander, it would be a waste of time. The police were about to take me away for questioning when I heard the sound of high heels hitting the ground behind me. I turned around and saw Yang Qian rushing in. Her face was swollen, with obvious fingerprints, the corners of her mouth were bruised, and the deep fingerprints on her neck were very conspicuous. Coupled with the anxiety on her face, she looked embarrassed and haggard. When she saw the light flashing in my eyes, she immediately came over and said, "Husband." I snorted coldly. He sued me and he did the same thing again. It's really disgusting. Comrade police officer, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. I don't intend to sue my husband. It's all misunderstanding. Yang Qian said to the police in a flattering manner. What about the previous report? The police frowned and looked at the wound on Yang Qian's face. Don't be afraid. We will take care of it for you here. It really was a misunderstanding. My brother called the police because he was worried about me being injured. Comrade police officer, can my husband go home? Yang Qian said pleadingly. The police reiterated it several times, but Yang Qian insisted it was just a misunderstanding. Finally, when Yang Huiyuan came out, she explained that the injury on her face was accidental and that they had a quarrel in the office over other things and it had nothing to do with me. Yang Huiyuan glared at me fiercely and said, "For my sister's sake, I'll let you go this time." The police took me to close the case, but I still couldn't hide my indignation. A couple quarrels at the head of the bed but makes up at the foot of the bed. I think your sister-in-law is such a good woman. She still defends you even when she was beaten like this. You should be content. After going through the prescribed procedures, the policeman did not forget to nag in my ear. Shut up. I growled. He glanced at me and said nothing more. I have a lot of grievances, but I can't tell everyone that I beat my wife because she cheated on me. When I walked out of the police station, Yang Qian was standing under the eaves, seemingly waiting for me. When she saw me come out, she hurried forward. Just as she was about to hold my hand, I immediately stepped aside. In my opinion, she was a vicious beast. Honey, I'm sorry. Yang Qian's eyes were red, and she lowered her head slightly, full of apology. No one is watching your show here, so just put it away. I watched coldly. Yang Qian was not angry. The smile on her face faded and her eyes returned to their usual indifferent expression. Go back. I glanced at her, said nothing, and walked to the other side. Yang Qian didn't call me again. She went back to her white Mercedes-Benz and honked twice. I pretended not to hear and reached out to stop a taxi. Actually, I didn't know where to go, I just didn't want to go back to that cold home. I let the driver drive around for 2 rounds and then I got off. It was already time to get off work. I sat on the side of the road and watched people rushing home, feeling empty inside. I don't know how long it was, until it was getting dark, my cell phone rang again. I didn't intend to answer it, but the person kept calling, again and again. Wang Ming, what's the matter? I yelled into the phone with some displeasure. Dude, I just got off work. Where am I? I'll send your iPad to you, and we can have a drink. Wang Ming didn't mention a word about what happened in the company today, and he was still smiling. I felt a little embarrassed. There were not many people in this city who treated me well, and Wang Ming was one of the few. I told him the address and sat on the side of the road waiting. He arrived earlier than I expected, stuffed the iPad into my arms, looked me up and down, and then said, "Let's go, we won't leave until we're drunk." No. I shook my head dejectedly. He didn't mind and sat down next to me. Although we are colleagues, we are quite close. If you have anything that makes you unhappy, you can tell me. You know I don't have any advantages, except that I keep my mouth shut. Thank you, I'm fine, really. I looked at Wang Ming with gratitude. After going through all this, I pay more attention to my friends, but I know that Wang Ming can't help me with this matter. He still needs this job to support his family, and I can't drag him into this. He wanted to say something else, but his phone started ringing. He looked at the word wife flashing on the screen and felt a little embarrassed. I patted his shoulder and said, "Go back. Your sister-in-law is still waiting for you." He answered the phone and said he had something to do. After he hung up, he looked at me with hesitation in his eyes. "What happened between you and Mr. Yang? There was a big fuss at the company today. Did the police give you any trouble?" "It's okay, just a quarrel between husband and wife," I said lightly. He patted my shoulder sympathetically and said, "Brother, if you have anything to say, just speak up. I know you're having a hard time." The softest part of my heart was touched, my eyes felt a little sore, and I was so moved. Many people envy me for marrying into a wealthy family right after graduation, driving a luxury car, living in a villa, not having to worry about work, and not having to worry about money. But how many people know what kind of life I live behind the scenes? Wang Ming's words instantly made me feel recognized. "Brother, thank you, from the bottom of my heart." I held Wang Ming's hand tightly. He nodded in understanding. "Are you going back to the company tomorrow?" "I'm not going back anymore." I didn't lie, but told him my plan. I want to find a job and don't want to rely on the Yang family anymore. Wang Ming took a deep breath, his face became solemn. "It's good that you have made up your mind. The Yang family is too deep and it is really not suitable for you." "Yes." I nodded. "You can go back first. Sister-in-law is waiting for you. We can talk about it in detail when we have time." Wang Ming wanted to say something, but after hearing what I said, he scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and did not refuse again. "Okay, call me if you have anything. We are not colleagues anymore, but we are still friends." "Friends?" I nodded vigorously. After he walked away, I looked at the iPad in my hand. I tried to turn it on several times but it didn't work. It seemed like I had to find a place to repair it. With the previous experience, I knew I had to find a reliable place, otherwise if the video got out and there was some kind of video scandal, I wouldn't be able to hide the fact that I was cuckolded. Although I am not in the wrong, it is still not glorious. What's more, Yang Qian and Yang Huayuan reported the case today to give me a warning. I must not be cowardly. The crazy idea in my heart is clamoring that I must find evidence quickly and teach Yang Qian a lesson. Chapter 5. The plot shouldn't be like this. When I arrived at the business hall in the alley, the door was still open. When I walked in, there was still only the fat guy there. Unlike before, this time he was huddled in front of a low table in the corner. There were some grilled skewers in 2 plastic boxes on the table and a box of beer under his feet. When I went in, he was drinking with his neck tilted back. "Fatty, see if this can be fixed." I walked over familiarly, put the iPad on the table, picked up the skewers and started eating. The fat man glanced at the broken screen, frowned slightly, and handed me a bottle of beer. We clinked bottles and poured the liquor into our mouths. "Brother, I see we hit it off right away. Leave this to me and I will definitely make it for you. But the price can't be low," he said with his greasy mouth while chewing on the skewer. "Okay." I agreed. After that, we were like old friends, not talking much, just drinking. After finishing the skewers on the table, he held out his hand and said, "I spent a total of 105 on the wine and skewers. I want a discount. Just give me 50. "Just a drink," I muttered. "Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Besides, we are not close. Give me the money, otherwise your tablet will be doomed." He rolled his eyes at me and stretched out his hand. I took out $50 from my wallet and gave it to him. Then I looked at the bottle of wine left in the box and quickly ran to the door with it. "Oh my God, this is mine," the fat man chased after him. I ran forward quickly, not forgetting to turn around and shout to him, "I paid for it." He cursed a few words, but I had already run away, holding the bottle of wine, took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked it slowly. I can't drink very much. I usually get drunk after 4 or 5 bottles. I drank almost as much today and felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, I just ran for a while and my mind is much clearer. Walking slowly alone, looking at this colorful city, I suddenly felt so confused. In the past, I only thought about working hard and making Yang Chen feel that marrying me was worth it, but she cheated on me, and I guess she didn't really want to marry me. I have no money, no power, no house, no car. What else do I have left in this city? Yang Chen, I can't swallow this humiliation. Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. I swore secretly in my heart, clenched my fists tightly, and the cigarette between my fingers broke. I was staggering forward with the bottle of wine in my hand, when suddenly I heard a strange sound in my ears. Open. The powerful yet somewhat flustered words reached my ears. Along with the man's dirty talk, I became even more sober, and quickened my pace as I walked forward, holding the bottle of wine. The sound came from a small alley. When I rushed over, I saw 4 thugs surrounding a woman. They looked extremely obscene. I looked at the woman. She had a pretty face and delicate features. She was a rare beauty. She was wearing a professional suit that showed off her tall and perfect figure to the fullest. Beautiful. Yang Qian is pretty, but I always feel like something is missing. However, the woman in front of me, who doesn't talk much and has a cold face, still doesn't seem flustered in such a situation, which makes me unable to take my eyes away. Get away. The beautiful woman slapped away the dirty hand that was reaching out to her. I like this kind of personality, har har. The gangster laughed obscenely. The beauty kept backing away until she was forced into a corner. The people surrounding her rubbed their hands with shining eyes. Beast, let her go. I reacted and rushed over in a rage. Those people were obviously stunned for a moment, turned around and looked at me, and immediately laughed mockingly. Drunkard, you want to be a hero and save the beauty. I heard the ridicule, but I remained calm. Suddenly, I noticed a cold gaze, and my intuition told me it was that beauty. When I looked back, she had already turned her eyes away. If it weren't for the obvious chill I felt on my back, I would have thought it was an illusion. A young man with a crew cut walked up to me, playing with a switchblade in his hand. He waved the tip of the knife at me a few times and looked at me nonchalantly. Boy, what did you just say? Say it again for me. I stood there, glanced at the knife in his hand and ignored it. You're such a coward and you still want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Seeing that I didn't react, he stretched out his hand and slapped me on the head, spat, and uttered 2 words with disdain. Waste. Seeing this, the other thugs laughed even more unscrupulously. A cold light flashed in my eyes, and I smashed the bottle in my hand hard on his head. The bottle shattered, and the remaining beer mixed with blood flowed down his face. The moment I raised the bottle, the ridicule and taunts completely disappeared, and there was a brief, eerie silence. Fuck it. He hurriedly covered his head and cried out, his gloomy eyes staring at me as if he were staring at prey, and he shouted loudly to the people behind him, are they all fucking dead? Beat them to death. I glanced at the beauty and was about to ask her to protect myself, but before I could open my mouth, a few thugs rushed over. One of them pounced on me. I did not dodge. I took a big step forward and bent over. The man was caught off guard and pounced on my shoulder. I pushed him hard with my elbow, grabbed his hand, and threw him over my shoulder. I heard a scream like a ghost howling, and he fell on his back and rolled on the ground. Seeing this, the remaining 2 thugs also stopped and stood there in a daze. Even the beautiful lady had some surprise in her eyes. It was obvious that they didn't expect that I, who looked thin, could fight. Come on. I hooked my finger at them. The 2 thugs were dumbfounded, looked at each other, and finally ran towards me shouting loudly. I raised my lips slightly, glanced at the beauty with pride, and told her to watch the show. Just then, the thug I had thrown to the ground got up, and I grabbed his shoulders, using the force to lift my feet off the ground, and kicked the thug in the chest, and stepped directly on the abdomen of another thug who was fainting. I loosened my grip and landed steadily on the ground. The 2 thugs staggered, took a few steps back, and finally fell to the ground. The gangster who was still held by my shoulder was even more stunned. He looked at me with wide eyes and open mouth, as if he was the one who had just displayed his power. I clapped my hands, thinking myself cool and handsome, looking at these 4 people who could be called the remnants of a defeated army, and glanced in the direction of the beautiful woman with a bit of pride. Oh my God! There is no one at the place just now. She left without even saying hello. How can I say that I am a hero saving a beauty? The hero is here, but where is the beauty? The plot shouldn't develop like this. When the hooligans so that they couldn't get the upper hand from me, they stayed away from me. The boss who had the bottle smashed by me covered his head with his hands, unwilling to accept the result but not daring to provoke me. When I looked at him, he immediately stammered, "Boy, if you have guts, just wait. We are Brother Tiger's men, and we will make you pay for what you have done. I'd like to see who is in trouble now." I took a step forward, not caring about what he said about Brother Tiger or Brother Leopard. They were so scared that they ran away in shame. I looked at this suddenly empty place, and suddenly my mood improved, and I walked forward humming a little tune. In this city, I guess my sister is the only one who knows that I can fight. Although I have lived a comfortable life in the past few years, fortunately I didn't forget to exercise. My skills have deteriorated a little, but I'm still doing okay. I hurried towards home, but when I got downstairs I realized that this was not my home at all. Suddenly, I felt lost and had no sense of direction. Where should I go? After getting married, I have been living in this big house bought by Yang Qian. Everything I have is here. He took out his wallet and looked at the few red bills left in it. He made up his mind to just move out and think of a solution tomorrow. Just as I was about to turn around, a basin of cold water fell from the sky. The water kept dripping down, soaking my hair and half of my body. Do you have any sense of public morality? You don't have any eyes. When I looked up, I saw Yang Qian standing on the balcony in a V-neck short-sleeved nightgown, holding a basin of water in her hand, looking at me coldly. Oh my God! I glared at her fiercely and pointed at her. I wanted to curse but didn't want the neighbors to see me in such a miserable state. Finally, I waved my hand heavily and walked into the apartment building angrily. I came to the elevator and pressed the button a few times desperately. The elevator was still on the 6th floor. I was so angry that I ran directly to the corridor, took 3 steps at a time, and jumped up quickly. I was so angry that I was shouting in my heart, "The person who cheated is so arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will not know your place." Chapter 6 Lin Yi is a woman. I rushed home with wet hair. Yang Qian was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching a soap opera. When she saw me, she covered her mouth and laughed. I was so angry that I rushed over and was about to start fighting. She was very calm, even her posture didn't change. She just said her sister's name slowly when my fist was 1 foot away from her. I stopped my actions abruptly and told her irrationally that if she dared to lay a hand on my sister, I would never let her go. She shrugged. "I'm just reminding you. Boss Wang, I've already said that I'm very satisfied with Lifan. But your good sister changed her mind at the last minute, which made Boss Wang very unhappy. You'd better do her job. Don't worry about this. Lifan told me that they are not suitable." I thought of the call from my sister and refused directly. Yang Qian seemed to be greatly stimulated. She jumped up from the sofa with an angry look on her face. She pointed her finger at my nose and said, "If she says it's not suitable, then it's not suitable. Why didn't you refuse directly at the beginning? Now that you have accepted the things, you say it's not suitable. Are the people in your Xiao family so shameless? Impossible, Lifan would never accept other people's things casually." I retorted. Yang Qian sneered, "Humph, if you say you can't do it, then you can't do it. We may be poor but we have strong will. Yang Qian, please don't go too far." I looked at Yang Qian angrily. The more I looked at her, the more I hated her. Why didn't I realize that she had such a face before? What a saying goes, even if you are poor, your spirit is not poor. It seems that you have forgotten how you married me in the first place. Yang Qian's disdain was evident in her words. She used the word marry without considering my feelings at all. As expected, she never took me to heart. I suddenly felt so tired, and all thoughts of revenge completely disappeared at this moment. I even thought that as long as she let me escape from this whirlpool, this matter would be over. "Yang Qian, let's get a divorce." I said this calmly. But she obviously didn't think so. She looked me up and down and said, "I think your pit is good for me. I don't want to change it for the time being. You cheated on me, why don't you agree to a divorce?" I looked at Yang Qian. "Cheating? Who said I cheated?" She was stunned for a moment, but soon recovered, stood up and patted my face. "Xiao Yuan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want." The warning in her tone was very obvious. I don't know what she means. Before, she acted like, "What can you do to me if I cheat on you?" But now she suddenly changed her tone. I suddenly feel a little scared. Does she have some conspiracy? The more this happened, the more terrifying I found her, and the stronger my desire to escape became. It's not that I'm a coward, but I still have a younger sister. I'm afraid that my affairs will affect my sister, so I can only lower my posture and swallow my anger. Why do you want me to marry you? Why don't you want to divorce me? You don't need to know. Yang Qian's face showed impatience. The more he did this, the more I wanted to know. I couldn't help but take a step forward and reach out to grab her shoulders. Why me? I had a lot of force in my hands, and her face was a little swollen to begin with, and it looked even more distorted at this moment. But I didn't care about that. I desperately wanted an answer, and kept shouting out loud why. Yang Qian struggled in vain for a few times and shouted at me to let her go. But a man who has lost his mind is very scary. I couldn't hear what she said at all and shook her body hard. Son-in-law, please let the young lady go. We made too much noise, so Xiaomai and another aunt who was cooking came out and timidly tried to persuade him. Yang Qian, on the contrary, became much calmer. She suddenly came up to me, stood on tiptoe and said something in my ear. In an instant, my hands felt as if they were filled with lead and dropped limply. Yang Qian looked at me and spit out 2 words sarcastically, waste. My heart was lifted again. This was the second time someone called me a waste today. The first time was when I hit her with a wine bottle. Now I also wanted to smash Yang Qian's head, but I couldn't. I could only endure it. He clenched his hands, opened his eyes wide, and wished he could eat Yang Qian. Xiao Yuan, Boss Wang wants to have dinner with your sister tomorrow. It's up to you to decide. Yang Qian sneered and walked into the room with a twisted waist. Seeing that everything was fine, Xiaomai and Auntie went back to their rooms. I was sitting alone in the living room, feeling so much pain that I wanted to jump out of the window. But I can't, I still have my sister. What Yang Qian said in my ear just now was that my sister is in the hospital, and she can accuse my sister of killing someone at any moment. If this is true, my sister's life is over. So now I can only endure it and secretly look for evidence of Yang Qian's cheating. I don't know how long I sat there, I just knew that my feet were numb and my heart was as cold as ice. I stumbled back to the room and lay on the bed which had no temperature at all. I turned off the lights but stared at the ceiling with my eyes, my mind was in a mess. It is impossible for my sister to take other people's things without permission, but Yang Qian was sure about it. What is going on? Why doesn't she want to divorce me? I have nothing, why doesn't she let me go? Is there something in me that she wants? I was in a daze the whole night and didn't fall asleep until dawn. When I woke up, it was already 10 o'clock. I turned over and since I had no intention of going to the company anyway, I simply stayed in bed, took out my cell phone and started looking at the recruitment website. Since I had already planned to leave the Yang family, I must find a job. After looking around, I found nothing suitable, and I felt a little annoyed. It was almost noon, so I got up from bed, changed my clothes, asked Xiaomai to cook, and sat on the sofa watching TV. Thinking about it, it feels pretty good, at least I have never felt this way before. After dinner, I went downstairs smoking a cigarette and called the number that sent me a message yesterday, but it was still turned off. Walking out of the apartment, I threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it hard with my toes. I decided to go to Linshan Road again today to see if I can find the guy named Lin Yi. The business hall on Linshan Road is also an informal place. It was very quiet when I went there. I walked in, took out a cigarette and gave it to the boss. Hey, buddy, do you remember this number? I handed the phone over and showed him Lin Yi's number. The boss narrowed his eyes, took a look, and shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. The card I applied for yesterday is called Lin Yi. I added with a smile. The boss's eyes became a little distant. I didn't interrupt him again. He nodded quickly and said, "There is such a person." "Why are you asking this?" "That bastard called me and cursed me all over. I couldn't swallow this anger, but I really didn't know him, so I came to your place to try my luck." I smiled and lit his cigarette. "Are you mistaken?" The boss looked at me in confusion. It was a woman who came to apply for the card. A woman. I was shocked. A very fashionable and beautiful woman with short chestnut hair. He gestured at her neck. When I walked out of the business hall, I was even more confused. How could a woman send me a message? Why did she do that? I was wandering around outside. There was no response to the resume I submitted in the morning. I called my sister but no one answered. There was no news from Fatty either. I felt like a headless fly. It was not until 3 or 4 o'clock that I dragged my tired body back to that cold home. The feeling of powerlessness came over me, making me feel like a useless person. I opened QQ and carefully checked Yang Qian's space information, but found nothing. Suddenly I thought of the tablet computer that we both use. It was a gift I gave her. She uses it frequently and even takes it with her on business trips. I wonder if there are any clues in it. Thinking of this, I couldn't stay any longer and hurried to Yang Qian's room opposite and found the tablet computer on the bedside table. I was a little excited, and even my hands were shaking. I walked out of the room and saw Xiaomai staring at me. I glared at her fiercely and turned back to the room. I turned on my computer, excited at the thought of finding clues, and quickly checked my web browsing, shopping records, photo albums. No, there are no clues. When I was about to give up, I suddenly remembered a post I had seen before, where a woman and her boyfriend were passing by a hotel and she found that her boyfriend's wireless network was connected. She immediately guessed that her boyfriend had checked into a hotel with someone else. I quickly opened the wireless settings and checked the connection records. Hard work pays off, and I finally found it. Chapter 7, Hoeing and Noon. A few days ago, Yang Qian went on a business trip. She said that there was a problem with a project of her company in South City and she had to go deal with it. But I saw that the connection was actually the airport's wireless network. It only takes an hour to get to Nanchang by high-speed rail. How can I take a plane? I immediately realized something was wrong, so I checked all the flights at our airport that day and called the airlines one by one. At this point, I had to admire myself for not only remembering her ID number, but also staying so calm. She didn't go to Nanchang, but to Ning City. I opened my Weibo and found that she hadn't updated during the days she was on a business trip. I started looking at her fans, one by one. As the sky gradually darkened, I was like a lurking soldier, looking for clues. Finally, I found a small account hidden among her fans, who happened to post a Weibo in those 2 days, which was a photo of the airport in Ning City, with the word expectation and a love emoticon, and Yang Qian liked it. The adulterer is him, a guy with the ID Dangwu. I suddenly found that I was really a fool who was kept in the dark. Yang Qian's Weibo name has always been Chu He. I used to praise her poetic Weibo name, she just smiled. Now it seems that it is not only poetic, but also has deep meaning. Just as I was about to continue checking the adulterer's information, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open with a clanging sound. I was startled and quickly pressed exit. What are you doing? Yang Qian turned on the light and looked at me warily. I was about to put the tablet away, but she quickly came over, snatched the tablet back, and kicked me hard on the leg. I was stunned by the kick. The place where she kicked me with her pointed leather shoes was burning with pain. I looked at her angrily. Who allowed you to enter my room and steal my things? Yang Qian looked at me with disdain, holding the tablet in her hand. The word steal completely stimulated me. I glared at her fiercely and said, I bought this. Can you take back something you gave to someone else? You piece of trash. Yang Qian cursed angrily. I ignored him and stood up. I haven't completely grasped the evidence yet, and I've endured so many things, so I don't mind enduring it a little longer. Just as he reached the door, Yang Qian continued to shout from behind, Did you tell your sister that Boss Wang had an appointment with her at the Huangting Hotel at 8 o'clock in the evening to talk it over? If she hadn't mentioned it, I would have really forgotten about it. I called my sister in the afternoon, but she seemed busy and hasn't replied to me yet. Although I didn't want to pay attention to Yang Qian, I was still very worried when I thought about what she said last night. This matter was related to my sister's future. I took out my cell phone, walked to the balcony in the living room, and called my sister. This time the call was connected quickly, and I hurriedly asked her about her and Boss Wang, and whether she had received anything from him. How could I possibly accept his things? Lifen's tone revealed anger. I breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Yang Qian's doing. But my sister immediately said, Brother, why do you ask this suddenly? I turned my head and looked behind me, making sure that Yang Qian didn't follow me. Then I told her the whole story and asked her to think carefully to see if she had forgotten anything. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and my heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, not long after, my sister said hesitantly, "Isn't he talking about the ring from that day?" Hearing this, I panicked and asked why. It turned out that Boss Wang fell in love with my sister the first time he saw her, but my sister didn't like her and said it was impossible at the time. Boss Wang didn't give up and asked someone to send flowers to her every day, but my sister always asked the delivery person to put the flowers directly in the vase in the office. Just the day before yesterday, Mr. Wang sent flowers and also sent a message saying that there was a ring inside. If my sister accepted it, it would mean she agreed to the proposal. My sister hurriedly found it, but when she went to return it to him, he was not there, so he gave it to his secretary. "Why didn't you give it to him in person?" I scolded. I was in a hurry to go to work, and the secretary said it was okay to leave it with him. My sister explained hurriedly. But I didn't think so in my heart. This must be a plot by someone. The man surnamed Huang must not be a good person, not to mention that he was introduced by Yang Qian. Yang Qian said that when we go to Wangting Hotel later, he wants to explain it clearly. I don't want my sister to be traumatized by this matter, I just want to resolve it quickly. But my sister refused directly, "I won't go." "How can that be?" "At least tell him that you gave it to the secretary," I said forcefully. My sister didn't say anything, but I knew she must be angry. From childhood to adulthood, she was good in everything except that she was a little stubborn. Once she was unhappy, she was unwilling to speak out and refused to express her thoughts. I sighed, "Lefan, I know you feel wronged, but it's not good for you to delay this matter. I'll go with you later. We have nothing to fear if we are upright. We just need to make it clear." There was still silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, she finally responded softly. I was about to hang up when my sister suddenly asked, "Brother, are you and sister-in-law having a conflict? Is it because of me?" "No." I was too embarrassed to say it, so I denied it directly. But my sister said stubbornly, "You never called your sister-in-law by her name before, and I can tell that you are unhappy." My heart was moved. My sister and I have family and she understands me. But this matter was too complicated, and I didn't want her to be involved, so I casually said a few words to her and told her to go to the hotel first. I would arrive there soon. I returned to their house from the balcony and was about to go out, but I saw Yang Qian also changed her clothes and put on some makeup. When she saw me about to go out, she stopped me and said, "My parents called. Let's have dinner together later." "I'm busy." I refused directly. She seemed to have not expected me to refuse and was a little angry. "Xiao Yuan, what do you mean? My parents invited me to dinner, and you're still acting so arrogantly, right? Don't forget you." "That's enough." I interrupted her directly, "You don't need to remind me every time. My parents were buried in peace because of your money. You paid for my sister's tuition and found her a job. I have always been relying on your Yang family to survive until today." After I yelled at her like that, Yang Qian's eyes showed some confusion, which was the embarrassment after being exposed. "Didn't my father-in-law and mother-in-law invite us to dinner? Let's go," I said coldly. Yang Qian had an angry look on her face. She glanced at me, said nothing, pushed me away, changed her shoes and went downstairs. Listening to the clacking sound of high heels, I got even angrier. How could a grown man like me be so controlled by a cheating woman? I was very unwilling to accept this, but I could only suppress my anger. I called my sister, but no one answered. I sent her a message, telling her that I had something and she could call me if she couldn't handle it. I went downstairs only after everything was arranged. Yang Qian was sitting in the passenger seat waiting. Seeing me coming down slowly, she glared at me fiercely. I glared back at her without any fear. It's just a comparison of ice eyes. Who's afraid of who? I walked straight past her car without even looking at her and walked out of the parking lot. In fact, I felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have gone to the parking lot. I should have gone out directly from the main gate of the community, which would have made it easier to get a taxi. I heard Yang Qian's yelling and honking behind me, but I ignored them and quickened my pace. Her voice gradually became smaller and disappeared. My mood improved and my steps became lighter. I was lucky. I met a taxi as soon as I walked out. I told it the address and leaned back comfortably. I turned around and glanced back, and saw Yang Qian's car following behind me. I felt quite proud. When we arrived at the hotel, I paid and got out of the car. I happened to meet Yang Huiran, who was driving over, and two energetic men got out from the back seat. Seeing me getting out of the taxi, Yang Huiran's eyes were filled with anger. Before he could speak, the woman who got out of the taxi said to me contemptuously, "You haven't been able to afford a car in all these years. It's really shameful to come here to take a taxi. Do you want our Yang family to sponsor you another one?" The person who started the sarcastic remarks right from the start was none other than Yang Qian's mother, my mother-in-law Chen Maiying. "Thank you, mother-in-law, but it's not necessary," I responded coldly. Yang Huiran's face became even uglier, but I ignored him. If they didn't go in, I wouldn't leave. I used to try to please them on purpose, but if I still do that now, I guess even I won't be able to stand my despicable look. In fact, I didn't want to pay any attention to them. If I didn't have my own plans today, I wouldn't want to waste time making myself uncomfortable. Chapter 8. Don't even think about walking out of this door. Xiao Yuan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if it weren't for my daughter, would you be in this situation today? Chen Maiying began to preach again. My face was gloomy and I let her scold me. I have been living like this for the past 4 years. Yang Huiran reported yesterday's incident to the case, so there is no way they were unaware of it. However, they didn't say a word about it. Instead, they complained about me. What on earth is going on? I expected that Chen Maiying and Yang Chanqing would scold me harshly. "Mom, that's enough." Yang Qian rushed over to help and looked around unhappily. Chen Maiying noticed that the people around her were watching the fun. She raised her head slightly, and her pride and disdain were evident in her words, as if it was a blessing from heaven that they didn't scold me. "Come in." My father-in-law Yang Chanqing glanced at me coldly and walked ahead. Yang Qian wanted to come over and hold my hand, but I pushed her away. I didn't need her hypocritical flattery, which made me feel sick. I followed them, just wanting to see what this meal was all about. Sitting down in the box, I deliberately sat away from Yang Qian. Chen Maiying wanted to complain about me, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Chanqing glared at her. She sat in her seat angrily and glared at me with dissatisfaction. I was too lazy to talk. I was still thinking about my sister and took out my cell phone to take a look from time to time. "Xiao Yuan." Suddenly, Yang Chanqing called me in a very dignified manner, mainly saying that Yang Qian had never suffered any grievances since childhood, and asked me to be more tolerant, but not to do anything. At this time, Chen Maiying couldn't bear it anymore. She pointed at the wound on Yang Qian's face and said that they were reluctant to move a finger, but they were beaten like this by me. She must have an explanation. Later on, Chen Maiying's words became more and more unpleasant, saying things like Yang Qian married me down from the beginning, and how could a toad like me still be unsatisfied and dare to hit others, and why didn't I look at myself in the mirror? I was so angry that I slammed the table. "What are you doing?" Yang Huiran jumped up. I glanced at Yang Qian and stood up from my seat. I was half a head taller than Yang Huiran and had a more imposing aura. I looked down at these people and wondered why I had ever felt so inferior to them. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I know you have always looked down on me. I was born in poverty and I really don't have any ability. I don't know why Yang Qian wanted to marry me. Now that this has happened, please agree to our divorce." My words immediately made them explode. Yang Chanqing's face turned the same as his name. Chen Maiying even jumped up, pointed at my nose, and cursed, "Xiao Yuan, what do you mean by this? We all don't dislike you, but you dare not want our Qianqian. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will never forgive you." She got angrier and angrier as she spoke. She rushed over to me, stretched out her hand and started tickling me. Her strength wasn't strong, and it felt like raindrops hitting me, but it chilled my heart. "Let go," I growled. Chen Maiying didn't care and instead became more aggressive. The other people just watched and had no intention of trying to stop the fight. "You shameless bastard, how dare you despise my daughter? Is there a vixen out there? I'll scratch your face." Chen Maiying stretched out her hand towards my face, and her nails were very dazzling. I couldn't stand it anymore and pushed her away. "Don't push me any further. It's your daughter who is sorry for me. She cheated on me." I don't know if it was because the contrast between my actions was too great or because the news was too explosive, but everyone was stunned. In the box, an eerily quiet atmosphere spread. I stood there, my heart was stabbed and bleeding. How did I get through the past 4 years? I faced Yang Qian's family and endured so much humiliation that even I felt sorry for myself. Yang Qian glared at me fiercely, as if she was very dissatisfied with what I said. Chen Maiyin stood there in a daze, not saying a word for a long time. Yang Chanqing and Yang Huiran also had grim looks on their faces. Since we are tired of each other, why not just part ways amicably? I said this in a seemingly elegant manner, but in fact my heart was bleeding. Today, I came here to talk about divorce. Now I have only one thought: to end this marriage that makes me miserable and stay away from these dirty people. But I thought it was too simple. Chen Maiyin reacted quickly and shouted excitedly, "No, we can't get a divorce. Your daughter cheated on her, why don't you let her get a divorce?" I glanced at her coldly. We in the Yang family cannot afford to lose this person. We must not divorce. Chen Maiyin shouted even more firmly. Yang Chanqing and Yang Huiran also came over to persuade me, which surprised me a little. Don't they look down on me? I was just about to express my opinion when the phone rang. It was my sister calling. I glanced at them and walked out of the box without further explanation. "Brother, come and save me." My sister's voice was full of panic, and there was a lot of noise over there. I thought to myself, what's wrong? Huang wants to make the matter a fait accompli. I'm hiding in the bathroom now, brother. The phone was hung up with a scream from my sister. My psychological uneasiness gradually spread and my hands began to tremble unconsciously. My sister is the most important person to me. The reason why I endured it so silently was largely because I was afraid of bringing harm to her. Unexpectedly, there was still a loophole that allowed someone to take advantage of it. When I ran out of the hotel, a cold wind blew and I calmed down. Yang Qian knew that Mr. Huang had made an appointment with my sister tonight, but she still specially prepared this so-called family dinner just to delay me. If my sister was raped, Yang Qian would definitely have something to do with it. I gritted my teeth and clenched my hands tightly, making a click sound of joints colliding. My hatred for Yang Qian reached its peak at once, and at this moment I wanted to slap her hard in the face. "Yang Qian!" I growled. The feeling of wanting to kill her was even stronger. If she were in front of me, I would never let her go. But at this moment I wished I could grow wings and fly to my sister, and cut that Huang guy into pieces. The Huangting Hotel was just opposite. I ran forward with all my might, the blood rushing through my body. I didn't care about the cars on the road at all. I only heard the sharp sound of brakes and the screams of the crowd, but I seemed not to hear them, and focused on running to the other side. I rushed to the Huangting Hotel and the elevator was still upstairs. I pressed the button a few times frantically and ran towards the stairs. I ran to the door of the box panting. There were two people standing outside. When they saw me trying to go in, they stopped me. I didn't care about anything else and punched the person on the right. Before that person could react, I kicked the person on the left in the chest. The two men no longer dared to stop me. I kicked the door, and it made a loud noise and slammed hard against the wall. I didn't care about anything else and jumped into the box. At this moment, a fat man was lying on my sister's body. Although my sister's clothes were relatively intact, her face was covered with bruises. My heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles and I was furious. "The surname is Huang." I yelled, walked forward, grabbed his hair and dragged him back, kicked him in the knee, and he fell to his knees with a plop. I stepped hard on his calves and used my free hands to slap him hard a few times. "Do you fucking know who I am? Let me go," he yelled. My anger kept dwindling. Even at this time, he still wanted to use his status to suppress me. I've had enough of it. I punched him hard in the face. I felt like I had lost my mind. The moment I saw my sister being bullied, I wanted to kill all those people. At first, the man surnamed Huang was able to yell a few words, but later he was silent. I was panting, and I felt relieved seeing him like this. I threw him aside like garbage, and hurriedly walked to my sister and picked her up. "Brother!" My sister threw herself into my arms and cried loudly. I held my sister tightly in my arms and comforted her softly, "It's okay, it's okay." Looking at my sister's torn clothes and the fear and despair in her eyes, my heart ached. If I hadn't let her come today, if I hadn't agreed to have dinner with Yang Qian and her parents, none of this would have happened. Self-blame and guilt surrounded me, and I hated Yang Qian even more. The Huang girl looked to be in her 40s or 50s, and she had a fat waist and a round belly. How could she be a good match for my sister? At the beginning, I blindly believed her and almost let my sister fall into endless darkness. I wanted to slap myself a few times. At this moment, an angry voice came from behind. Xiao Yuan, don't even think about walking out of this door today. Chapter 9 Coward. When I heard this voice, my body froze slightly. I didn't expect her to follow me here, and even had the nerve to stop me. I turned my head and looked at Yang Qian, who was standing at the door with an angry face. Behind her were the two people who were outside the door just now. When they saw Boss Wang lying on the ground screaming, their faces changed and they hurried forward to support him. Yang Qian walked into the box slowly, her face gloomy, and stared at me fiercely. I held my sister and took a step forward, not wanting to pay any attention to her. When she walked to her side, Yang Qian whispered, Xiao Yuan, kneel down until Boss Wang forgives you. When I heard her tell me to kneel down, my head buzzed and I wanted to tear her mouth apart, but I couldn't do that at the moment because I still had to protect my sister. I walked past her and went to the door. Outside the door, two sturdy men blocked their way. Boss Wang was helped up behind them, and he shouted through his broken teeth, Yang Qian, don't let me go, I will take revenge with my own hands. My sister nervously tugged at my clothes, with self-blame and distress in her eyes. I hugged her and felt her body trembling slightly with fear. At this time, I was much calmer and shouted to the two people in front of me, get out of the way. The two sturdy men did not move. Instead, Yang Qian stepped forward and smiled at her sister. Listen, your brother injured Boss Wang. If you call the police, it will be considered intentional injury. I know you always care about your brother. Why don't you agree to Boss Wang's request? This matter. I was already feeling guilty towards my sister, and hearing her making sarcastic remarks at this time, my anger grew, and I couldn't help but raise my foot and kick her hard in the stomach. Yang Qian stopped talking abruptly, covered her stomach with her hands, and looked at me in disbelief with her eyes wide open. Giving her a fierce look, I looked at the two people standing at the door and whispered, get out. The two men were a little loose and moved to the side, but they were quickly stopped again. I didn't waste any more breath and dodged to the side with my sister in my arms. Sure enough, the two men came to stop us immediately, but it was just a feint. I raised my leg and kicked one of them hard in the key part. His body immediately curled up, his facial features became ferocious, and his face was full of pain. The other person saw it and paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, I turned around and walked out of the door quickly, holding my sister. Behind me, I heard Yang Qian screaming, telling me to wait and see. I ignored her and hurried to the door. I was afraid that Yang Qian had already made arrangements with the hotel, and my sister and I would be trapped inside and would not be able to get out. Fortunately, the journey was smooth. I ran to the side of the road in one breath, hailed a taxi, and only felt relieved when I sat in the car. After I told her my address, my sister grabbed my hand and shook her head pleadingly, brother, I don't want to go back. I saw the fear flashing across my sister's eyes and knew that what happened today was a big blow to her. Moreover, Yang Qian knew where she lived and would definitely not let it go. It was indeed not safe to go back now. Where to go? I kept thinking about this question. The driver kept asking questions, and my sister saw that I was in trouble and lowered her head slightly, like a child who had made a mistake. My heart ached and I resented myself for being so insignificant that I couldn't even guarantee my sister's comfort. I couldn't help but raise my hand and wanted to slap myself. My sister held me tightly, and the tears in her eyes poured out, drop by drop, like hot wax dripping on my heart. My eyes were sore and I turned my head away, unable to bear to look at this scene anymore. In the car, the only sound was my sister's suppressed sobbing. It was like a wake-up call, spurring me on again and again, making me realize that I must find a job quickly and make Yang Qian regret it. Now I don't care about anything, I just want to take revenge on Yang Qian. The silence was broken by the ringing of my cell phone. I took it out and saw it was Wang Ming calling. I answered the call and he asked me to go to his house for a drink. I wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it I agreed. After telling the driver the address, I asked my sister to take a long vacation and quickly calculated in my mind. When we got to the place, we got off the car. Wang Ming was waiting downstairs. He looked at my sister and me and frowned and asked, what's going on? Let's talk about it when we get upstairs. I didn't answer. Wang Ming nodded and asked us to go upstairs quickly. When we reached the door, I greeted my sister-in-law. She immediately asked what happened. Wang Ming told her not to ask too many questions and sent her and her sister to find clothes. Then he took me to the balcony. Tell me what's the matter. Wang Ming threw a cigarette to me. I took it, lit it, and took a deep puff, only then did I calm down. Brother Ming, can I let my sister stay at your place for a few days? I looked at him with some embarrassment. Of course. Wang Ming patted my shoulder, but you have to tell me what happened. You have been acting very strange these past 2 days. I didn't want to say it, but I just asked him for help, and it would be inappropriate to hide it. I forgot about Wang Ming deeply. Yang Qian wants to introduce her to an old man, and we have some disagreements. Mr. Yang, this is too unkind. Okay, let the girl stay at my place first. Wang Ming was indignant. I breathed a sigh of relief, having finally escaped this disaster. Brother, did something happen between you and sister-in-law? My sister came over from behind and frowned when she smelled the smoke. It's okay. I quickly clarified. My sister-in-law seems very angry today, and it doesn't seem to be just about me. Brother, tell me, what happened to you two? My sister grabbed my hand anxiously. She has been very smart since she was young. I knew I couldn't hide it from her, but I was too embarrassed to say it. I'll tell you later. Would it be better if I just married Boss Wang? She looked at me stubbornly. Nonsense. I interrupted her hastily, not knowing why she had such an idea. I scolded her with red eyes. Lefan, you are not a child anymore. You should know how to fight for happiness. It is enough for our Ser family to have a coward like me. Brother, you're not a coward. My sister looked at me with some excitement. My eyes were red, and I turned my head and puffed hard on the cigarette at my fingertips. When the cigarette butt was about to burn my fingers, I pressed it into the ashtray. I asked my sister to stay, thanked Wang Ming and sister-in-law, and was about to leave. Wang Ming said a few words to his wife, and when I opened the door, he caught up with me and patted my shoulder. Let's go have a couple of drinks. I nodded and said nothing. We didn't go far, we just stopped at a barbecue stall at the entrance of the community and ordered 2 boxes of wine and some skewers. Maybe I was in a bad mood and I actually wanted to get drunk. As we drank, Wang Ming asked me if I had anything else to say. I answered vaguely. We drank and talked. 2 boxes of wine were finished. I felt dizzy but relaxed. Wang Ming asked me to go to his house, but I refused. His house also has 2 bedrooms and a living room. My sister lives in one of the rooms, so there would be no room for me if I went there. As the cold wind blew, the self-mockery on the corners of his mouth became more and more intense. The alcohol was taking over my head and my heart was churning. I quickly found a trash can and lay down to vomit. Then I felt much better, but the taste in my mouth was really unpleasant. I was planning to keep walking, but I was afraid I would pass out from drinking halfway, so I simply hailed a taxi. The driver asked me where I was going, and I naturally said Yang Qian's big house, the place I used to call home. Home. When I think of this word, I feel my heart bleeding. Looking at the night outside the window, the little sense of belonging I had was gradually decreasing. I clearly didn't want to go back, but there was a voice in my heart telling me to go back. I simply listened to my heart. The car drove through the city streets and soon stopped downstairs. I got off the car, paid the money, and performed these actions mechanically. I became more drunk and felt that the scene in front of me was shaking. When I reached the entrance of our building, I suddenly stopped and turned to look at the car parked downstairs. Hi A0008. I wiped my eyes, thinking I must have seen it wrong. This is Chen Mayin's car. She has never been here since we moved here. Why is she here today? Looking closely at the license plate of the Porsche, I became even more confused. I went upstairs quietly and walked to the door. I saw that it was not closed tightly. Through the crack in the door, I saw Xiaomai making tea, while Yang Qian and Chen Mayin were sitting on the sofa, and their faces did not look very good. Did he come here to call me to task? I thought to myself. If I stick my head out, I'll be cut by the sword. If I hide my head, I'll be cut by the sword. Besides, I'm no longer the Xiao Yuan I used to be. I put my hand on the door handle and was about to open the door, but I heard a loud questioning voice from inside. It was Chen Mayin who was asking Yang Qian. Qian, what's going on? How does he know all that about you? She asked. Chapter 10. Has the trace been discovered? My hands froze in place. Does Chen Maiying mean that they have known about Yang Qian's affair for a long time? Since you knew it, why didn't you stop it, and why didn't you let us divorce? Yang Qian's face flashed with anger, and she said impatiently, how would I know what he suddenly became crazy about? He suddenly rushed into the office yesterday and beat me up, and started talking about my cheating. So you admit it? Chen Maiying raised her voice, sounding very angry. Yang Qian didn't say anything, but took out a lady's cigarette and lit it. I was a little surprised, because I never knew she smoked. And her movements looked so familiar, she was obviously an old smoker. Seeing that she didn't care at all, Chen Maiying became even more angry. She pulled Yang Qian's clothes and shouted, Chen Qian, you know how important this matter is to us. What if he really wants a divorce? Have you ever thought about the consequences? Don't worry, it won't be that easy for him to get a divorce. Yang Qian exhaled a large puff of smoke. Who knows if he will suddenly do something stupid? I think he is very determined to file for divorce. Chen Maiying was very worried. I pricked up my ears and listened, and my doubts grew even more. Their words were not ambiguous and did not get to the point, but they aroused the doubts in my heart and made it clear that there was definitely a conspiracy behind Yang Qian's marriage to me. Yang Qian still didn't say anything, but Chen Maiying couldn't wait and pulled Yang Qian's hand. Chen Qian, you better be careful, we have finally come this far, we can't fail at the last moment. Mom, I understand. The impatience on Yang Qian's face became more obvious. Chen Maiying sighed and shook her head at Yang Qian. Xiao Mai handed the tea to them. Chen Maiying held the small teacup and said, why don't you have a baby? If you have a baby, he won't be able to escape even if he wants to. I was shocked. For the purpose behind this, Chen Maiying actually wanted me and Yang Qian to have a baby. What on earth do they want? I have nothing. Mom, please don't get involved in this matter. I know how to handle it. It's getting late. You should go back early. It will be difficult to explain if he comes back with a seizure. Yang Qian coldly ordered her to leave. Chen Maiying was still unhappy. Could it be that Xiao Yuan already knows his identity? No. Yang Qian answered firmly. My heart was in my throat, thinking that the truth was about to be revealed, but after waiting for a long time, they didn't seem to want to continue talking. After a while of silence, Chen Maiying let go of Yang Qian and picked up the mobile phone in her bag to check the time. It was obvious from the look of things that he was about to leave. I really wanted to go up and ask for clarification, but I knew even more clearly that I didn't have any evidence right now. Going up to them rashly would only make them suspicious, or even make up their minds to deal with me, so after calming down, I decided to leave quietly. But when I turned around, I forgot my hand was on the door handle and pulled the door open. They were all stunned when they saw me standing at the door. I was also stunned for a moment, but I reacted quickly, pretended to look at Chen Maiying in surprise, didn't call her, and walked straight to the room. Stop. Chen Maiying's sharp voice sounded behind her. I ignored it. Whatever I did would be wrong anyway, so I just pretended I didn't hear it. This really stimulated her. I heard a loud noise behind me and the sound of high heels getting closer, but I stood there without moving. What tutor? Didn't you hear me talking to you? You came back so late. Where have you been? Chen Maiying scolded loudly and started to curse. I turned around and looked at her, who was angry, and suddenly found it funny. Your daughter should know where I went. Also, this is my room. Are you qualified to talk about tutoring here? I didn't give her any face. You wimp, this house belongs to my daughter, I can't go anywhere, you are the one who should get out. I nodded. Okay. She didn't expect me to agree so quickly. She regretted it right after she said it. She glanced at Yang Qian, who was indifferent, and pulled me. That's not what I meant. Xiao Yuan, Chen Qian made a mistake. We have taught her a lesson. Let's forget it. I shook off her hand and prepared to close the door. She quickly stretched out her hand to support herself. What do you mean? It's getting late. I'm tired after a busy day. I looked at her with an indifferent expression. I have seen through this family a long time ago and don't want to waste any more energy arguing with them. Chen Maiying was anxious. She kept winking at Yang Qian. I watched coldly and thought this family was ridiculous. I pulled the door a little, and Yang Qian got up from the sofa. Xiao Yuan, where is Lufan? Why should I tell you? I didn't hide my anger at all. She was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect me to be so aggressive. She frowned tightly and glanced at me inquiringly. Boss Wang insisted on suing you. I persuaded him for a long time. If you call the fan out, I believe she will understand the righteousness of the matter. Yang Qian looked as if she had done a great favor. He wanted to push my sister into the fire pit, and he didn't forget to put on an attitude of doing good for me. I was really disgusted. Go ahead and sue me. I'll go to jail, and the Yang family won't lose this person. We can get a divorce. Yang Qian and Chen Mayin's faces changed, and strange looks flashed in their eyes. I guess they must be wondering if I knew something, so I said that on purpose. While they were distracted, I closed the door. This time I learned my lesson and locked it from the inside. Even though they had the key, they were not so ignorant as to open the door and come in. The noise outside the door gradually became smaller, and the sound of high heels moving away was heard along with the door closing. I thought Chen Mayin should have left. Thinking about what I just overheard, my doubts continued to take root and sprout, and my head hurt so much that it felt like it was going to explode, leaving me no peace. It was at this time that I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten something important today. I quickly picked up my phone, opened Weibo, went to Yang Qian's homepage, and searched for the small account named Danwu. What shocked me was that this person was no longer in her follow list. I was shocked and entered the number again, but the result was still the same. I carefully checked all her followers, and there was no such account. I was unwilling to accept that the clues I had worked so hard to find were gone, so I hurriedly searched for accounts containing Danwu, but I still couldn't find it after searching everywhere. My heart sank to the bottom and my whole body turned cold. Fortunately, I am quite familiar with Weibo, so I calmed down quickly and found the Weibo posts that Yang Qian liked. Then I found the account that had changed its nickname. But what surprised me again was that all the Weibo posts in it were cleared in just a few hours. She knows. This thought was clamming, but I was sure that when I was checking Weibo, she came in and I didn't notice it. But at that time, I moved very quickly, and she couldn't have noticed that I was browsing that person's Weibo. So how did she find out? Or was she just eliminating the hidden danger? As doubts continued to pile up, my mind became more confused. At this moment, I feel like a traveler in the desert, desperately looking for an oasis, but every time I get closer I find it is a mirage. Tormented by these questions, I fell into a light sleep late at night. I was awakened by thirst and drowsily picked up the cup on the bedside table. There was no water in it. I was so thirsty that I had to get up and open the door. Because I was so thirsty, I walked out without even wearing shoes, with my eyes squinted, and didn't want to turn on the lights. Just as I was about to walk towards the water dispenser, I heard a sound by my ear. Xiaomai, you have been in my house for the past few years, and I have treated you well. Now I want to ask you for help with a small matter, and you should not refuse, right? I was stunned. The voice was Yang Qian's, but it came from Xiaomai's room. What were they going to do? My intuition tells me that it must be related to me. I pricked up my ears, wanting to hear what she wanted Xiaomai to help with, but Yang Qian was very cautious and lowered her voice again, as if she was whispering. I didn't hear any sound, but after a moment, the voices of conversation came again. Miss, no, I can't do this, Xiaomai's voice revealed a little panic. Don't you want money? 100,000 yuan is enough for your brother to graduate, and you don't have to be a babysitter here anymore. Yang Qian was as arrogant as ever. 100,000. This surprised me. Yang Qian is not a generous person to others, but now she asks for 100,000 yuan. What does she want from Xiaomai? Chapter 11 Sympathy. I waited for the answer, but the person inside didn't say a word, as if to keep me in suspense. After waiting for a long time, my body seemed to be stiff, and then I heard a sound. It seemed to be the sound of Yang Qian patting Xiaomai's shoulder, and there was a sentence with a smile, I knew you were not stupid. It seems that Xiaomai agreed, but I still don't know what kind of dirty deal they are doing. Hearing footsteps inside, I hurriedly ran towards the room. Fortunately, I was not wearing shoes, so I didn't make much noise. When I returned to the room, I felt even more confused. I heard Yang Qian's footsteps outside and they seemed to stop at the door of my room. I quickly closed my eyes, fearing that what happened just now would be discovered. I felt a little guilty. Fortunately, she returned to her room soon. I breathed a sigh of relief, but I was no longer sleepy. The next day, I got up at dawn. Xiaomai had already prepared breakfast and put it on the table. She asked me to eat as soon as I went out. I became even more alert. Could it be that Yang Qian asked her to poison the food? I ignored her and ran out in a hurry. I didn't know what I was afraid of, nor did I suffer from paranoid delusions. It was just that Xiao Mai always looked at me with a hint of contempt and disdain. Although she concealed it well, I could still see it. But today she was smiling brightly, with no other emotions in her eyes, which made it hard for me not to have wild thoughts. I walked around aimlessly, bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks from the roadside, and ate them. I felt extremely sad, like a clown who knew nothing and was being dominated by Yang Qian. As I was walking, I actually arrived at the fat man's shop. I looked at the closed door and simply sat down at the door, smoking one cigarette after another. It was not until 9:30 that the fat man slowly walked over to me with a cigarette in his mouth and glanced at me meaningfully. "Is the iPad ready?" I threw a cigarette over. The fat man took the clip behind his ear, opened the shop door and walked in. I followed closely behind him. He walked to the corner and took out a tablet. I looked at the intact screen and felt delighted. The fat man raised his head slightly and motioned for me to turn it on. I thought it would be better not to let others see the things inside, so I put them away, gave the money, said thank you and left. At the store door, I saw that the fat man hadn't caught up with me, so I immediately opened my iPad to check if what I wanted was still there. I stared at the screen and was about to open the video player, but I didn't expect the iPad in my hand to be suddenly snatched away. I stood there for 2 seconds, watching the man in black clothes running quickly into the alley, and then I reacted immediately. "Robbery!" I shouted, chasing him while shouting loudly, hoping that someone would come out to help me stop him. But I was wrong. Nowadays, people have the mentality of mind your own business, and no one paid any attention to me. Some people even watched and laughed, telling me not to waste my energy chasing after her. How could I agree to that? This is the final evidence. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, the tattoo was undeniable. I ran forward with all my might, but the distance between me and the black shadow was getting farther and farther. Finally, he ran into an alley nearby, and when I chased him, there was no trace of him anymore. Finished. I stomped my feet a few times on the spot, bent over, held my knees and gasped, cursing the robber's ancestors in my heart. I heard footsteps behind me, and my back was patted hard. The fat man sat down on the steps by the roadside, panting and shouting, "Why the hell are you running? You look like a repeat offender. It's a damn sight that we can catch you." I turned around and looked at his embarrassed appearance. "Why did you follow me?" He rolled his eyes at me and took a deep breath. He didn't ask until he recovered a little, "Is that thing important to you? You don't look like someone who needs a few dollars." "The thing itself is not important, it's what's inside that is important," I replied unhappily. "The thing's inside," the fat man said in a strange tone. I squinted my eyes and looked at him, wondering if this guy had opened it and taken a look. Although I no longer acknowledge that Yang Qian is my wife, I feel uncomfortable when I think about her being watched by others like this. As a man, it's just that. If you want resources, I'll give them to you. The fat man stood up from the ground and punched me in the chest with his fist in a very loyal manner. I shook his hand off and shouted impatiently, "Who the hell wants your resources?" I walked forward with big strides. My mind was in a mess at the moment. I wanted to go back and see what Yang Qian asked Xiao Mai to do. "You don't want the stuff inside." Behind me, I heard the fat man shouting. I didn't look back, but I stopped. The fat guy caught up with me quickly and pulled me towards the store. It seemed that this guy had caught his breath and was running so fast that I could hardly keep up with him. He hurried over to the computer where he was charging his phone bill, clicked the mouse a few times, and then said proudly, "Luckily it's still here." He clicked on the video, and those disgusting sounds echoed in the store, like bayonets, attacking from all directions, and the pain was so severe that I almost suffocated. "Dude, where did you get this resource? It's high definition and very difficult," the fat man exclaimed in amazement. I rushed over and pushed the fat man away. When I saw the scene that had played in my mind countless times, I was burning with anger. I turned off the video and the disgusting sounds disappeared. I saved the video in my mailbox and shredded the files on the fat guy's computer. Then I threw the mouse away. With a clang sound, the fat man hurriedly checked, "Why are you taking my things out on me?" I didn't say anything. I sat on the chair, with my hands on my knees and my face covered. I felt my eyes were sore and wet, and my hands were shaking slightly. At this moment, it was as if my scars were being opened again, with my skin and flesh torn. The fat man threw a cigarette between my legs. I didn't take it. I just heard the sound of him pressing the lighter and the smell of cigarettes floating in the air. Isn't this your wife? No. I denied it without thinking, and looked up at the fat man. I saw the emotion flashing in his eyes, but it was only for a moment, and then he smiled and said, "It's no big deal. Everyone has something difficult to talk about." Back then, my girlfriend slept with my brother. Seeing his calm look, I felt a little confused. But he immediately continued, "I was in much more pain than you at that time, but I didn't get over it. It's good to be alone. Look at me, I'm free and easy." For the first time, I looked at the fat man seriously. He was unkempt and about my age, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes. Could it be that what he said was true? In any case, I felt better. At least the heart-wrenching feeling disappeared. "Thank you," I said softly. "What are you thanking me for? You're so moved by a made-up story. Do you really think I'm revealing my own wounds to comfort you?" The fat man rolled his eyes at me. I didn't think much about it and stood up to leave. I can be vulnerable with a stranger, but when our deepest secrets are known to each other, something starts to ferment. As I took a step forward, my cell phone rang. The word "wife" flashing on the screen hurt my eyes deeply. "Fuck you, you dare to call me, you're asking for trouble. Bitch, don't fucking call me again," I said and was about to hang up. But Yang Qian's cold voice suddenly rang through his ears. "You useless bastard, hand over your sister. Let him sue me," I yelled. "Boss Wang has spoken. Either hand over the person or pay 5 million. Otherwise, your sister will be sued." Yang Qian snorted coldly. I was shocked when I heard this. They were going to target my sister. If they were to sue me, I wouldn't care at all, but if they were to target my sister, I would never agree. I was about to retort, but Yang Qian just told me to think it over and hung up the phone. 5 million. My head was buzzing, I completely lost the ability to think, and I froze in place. I grabbed the phone and made a decision right away. I would use the video in my hand as a bargaining chip to talk to Yang Qian. If she didn't agree, I would post the video online and send it to major newspapers. Just as I rushed out the door, the fat man called me again. He said, "There's something I forgot to show you. Let's see next time." I said this and was about to leave. But he grabbed me and dragged me to the computer. "This should be the person you are looking for." On the computer screen was a scanned copy of an ID card. When I saw the name, I was instantly shocked. The ID card that the fat man showed me turned out to be the person I had been looking for. Lin Yi. Chapter 12 Locator. But this is a little different from what I think of Lin Yi. He is not a woman with short chestnut hair, but a handsome man with a buzz cut. I turned around and looked at the fat man. He was a little proud and said, "You never expected it, but I spent so much money on this." Before he could finish his words, I rushed over and punched him in the face. The fat man was stunned for a moment, and when he saw me about to hit him with the second punch, he quickly stepped back, growling in panic and anger, "Are you fucking sick?" "Yes, I am sick, and it's quite serious." I rushed forward, grabbed the fat man's collar tightly, and glared at him fiercely. "What is your relationship with Yang Qian? Did she ask you to do this to me? What the hell did I do to you?" The fat man struggled for a moment. "I don't even know who Yang Qian is." "I don't know." I tightened my grip on his collar. "Last time I came to your place to check on Lin Yi, I was taken away by the police as soon as I got there. This time, my iPad was snatched as soon as I left the house. How dare you say it has nothing to do with you?" The fat man pushed me hard, but he was no match for me. I was about to continue questioning him when I suddenly felt a piercing pain in my feet. He actually stepped hard on my toes while I was talking. I immediately loosened my hand because of the pain. Before I could look at my foot, the fat man quickly punched me in the face. I was caught off guard and took 2 steps back. "How dare you do that?" I rushed forward. The fat man was not to be outdone. He picked up the stool beside him with one hand. Come here, try this again if you are still not sober." I stopped and looked at him without saying anything, feeling very upset. "I shouldn't have bothered with your shitty business. I went to great lengths to check it for you, and this is how you repay me," he muttered, looking up. Perhaps noticing that I looked unhappy, he added, if I really wanted to do this, why would I have bothered to fix it for you? Am I crazy? One sentence woke me up. I don't know why I had such a ridiculous thought just now. I actually thought that the fat guy was also bribed by Yang Qian. It must be because he heard Yang Qian bribing Xiaomai last night, plus it was indeed a bit of a coincidence that he started to suspect Fatty. Seeing how angry he was and the corners of his mouth turning purple, I apologized a little embarrassedly. He glanced at me and said, "You just said that you were stopped when you went to the Linshan Road Business Hall." I nodded. I was also very depressed about this matter. How did those people know that I was going there and were waiting there? The fat man's face showed a trace of solemnity, and he asked me to give him my phone. Although I was confused, I agreed. He took my phone and went to the workbench at the back of the shop, which I guess was where he repaired phones. I watched him open the cover of the phone and then use a small screwdriver to take the phone apart into pieces. I asked him what he was doing, but he ignored me. After a moment, a small object appeared in his hand. So this is what caused the trouble. What is this? I asked puzzledly. Micro-positioning device. The fat man said lightly, put the black thing on the ground and stepped on it hard. I was chilled to the bone. There had been a tracking device in my phone all along. Was it installed by Yang Qian? She hadn't touched my phone in the past few days. So it had been installed before. My head was buzzing. I felt a deep sense of despair and chill. Although I knew that Yang Qian never took me seriously, I never expected that she had always been wary of me and calculating against me. My heart sank to the bottom, as if someone had stabbed me with a knife. The fat man came over and patted my shoulder comfortingly. "Brother, there's nothing that can't be solved with a drink. Let's go." I shook my head. At this moment, I just wanted to be quiet. I didn't know what they saw in me that made the whole family treat me like this. Then go find Lin Yi. The fat man pushed me. I nodded, turned and walked out, but unexpectedly the fat man followed me and locked the store door. Along the way, we didn't speak. We went to the address on the ID card, which was an older residential area. The environment was not particularly good. The fat man and I went upstairs together, but the closer we got, the heavier my mood became. I hope to find a result, but when the truth comes close, I am afraid to know it. With this mood, I finally arrived at the door. I looked at the mottled door and hesitated a little. Instead, the fat man next to him reached out and knocked on the door hard, giving people the feeling that he was not friendly. Soon, the door opened. But the person inside was not Lin Yi, nor the beauty with short chestnut hair, but a woman with long flowing hair, wearing a black professional suit with a unique button tied around the waist, outlining her slender waist. Under the black A-line skirt, her two long legs were evenly slender. At this moment, she was looking at us expressionlessly. The fat man stared at her with his eyes wide open, and I was not much better. It's just that our intentions were different. The fat guy probably saw a beautiful woman, while I saw an acquaintance. "Who are you looking for?" A hint of disgust appeared in her eyes without any concealment. "Lin Yi lives here, right?" I asked uncertainly, secretly wondering if this beauty had any relationship with Lin Yi. She frowned and asked, "What do you want to see him for?" I secretly said in my heart, "Oh no. I've seen this photo of Lin Yi. If he is really a couple with this beauty, then it's really like a flower stuck in cow dung." I was about to answer when the fat man pushed me aside and stood in front of her. "We have something to do with him." "Beauty, what's your name?" "There's no such person here. Please leave," she said and was about to close the door. I hastily pushed the fat man away, put my hand against the door, and said anxiously, "He is very important to us. Just do us a favor and tell me where he is." She looked me up and down, and I didn't believe she didn't recognize me. And when we mentioned Lin Yi just now, she frowned. This was not a sign of not knowing him, but rather a sign of a feud with him. He has screwed me over so badly, otherwise I wouldn't have come to him. Just consider it as the fact that I helped you last time, so please help me too. I played the sympathy card again. She remained serious and looked at me coldly. "He is the landlord, and I don't know where he is." I understood instantly that this landlord must have been so disgusted by the pretty tenant and was harassing her frequently. "Can you make a phone call for me?" I looked at her. She frowned even more tightly and turned to go into the house. I stood at the door and looked at the scene inside. It was a house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. There were only a few pairs of women's high heels and 2 pairs of women's slippers on the shoe rack at the side. It seemed that she was the only one living here. It was really luxurious. Soon, she came over with her cell phone and reported a number. I remembered it immediately, but I was afraid that Lin Yi would not listen to me, so I looked at the beautiful woman in front of me for help and said, "Help me fight." She was very unhappy and reached out to close the door. "If I call, he definitely won't answer, and he won't tell me his address," I explained shamelessly. She said coldly, "I have no such obligation. If I hadn't saved you last time, you would have been killed by those people." Before I could finish my words, I could already feel the dagger in her eyes. It made my back go cold and I couldn't hold back the rest of my words. Fortunately, she didn't say anything else. She picked up the phone and dialed the number in the address book. I breathed a sigh of relief and my liking for her increased even more. She turned around and walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Fatty and I stood outside the door awkwardly. The call was quickly connected. Her face became even gloomier, and she said coldly into the phone, "Please come over. I have something to tell you." After a moment of silence, she hung up the phone and looked at me coldly. "He will be here soon, wait a minute." Having said that, she turned and went into the house. I glanced at the fat man and asked, "What do you think she means? You're not chasing us away. You're just inviting us in to sit down." The fat man looked at me and walked straight to the sofa and sat down. I paused and said to the closed door, "The sun is blazing hot right now and we have nowhere to go. Let's borrow your place to sit for a while and wait for Lin Yi to come." There was no sound in the room. If I hadn't seen her go in before, I would have thought that there was no one here. Sitting on the sofa, I looked at the room again. Although it was an old neighborhood, it had been renovated and was very clean, which was very consistent with the cold aura she exuded. After just a moment, I started to get nervous again, my hands clenched slightly, and I started sweating slightly. Lin Yi is the key to my investigation of the adulterer, and he is also the key to my bargaining chips with Yang Qian. How can I not be nervous? Chapter 13, No Way Out. Lin Yi did not disappoint us and pushed the door open after more than 10 minutes. He was dressed very fashionably, much more handsome than the photo on his ID card, holding a bouquet of blue roses in his hand, and shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the door, "Yang, as soon as you said you had something to talk to me about, I immediately put aside all my work and rushed over non-stop. This makes me very unhappy, because I still don't know the name of that beautiful lady." He looked around but didn't see anyone. Then he noticed us sitting on the sofa. He looked at us warily as if we had stolen his prey. "Who are you?" "Lin Yi." I stood up and shouted. He looked me up and down. "Do you know me?" "Long story short, this number is yours, right?" I took out my cell phone and showed him the number that sent me the message. He took a look and said disdainfully, "My number ends with 3 8s. How can I get such an ordinary number?" I had anticipated that things would not be so simple, so I reached out and grabbed him. He screamed loudly, and the rose in his hand fell to the ground. The arrogance just now completely disappeared, and the word "Jian Yang" kept coming out of his mouth. The door that had been tightly closed finally opened. A beautiful figure stood at the door and uttered 3 words in a cold voice, "Let him go." I didn't move. Lin Yi seemed to have been granted amnesty and yelled at me. Yang said, "I told you to let go. Did you hear me?" Seeing how he deserved a beating, I really didn't want to let go, so I used even more force in my hands. "You fucking..." Before he could finish scolding me, he cried out in pain. "Who did you lend your ID card to?" I didn't. He was silent for a moment, a strange color flashed in his eyes, and the strength of my hand increased. He said in a row, "My sister, I lent it to my sister 2 days ago. Photo. On my phone." I pushed him away and stared at him. He quickly took out his cell phone, showed me a photo and told me that this was his sister. In the photo, there was a woman with short chestnut hair. She smiled very sweetly and her eyes seemed to be able to speak. I looked away and asked her where she was. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. I raised my hand slightly, and he quickly told me the address. Having got what I wanted, I did not stay any longer. Although Jian Yang was very beautiful, I was in a very bad mood and I had to save my sister, so I had no time to care about anything else. Instead, the fat man hesitated a few times. Fatty and I walked out the door, and Lin Yi went to bother Jian Yang again. Fatty asked me if I wanted to help, and I said no. As soon as I went down one floor, I heard screams from upstairs, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut. The fat man gave me a thumbs up. I went to the villa where Lin Yi's sister lived and asked the servant, but she said she was not there. I was unwilling to give up, so I waited for more than an hour but still didn't see anyone. At first I thought the servant was lying, but after waiting for a long time and not seeing anyone, I believed it was true. It's already past 2 in the afternoon, my stomach is growling with hunger, and the fat guy is not much better. Finally we discussed it and decided to go out for dinner first. When we reached the bend, a car suddenly rushed towards us. I was stunned for a moment and only heard the horn honking continuously. Seeing that the car was about to rush towards us, I became calm instead. I pulled the fat man to the side and rolled heavily on the wall of the villa next to us. A piece of skin was scraped off my arm and I grimaced in pain. The fat guy wasn't in a much better condition either. I just pushed him away and his face hit the bed. Combined with my previous punch, his face was covered in blood and was red and swollen. He growled and spat. My heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of my chest. Damn it, stop right there if you dare. The fat man kicked his feet and chased after him 2 steps. The car stopped, but it turned out to be parked at the villa where we had been waiting, but the people in the car did not come out. The fat guy wanted to chase after me to argue, but I pulled him back and said, "Forget it, we're fine too." I think he was just scared silly. He probably didn't expect that there would be 2 poor guys like us walking around in this villa complex. Fuck it. The fat man was still unwilling to give in. I pulled him back, with some force in my hands. It was actually because my legs were a little weak at the moment. If I had been a step later, the fat man and I would have been a bloody mess. I had just taken 2 steps when my cell phone rang. Normally I would not have noticed it, but after what happened just now, I seemed to become particularly sensitive. I hurriedly took out my cell phone, and it was a WeChat message. I clicked on it and found that it was just a photo sent by Yang Qian, but it made me terrified. What she sent was a photo of Wang Ming downstairs. I have been there several times and am very familiar with the place, but she actually found it. With trembling hands, I flipped through the call records and hurriedly dialed her number. The call was connected as soon as the beep I was waiting for sounded. "What are you doing? If you dare to touch my sister, I will kill you," I yelled irrationally into the phone. At this moment I was completely out of control. The fat man pulled me and gestured for me to calm down, but how could I calm down? That's my sister, my only support in this world. Yang Qian asked me on the phone whether I should ask my sister to come down myself or she should go up to look for her. Bitch, vicious woman. I yelled all the most unpleasant words I could think of, but Qian didn't care at all and asked me again. "I'll be there right away, wait for me," I shouted into the phone. She agreed readily and said she would give me half an hour. If I wasn't there, she would go up herself. I knew she would definitely do that, so I ran forward like crazy, and the fat man followed me, yelling at me to calm down. At this time, I knew I should stay calm, but when it came to my sister's affairs, I just couldn't calm down, and I still clearly remembered Yang Qian's words, 5 million. If I had money at this time, I would definitely spend it on her. But I didn't. At this moment, I was running and thinking, why do those second-generation rich people have so much fun every night and live a carefree and happy life, while those of us at the bottom of society have to struggle all the time? I am unwilling and angry. If Yang Qian really wants to give my sister to that Wang guy to ruin her, I would rather die with her. Thinking of this, I immediately stopped and went into a shop on the roadside. I found a separate knife, paid for it and put it in my arms. "You're stupid." The fat man pulled me, "Is it worth sacrificing your life for a bitch like that?" I looked at him, helpless and desperate. Of course it's not worth it for Yang Qian, but for my sister, I have no other way to go. He seemed to sense my change of mood and reached out to pat my shoulder. "Brother, I'm young and passionate too, I'm going all out." "No, fatty, this has nothing to do with you." I shook my head. "Do you still consider me your brother?" The fat man rolled his eyes at me and stretched out his hand to stop a car. But I didn't get in the car immediately. I have no parents and no relatives. But Fatty is different. He and I have only known each other for a short time and I can't drag him into the water. He seemed to know what I was thinking. I can feed my whole family if I am full. I was shocked. I didn't expect that he had such a sad past. But he said nonchalantly, "Also, can you please stop calling me fat? I have a name too. It was at this moment that I realized that my friendship with Fatty Revolutionary had grown stronger, but I still didn't know his name. I introduced myself and he gave me a brief introduction. I then learned that his name was Lee Ruiching, a name that was completely inconsistent with his personality. Sitting in the car, I was thinking about how to confront Yang Qian later. With only that video, there was no way to make her surrender. The more I think about it, the more upset I get. Fatty, no, Lee Ruiching was standing beside him, looking at his cell phone mysteriously. Arriving at Wang Ming's neighborhood, I got out of the car, ran forward 2 steps, and quickly stopped. Lee Ruiching, have you thought it through? Got it. At worst I'll just watch the show from the side. He smiled, how about a live broadcast? Maybe you and that Chen will become famous. I glared at him, still in the mood to joke. But he did give me a hint. I can ask Fatty to record the video for me. At least it can prove that Yang Chen was going too far. I told him my idea, and he didn't object. Instead, he sent me a photo. This is the grandson who just hit us. He seems to be their husband of the woman named Lin Huan. I took a look at it and didn't take it seriously. I never thought that such a photo would help me so much. Chapter 14 Exposed. I asked Fatty to wait in a hidden place, and I rushed to the downstairs of Wang Ming's house in anger, and sure enough, Yang Qian's car was parked there. I touched the knife hidden in my pocket, walked to the front of the car, and Yang Qian got out of the car. At this time, the distance between her and me was very close. As long as I stretched out my hand, the knife would go in and out. I tightly gripped the handle of the knife in my pocket. I almost used all my strength to suppress the impulse in my heart. The palm of my hand holding the handle was sweating. She snorted coldly, looked at me sarcastically, and said that I was not so cowardly and that she would look at me again. I organized the words in my mind and then asked her what she wanted. Yang Qian stared at me for a while with her eyes slightly narrowed. Perhaps it was her usual dominance that made me a little timid. But after a moment, I straightened my back and looked back at her, telling her that I would never watch my sister fall into the fire pit. The mocking smile at the corner of her mouth deepened, stinging my eyes. Without waiting for her to speak, I added that I didn't have any money and that I was the one who beat the man named Huang, so if he dared, he could come at me. Yang Qian said that I was too naive, and I think so too. These people wanted to distort the facts and they could just pay a few bucks to get away with it. I felt extremely painful and angry, but I tried to calm myself down. I told Yang Qian that I was only acting in self-defense, and if he wanted to sue us, we didn't mind making a bigger deal out of it. Is there any evidence? Yang Qian asked me. I shook my head, but when I thought of the evidence, I immediately thought of the bargaining chips I had in my hand. I told her that I had something that she would definitely want to see. This seemed to make her curious, and she watched me take out my phone and click on the video. She looked at the screen and I looked at her. At this time, I didn't want to miss any of her emotions. Sure enough, the moment she saw the video, her face turned pale, her brows frowned, her eyes stared at the screen, her mouth slightly open, and she seemed shocked. Where are you from? She reached out to grab my phone. I quickly shrank back and she leaned over and pressed her whole body against me. She held my body with both hands and tried to grab the phone from behind me. I could feel her chest pressing against mine. Yang Qian, don't waste your energy. Even if you snatch it away, I have a backup. I looked at her coldly. The movement stopped. Yang Qian withdrew her hand, took 2 steps back, and reached out to gather her hair. In fact, I admired her a lot, but after a while, she calmed down and said, I didn't expect you to be so horny that you're watching a movie here. You know whether it's a porn movie or not? I retorted, feeling nervous. The air seemed to be stagnant. She looked at me and I stared at her. It seemed that whoever spoke first would lose. After a moment, Yang Qian started laughing, took a step forward, and got a little closer to me. She leaned close to my ear and said in a low voice, Xiao Yuan, you're not going to threaten me with this, are you? I was shocked when someone guessed my thoughts. He quickly organized his thoughts and touched the knife in his pocket. It would be best if this matter could be resolved peacefully. Death together was the worst option. Yang Qian, if your affair gets out, it will not be good for you, the Yang family, and the adulterer. You were the one who instigated my sister's incident, so you have to settle it for me, otherwise no one will have an easy life. I stated my plan calmly. But she didn't think so. Instead, she snorted coldly, "You want to blackmail me just by taking a video? Don't you think too highly of me? You know whether it is you or not." I was anxious. No. She acted as if I couldn't do anything to her, which made me feel even more disgusted. I looked at her coldly. "In this case, we can only post this online and send it to the media. I'd like to see which media dares to publish it." She was not afraid at all. "I know that the Yang family has some power and very good relations with the media. If they give me some money, even if I have the video, I will have nowhere to appeal in the end." Moreover, Yang Qian's behavior made it clear that she did not admit it. She was very cautious and lowered her voice when she spoke anything taboo. Even if the fat man took a video, it would be of no use. She tightly grasped my knife, and my heart suddenly became ruthless. "Yang Qian, you made me angry. A desperate dog will do something desperate, right? Why don't you jump for me? Maybe if I'm in a better mood, this matter can be turned around." The disdain for me that inadvertently flashed in her eyes was even more obvious. "Don't push me," I yelled. But Yang Qian didn't take me seriously at all. I knew that she guessed that I couldn't do anything to her. But she was wrong this time. For my sister, I would even sacrifice my life, let alone my face. I took out my phone, clicked on the video, and turned to the people watching the excitement. My hands couldn't help shaking, and my voice was trembling even more. I finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Everyone, please judge for me, is the person in this video her?" Seeing that there was something exciting to watch, many people gathered around, discussing in low voices in front of the screen, and occasionally looking at Yang Qian and pointing at her. Yang Qian's face was like a color palette. She probably never expected that I would go all out and show everyone her dirty video. Yang Qian denied it loudly, saying that I had framed her and that she would call the police. People around kept comparing. Some thought it was her, some said that only by letting Yang Qian take off her clothes would we know. I turned around and looked at Yang Qian. She took a few steps back in fear, leaning against the car door, pulling the door in panic with her hands. I walked forward slowly. "What are you going to do?" For the first time, she looked at me with fear in her eyes. I sneered. "The person in the video has a striking rose tattoo on his waist. Didn't you say it wasn't you? Just compare it and you'll know." Yang Qian's face was gloomy. At first I thought that she might have deleted all the content of her Weibo and wondered if she had also washed off the tattoo. But looking at her expression now, I know that she must have kept it. That person is not me. Why should I lift up my clothes for so many people to see? Yang Qian pulled the car door hard. I put my hand on hers. "Yang Qian, you and I are husband and wife, how could I not know whether you have tattoos or not? You just find someone to tattoo yourself and impersonate me, and you want to frame me. Xiao Yuan, how can you be so cruel?" Yang Qian cried loudly, tears rolling down her face. People around me started talking about me again. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I covered my face and whispered that I was too ashamed to face people. If there was any other way, who would do this? She was really too much. She actually wanted to sell my sister to an old man, or send me to jail. This complaint immediately drew everyone's sympathy to my side. I continued to mutter, "I'm just a farmer." I found out that she cheated on me and I wanted a divorce, but her family refused to allow it and even said that they. "Xiao Yuan." Yang Qian came over and quickly covered my mouth. She had obviously guessed what I was going to say. Now everyone was just watching the fun. If I mentioned her name and the Yang family, they would be criticized and their business would definitely be affected. I didn't say anything else, just looked at Yang Qian. "Let's talk," Yang Qian said in a voice that only the two of us could hear. I nodded, knowing that after this incident, Yang Qian would be somewhat cautious, and my goal was achieved. I explained to everyone and said that we would handle our family affairs ourselves. Although everyone was still a little reluctant to leave and had a curious heart, they couldn't just stay here and not leave. When everyone slowly dispersed, I froze in place. My sister and Wang Ming's wife Xu Qian were standing behind the crowd. Judging from my sister's appearance, she must have heard everything that happened just now. "Brother, is this true?" She looked at me palely. I didn't answer, feeling ashamed. Those were just strangers just now, and I don't live here, so they were soon forgotten. But one of them is my sister and the other is Wang Ming's wife. I just felt a burning sensation on my face, as if I was slapped twice in the street. Seeing that I didn't answer, my sister went to ask Yang Chen again. Yang Chen turned her head and whispered, "Who knows what's wrong with me? I got this video from somewhere and had to put it on her head." My sister looked at me again, but I still didn't say anything because I was too embarrassed to speak. Yang Chen yelled at me, "Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to talk?" I nodded and followed her into the car, but my sister ran over and opened the back door. "I want to go too." I refused, but Yang Chen said that she was the person involved and it would be best to discuss it together. My intuition told me that Yang Chen's behavior was not simple. I wanted to stop my sister, but Yang Chen started the car directly. Chapter 15 Found You. I felt like I was on a pirate ship and was a little panicked. Yang Chen's car was driving very fast, and my sister was standing by with her head slightly lowered. From my perspective, her eyes were clear, with drops of crystal tears falling on her pants. Turning my head, I looked at the fleeting scenery outside, feeling extremely upset. The car slowly stopped and was waiting for the traffic light. I saw a man and a woman arguing fiercely in a cool sports car opposite. The man seemed to want to explain something, but the woman pushed him away. I was so angry that I opened the car door and ran out. I glanced at the man sitting in the car. He slammed the steering wheel hard with anger on his face. Suddenly, I particularly envied such an equal relationship. If I am unhappy, I can shout loudly without having to go against my own wishes and curry favor. This may be what I lack the most. I looked up at the woman standing on the side of the road. Her face was not facing me just now. Now I could see clearly that the woman wearing a white suit, with a tall and well-proportioned figure, was the cold and beautiful Jian Yang. She has a boyfriend. This thought made my already bad mood even worse. The car started and Jian Yang's figure disappeared behind me. I took a few deep breaths and began to think about how to negotiate with Yang Chen. Not long after, the car stopped and Yang Chen shouted, "Get out." I instinctively opened the car door and walked out, but I didn't expect that the moment I closed the door, the car started again and drove away like an arrow. I ran desperately after the car, my clothes were soaked with sweat, but the distance between me and the car was getting farther and farther, and it was about to disappear from my sight. "R!" I yelled loudly and slapped myself hard. Yang Chen must have made some gestures to my sister while I was looking outside, otherwise my sister would not have refused to get out of the car. This woman really has bad intentions. If she uses my safety to threaten my sister, with her simple nature, she will definitely be fooled by her. If she is really taken advantage of by that man named Wang, it will be too late to say anything. When I was in despair, someone suddenly called me loudly. Li Ruiqing was sitting in a taxi, waving at me. I rushed over, opened the door and got in. Quickly chased the car in front. The driver sped up and I breathed a sigh of relief, staring at the car. Fortunately, Yang Chen seemed to think that she had gotten rid of me, a trouble, so the car was not driving very fast and caught up with me soon. I asked the driver to go around and block the car directly, but the driver said that it was a Mercedes-Benz and he couldn't afford the compensation. I told him not to be afraid, but the driver didn't listen to me at all and just followed from a distance. After a long time, Yang Chen's car stopped and she took her sister into a tea house. I hurriedly got out of the car and followed them in. The waiter was very cooperative. He told me the room number as soon as I asked. I ran to the room upstairs, found the room where my sister and Yang Chen were, and pushed the door open with force. There were only Yang Chen and my sister inside, and it was very quiet. I felt relieved, but when I saw the look on my sister's face, my face couldn't help but darken again. Before, I had no objection to how Yang Chen humiliated me or ignored me, but now that she has cheated on me, she shouldn't provoke me like this anymore. I am a human being, a grown man, and I have a temper. It felt like Yang Chen must have said something to her sister, and the little flame that had been suppressed seemed to suddenly burn brighter. "Yang Chen, what did you do to my sister?" I roared. Yang Chen was very calm and shrugged. "What do you think I can do to her? After all, she is my sister, so I will do it for her own good." "Fuck you, do it for her own good." I stretched out my hand and was about to punch him. I don't hit women and I consider myself a gentleman, but today I really couldn't help it. Yang Chen went too far and even set her sights on my sister. The frustration and forbearance of these days seemed to be completely released at this moment. Just as the fist was about to fall, my sister quickly rushed to Yang Chen, stretched out her hands to protect her, and looked at me with a serious look. "Get out of the way. I won't let you." My sister was a little stubborn. I reached out to pull her, but my sister held my hand tightly. I wanted to reach out to stop her, but she dismissed me with just one sentence. Brother, I've thought it through. I want to marry Boss Wang. She spoke calmly, but every word pierced me like a sword. I glared at her. Say it again. My sister raised her head slightly and looked at me stubbornly. Brother, no matter how many times you say it, it's the same. I am willing to marry Boss Wang. I will have a good life in the future. How wonderful it is. Yang Qian, what did you say to her? I turned and yelled at Yang Qian. It's none of my sister-in-law's business. I just came to my senses. It doesn't matter who I marry. Marrying Boss Wang means I can work less for decades. Don't you men always say that it's all the same when the lights are off? I think that makes sense. My sister smiled at me. Besides, I've had enough of a hard life. I have to read other people's faces every day and survive in the cracks. Bang! I raised my hand and slapped my sister hard. She looked so strange to me that my hand was numb from the shaking. My sister covered her face with her hands, her eyes were red, and she stubbornly held back her tears. The crisp sound of the slap seemed to wake me up. My sister must have said that for my own good. How could she want to marry someone with the surname Huang? I actually hit her. Looking at Yang Qian again, she was looking at me as if she was watching a play, and my anger suddenly surged to my head. It's all because of this woman. My hand just happened to touch the knife in my pocket. I took out the knife and put it on Yang Qian's neck. Such an action obviously exceeded Yang Qian's imagination. Her face turned pale and she trembled as she shouted, Xiao Yuan, are you crazy? Even if you kill me, you can't escape, and your sister can't escape either. The younger sister was also very scared. Brother, don't come over here. I yelled at my sister, then turned to look at Yang Qian. You forced me to do this. Since there is no way out for us, we might as well die here. Anyway, I have only one worthless life, and having you as my companion is enough. Xiao Yuan, calm down. This matter is not without room for negotiation. Yang Qian said with relief. I snorted, hold me steady now, and then you can think of a way to deal with me later, just like before, right? The knife exerted a little force, and a red mark instantly appeared on the fair neck. Yang Qian panicked. No, I was wrong just now. You were wrong not only just now. My hands trembled. Yang Qian seemed afraid to provoke me again, and said hurriedly, I was always wrong, put down the knife, and let's talk. What's there to talk about? I said sternly. My sister was also trying to persuade me, but I couldn't hear her at all at this moment. Let's just die, all of us will die, and it will be over once and for all. I told my sister to leave quickly, but she refused. I used a little force on the knife and she was so scared that she waved her hands and cried. I urged her again and she finally walked towards the door. But before she could open the door, it was opened from the outside. Li Ruiqing walked in and was stunned when he saw this scene, and Yang Qian started screaming loudly. I quickly reached out and covered her mouth. Li Ruiqing hurriedly closed the door and took a deep breath. Xiao Yuan, stop it. Why would you resort to violence when you have the evidence? Yes, put down the knife and let's talk. Yang Qian said with some trembling. I was unwilling to put down the knife because I was afraid that Yang Qian would do something weird again. I had no evidence and Yang Qian would refuse to admit it. Then my sister would be pushed into the fire pit again. I could not let this happen. Thinking of this, the desire to die together with Yang Qian became stronger. Photos. Li Ruiqing reminded me. I didn't know what photos he was talking about, but I didn't relax. He seemed very angry, stamped his feet, frowned and reminded me of what he had just sent me. I just remembered that when we arrived at Wang Ming's neighborhood, he sent me a photo, but I didn't take it seriously. Now I think he definitely wouldn't send it to me rashly, and the person in the photo seemed to be the one who was about to bump into us, and he lived in a villa with Lin Yi's sister Lin Huan. When I thought about it this way, everything seemed clear to me. I threw the knife in my hand aside, took out your phone and opened the photo. The more I looked at it, the more excited I became. Yang Qian sat in her seat, not daring to move, but couldn't help but look in my direction. I threw my phone on the table and looked at Yang Qian mockingly. What else do you have to say? Do you want me to talk to the media about your relationship? Chapter 16, A New Beginning. I think Lin Huan went to so much trouble to send me the video, it must have something to do with her. As far as I can remember, there is no one named Lin Huan among Yang Qian's friends. Excluding this possibility, the only possibility left is that the adulterer has a relationship with her. I wasn't sure if the person who wanted to hit me was Lin Huan's husband, but the more the fat man reminded me, the more suspicious I became. The bend was very sharp and most people would slow down, but he didn't, and when he returned to the villa, he didn't get out of the car immediately. I suspected before that he was petrified with fear, but now it seems that he was afraid that I would see his appearance. He is definitely the adulterer. Yang Chen didn't take it seriously at first, but when she saw the photos on the phone, her expression quickly changed. I guessed it right. Besides surprise, there was also fear and embarrassment in her eyes at being seen through by me. I have nothing to do with her. She dodged a glance. I sneered. She still wanted to cover up at this time. She really loved the adulterer. Of course, I was also sad. My wife was completely focused on another man. I couldn't be happy at all. It doesn't matter. Why do you feel guilty? I asked angrily. Who feels guilty? I'm just afraid that you, a lunatic, will use surgery on me again. She looked at the knife I put aside, and seemed to still be a little frightened. I snorted coldly. Yang Qian, aren't you curious about who gave me the video in my hand? Didn't you take the photos secretly yourself? I always thought you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. I sneered. If I caught you cheating in bed, there would be no need to film it so obscurely. I would have cut you and your lover into pieces long ago. After saying this, Yang Qian's face turned pale. I said, I don't have evidence, but someone has evidence. I don't ask for much. As long as you can settle the Huang issue, everything will be fine. Yang Qian was silent, and my sister was a little nervous. I stared at her, waiting for her answer, and my hand subconsciously reached for the knife again. It seemed like a long time had passed before Yang Qian agreed. I breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was not the expected result, at least my sister's problem was resolved. For my sister, I don't care if I go to hell. I asked the waiter to bring paper and pen, and I thought it over again, and wrote an agreement, writing down all our requirements. Although Yang Qian was not satisfied after reading it, she signed it reluctantly because of what had just happened. I looked at the agreement. From then on, we were a couple in name only and would not interfere with each other. I put away the agreement and the knife. I didn't want to stay here for a moment. I took the knife and walked out with my sister and Li Ruiqing. Standing at the door, I breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. I guess it will be relatively calm during this period of time, but this is just on the surface. People like Yang Qian will never give up. I must always be vigilant. The three people walked on the road, and no one spoke. After walking for a long time, my sister finally stopped and I turned around to ask her what was wrong. She looked at me with complicated emotions in her eyes. Looking at the bright red fingerprints on her fair cheek, I whispered, I was too impulsive just now, Lifan, I'm sorry. Brother. The younger sister choked up a little, sister-in-law. She is no longer your sister-in-law from now on. I interrupted her coldly. The younger sister wanted to say something but stopped herself. Finally, Li Ruiqing couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted, why don't you just file for divorce? What do you mean you had nothing to do with each other during the marriage? Then you're officially a cuckold. I also want to get a divorce directly, but I know that Yang Qian will agree to such conditions. If I ask for a divorce, she will definitely not agree. She married me not to use me as a shield, but because I have something she needs, but I don't know what it is. There is another point, not to mention the divorce, I also want to find out their purpose. There must be a big conspiracy behind this, otherwise they would never stick to a poor guy like me. Of course, I won't tell the two people in front of me about this. I asked Li Ruiqing to send my sister back, and I just wanted to be alone. I want to leave the Yang family, but I can't get a divorce. My only thought now is to make money. I also wanted to take revenge on the adulterer, but he was obviously much richer than me. In today's society, although money cannot make the devil work, it can get a lot of things done smoothly, such as trampling to death people like me who live at the bottom of society is simply a piece of cake. Looking for a job, I don't have any skills and the salary is not high. I don't have the capital to do business, and I don't know what to do specifically. Besides, the Yang family will definitely suppress me. This is not a good idea. Stock trading is even worse. I know nothing about it. After thinking about it, I still don't know what I can do. I even began to feel like a useless person all these years. I wasted so many years and ended up being cuckolded. Just when I was in despair, the phone rang. An unfamiliar number made me feel a little scared, for fear that someone was calling to play a prank on me again. Yang Qian's incident had already exhausted me, and I really couldn't bear any more setbacks. Hello. I pretended to be calm and answered the phone. Mr. Xiao, you submitted a resume to our company before. Do you have time to come over and discuss it in detail before you get off work? I was stunned for a second, looked at the phone call in disbelief, and excitedly agreed. After making an appointment and asking for the address, I hurriedly took a taxi. In the car, I looked up information about this company and found that its business scope was similar to that of Jinyuan Group where I currently work, so I felt a little relieved. When I arrived at the company, I found the Human Resources Department and explained my purpose. Someone soon received me, asked some basic questions, asked me to fill out a form, and then left. I waited patiently, sitting upright, afraid that this hard-earned opportunity would slip away. Soon, another person came in, a middle-aged man in his 40s, Xiao Yuan, right. We are looking for a project manager. I have a general understanding of the planning proposal you made before. It is very bold and innovative. As he was talking, he began to flip through the information in front of him. My heart was in my throat. I had always been radical and bold in my previous projects, but the man in front of me was a middle-aged man, so he should be more conservative. This way, I would probably fail again. Previous projects were all targeted at people under 30, so bold methods were used to stimulate consumption. I explained calmly despite my inner beating. The middle-aged man led you to nod. Yes, this is in line with our company culture. I am very satisfied with you. I was stunned for a moment. Did this count as passing? This is our salary level, take a look. He handed over a piece of paper. I felt that happiness came too suddenly, and I took the paper with some indifference. There is a detailed salary plan above, and it is roughly estimated that it will be more than 20,000 per month, which is definitely doubled. I have no problem. I stood up excitedly. Welcome to Xinheng Group. I am your direct supervisor Xu Haisheng. Today, everyone is about to get off work. I will introduce you to my colleagues tomorrow. Xu Haisheng stood up with a smile and asked me again, can you come to work tomorrow? Yes. I shouted loudly. We shook hands, exchanged a few words, and signed the contract. As we walked out of Xinheng, I looked back at the tall building, still in disbelief. I was successful in the application and was offered a higher position. After a while, I shouted loudly and clenched my fists to make a cheering gesture. Today is really a lucky day. Not only did I solve my sister's problem and find the adulterer, but I also solved my future survival problem. Now I don't think about revenge at all. I just want to live my life quietly. This job application has greatly boosted my confidence. I wanted to share this good news with everyone, but I found that I didn't have any friends at all. I could only send a message to my sister. I originally wanted to send a message to Wang Ming, but when I thought about what happened today, I really didn't have the face to see him. After hesitating for a long time, I decided to forget it. Walking on the street, I suddenly felt that this lonely city came alive again, and even the gradually darkening sky seemed to become brilliant. I randomly found a small restaurant to have dinner. Someone in the big house would prepare it, but I was worried. I always felt that Xiaomai and Yang Qian's conspiracy was against me. In order to save my life, I would rather eat gutter oil outside. After eating and drinking, I gradually woke up from the joy of finding a job. It suddenly occurred to me that when I submitted my resume that day, because I was not confident, I only looked at small companies. I didn't even look at big companies like Xinheng. Why did they call me? Chapter 17 Beautiful Dream. Did I vote by mistake? I quickly took out my cell phone, logged into their website, and carefully checked the application records to make sure that I did not go through Xinheng. What makes my back cold is that Xinheng has not posted any recruitment information in the past 3 months. Now thinking back, my application process was too smooth. Generally speaking, the head of a project department is considered a grassroots manager and it is impossible for him to be decided by the manager. Moreover, he did not ask their core questions at all. It's terrifying when you think about it. I hurriedly called Xu Haisheng, and before I could ask, he asked happily. Xiao Xiao, do you have any other questions? Manager Shu, I don't think I have ever submitted my resume. Did you make a mistake? I asked tentatively. Shu Haixin was stunned for a moment, then he quickly laughed. Xiao Xiao, you are also working on a project, so you should know that you should keep abreast of industry information. We are in a hostile relationship with Jin Yuan, so we will naturally pay more attention to it. So when you resigned, we got the news very quickly and decided to hire you after some discussion. You can rest assured. So that's what it was. I breathed a sigh of relief, apologized for my excessive behavior, and promised to be at work on time tomorrow. When I returned to the cold home, Xiaomai hurried over, bent down to hand me slippers, and asked me if I had eaten. I didn't answer her, put on my slippers and went back to my room. Have a good night's sleep. I went to work in high spirits. Shu Haixing introduced me to the people in the department. There were 3 project teams in total, led by Xu Gang, Liang Zhihua and Liao Qingping respectively. I had a brief exchange with them. Perhaps because they didn't know my background, the atmosphere was quite friendly. Shu Haixing personally introduced me to the company's current major projects. In order to familiarize myself with the company as quickly as possible, I was busy as hell. In the evening, I had dinner with my colleagues, and all the bad things seemed to have disappeared. Maybe because of what happened that day, Yang Qian was very wary and she didn't go home for several days. I felt relaxed and quickly adapted to the new job. I thought that days like this would continue forever, and I even felt that such a marriage in name only would not have much impact on me. However, this peace was soon broken. About a month after I found the job, I led the project team to make a plan, but unexpectedly the plan was leaked. The higher UPS wanted to hold someone accountable, but there was no clue at all, and in the end someone actually suspected me. I argued with reason, and Shu Haixing also argued for me and vouched for me. Only then did those people who had disliked me shut up. This incident finally made me realize that no matter how harmonious things are on the surface, the dark side of the workplace does exist. I was too careless in the past. In order to prove my innocence, I took Xu Gang's team, with whom I had a good relationship, to revise the plan day and night. At the last minute, we finally came up with a better plan, which silenced everyone. In this matter, the merits and demerits offset each other. But then, I thought about it carefully. The final plan was decided and optimized by me. There were some details in it that others didn't know, but the leaked details were complete, so the problem still lies with me. It's definitely not possible at the company, so it can only be at home. During that time, I would take the planning proposal back to look at it, but I usually kept it in my room and was very careful. Even when I occasionally went out to get water, I would lock the door, so it was unlikely to be leaked. I couldn't figure it out, and it made me feel very annoyed. When I got home, I saw Yang Qian sitting at the dining table eating. When she saw me come back, she just looked at me with disdain. But Xiaomai, as usual, hurried over to change my slippers and asked me attentively if I had eaten. I glanced at Yang Qian and walked straight into the room. Her coming back at this time made me suspicious, and it was impossible for her not to know about my going to Shinhang, but she didn't show it, which was really strange. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I soon remembered that she had installed a microlocator on my phone last time. Could there be something fishy going on in this room too? The seeds of doubt were planted and soon took root and sprouted. I turned on my computer, put it on the bedside table, logged into QQ, and told Li Ruiqing about my doubts. Li Ruiqing's grey avatar suddenly lit up and he sent me a video. He told me very seriously whether my room had been tampered with, just like my cell phone. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Yang Qian seldom came to my room, but she used to be able to find what she was looking for very quickly. And the last time I checked Dangwu's Weibo, she had discovered it first. The more I thought about it, the more frightened I became. I hurriedly asked Li Ruiqing what to do, and he sent me a message. It was a story about a young girl going out alone and staying in a hotel. I yelled at him immediately. I was so exhausted that I didn't have time to look at all this mess. He asked me to look carefully. After taking a quick look, I found that the content was, in the dark, draw the curtains and scan the room with the camera of your mobile phone. If you find a red dot, it means there is a camera. You mean? Before I finished speaking, Li Ruiqing nodded. Without even turning off the computer, I jumped out of bed, drew the curtains, hurriedly took out my cell phone, and slowly scanned the room. I find myself very funny. During this period of time, I have been like a detective, discovering clues and then unraveling them to find the truth. Although Yang Qian is dissatisfied with me, she is not a person who has no moral integrity or bottom line. Just when I was about to stop this ridiculous behavior, a red dot on the screen kept flashing, as if mocking me. At this moment, I felt like the world was collapsing. I really overestimated Yang Qian. She is a bad person with no bottom line. The displayed position is exactly the direction of the bedside lamp in the room. I remember 2 years ago, Yang Qian said that the light switch in my room was too far from the bed and it was not convenient at night, so she installed a bedside lamp. I was very grateful at the time and thought she was really thinking about me. Now it seems that she was just using this to spy on me. For 2 years, a full 2 years, everything I did in the room was monitored by her, and I had no privacy at all. CTMD. The anger in my heart was on the verge of exploding again. I turned on the light, picked up a chair next to me, and smashed the bedside lamp. The loud noise quickly caused a reaction outside. I heard hurried footsteps approaching my door, but the door didn't open immediately. Instead, it was knocked. "Uncle, are you okay?" It was Xiaomei's voice. I yelled, pulled out the miniature camera from the crystal lampshade, and forcefully opened the door. My eyes were fierce, and Xiaomei, who was standing outside the door, was scared to death. I ignored her and walked straight to the door of Yang Qian's room. Her door was locked from the inside. I kicked it open. Yang Qian was lying on the bed in a suspender nightgown. She had a nice figure and was holding a mobile phone in her hand. She seemed surprised to see me suddenly barge in. "What happened?" A man's deep voice came from the phone, which made me even more furious. I was under her surveillance all the time, but she was almost naked, flirting comfortably with other men. Anger dominated me. He rushed over in 2 or 3 steps and snatched Yang Qian's phone. There was a shirtless man on the other side of the screen. He was the man I found last time, Cao Hongwei. "I'm CNM." She yelled at the video and then smashed the phone to the ground. Yang Qian reacted, got up from the bed, tidied her clothes slowly, and looked at me coldly. "What the hell are you doing? Have you forgotten that this has nothing to do with you?" She looked at me like I was an idiot, without any disguise. I don't know why I was still angry. Maybe it was my male chauvinism. My feelings towards Yang Qian were not love, but indulgence at most. Later I realized that it was just a breakthrough for me to vent my anger. "Yang Qian, stop playing tricks on me behind my back and making me look down on you." I smashed the thing in my hand hard on Yang Qian's face. She screamed, and the phone lying innocently on the ground shouted with concern, "Qian, what happened? How are you?" This irritates me even more. It's already like this, why don't you let me go? I was in pain, enduring it silently, and glaring at Yang Qian fiercely. She seemed a little scared and looked at the things on the ground. "I won't do that again." "That's better." I gave her a fierce look. On the phone, the guy named Cao Hongwei kept shouting and threatening me that if I dared to deal with Yang Qian, he would never let me go. I picked up the phone and looked at the screen that was about to break into pieces. "If you don't want me to be like this, you have the ability to marry her. You don't dare, and she doesn't want to. You coward, you are a mistress who will be punished by God for breaking up others. Why are you so arrogant? You want revenge? Come on, I'm waiting." He was very angry with me and his face turned gloomy, but I laughed out loud, took the phone, walked to the bed and threw it out with force. After doing all this, I feel much better. Back in the room, I stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. I couldn't stay so passive any longer. Yang Qian and the others wouldn't let me go. I had to fight back. This house is like an invisible cage. As long as I live here, everything is still under Yang Qian's control. I am powerless even if I want to break free. So, the first thing to do is to find a house and move out as soon as possible. As I was thinking, I actually fell asleep. I don't know how long it had been, but in a daze, I seemed to dream that I was back in high school, and the girl who had always been hidden in my heart had not left yet. We hid in the grove of the school, and I reached out and hugged her in my arms. Soft, fragrant. I couldn't help but reach out and hug her tightly, not wanting to let her go. In the dream, she was very proactive and stretched out her hands to hold my neck. I could feel her youthfulness and shyness, and even the burning sensation between our skins seemed so real. "I don't want to wake up." I just want to immerse myself in such a dream, asking her how she has been doing in the past few years and why there has been no news from her. It has become the deepest beautiful dream hidden in my heart. No, she even didn't want to show her face in my dreams. This seemed to be the first time I dreamed of her after we had been apart for so many years. The next morning, I woke up leisurely, feeling very happy and even energetic. Just as I was stretching, I suddenly felt softness and warmth. I was startled, and all my sleepiness disappeared in an instant. I opened my eyes suddenly, and was faced with a scene that made my blood boil. Next to me, there was a nearly naked body lying, with its head slightly lowered. I couldn't see its face, but it had a very nice figure. She was wearing a deep V suspender nightgown, and because of the movement of her body, her beautiful scenery was exposed. My sight slowly slid down, and I saw her slender waist that seemed to fit in one hand, and her long legs naturally crossed, which was a great stimulation in the morning when hormones were stimulated. My head felt dizzy for a moment and my nose almost bleeds. What happened last night was not a dream, but a real thing. But I was sleeping alone and I had locked the door, so how did she get in? Most importantly, what should I do now, wake her up or satisfy my growing desire? In just a moment, I was shocked by my own evil thoughts. Although I am not Liu Xiaohui, I still maintain the qualities of a gentleman. What's more, her appearance here is obviously a conspiracy. I hastily pulled myself away, wanting to leave quickly. But the person in her sleep murmured, grabbed my hand, and moved her body, so I could see her face clearly. My mind went blank. It was Xiaomai. Chapter 18. Don't mess with me. Not good. I glanced at the person on the bed, and my focus was no longer on how great her figure was, but on why she was in my bed. She has always disliked me, but recently she suddenly showed her affection to me. I had known something was wrong for a long time, but I didn't expect her to do such a thing. Climbing into my bed in the middle of the night is definitely not as simple as walking into the wrong door. Her conversation with Yang Qian quickly emerged in my mind. Did Yang Qian spend 100,000 yuan just for her to exchange her innocence for framing me? I felt very scared and like I was falling into a pit. I pulled my hand back with force. No matter what, I decided to take the initiative and push her hard to wake her up. But the next second, I regretted it. She opened her sleepy eyes, saw me, a sweet and shy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and then she quickly lowered her head again. Why are you here? I pulled away and asked cautiously. Son-in-law, have you forgotten? Xiaomai suddenly raised her head, her eyes misted over, she bit her lips lightly, looking extremely aggrieved. I lowered my voice and said, I don't care what your purpose is, just get out of here. Son-in-law, you can't do this to me. Xiaomai suddenly burst into tears. The sound was so loud that it made my ears hurt. Such crying soon attracted the attention of others, or they had been waiting for this moment. The door of my room was pushed open, and Yang Qian was standing at the door, followed by Chen Maiying. You guys. Chen Maiying pointed her index finger at us tremblingly, seeming to be very angry. It took her a while to finish her sentence. What are you doing? Xiaomai just lowered her head and cried, and Yang Qian had a mocking smile on her face. I looked at them one by one and suddenly laughed. Chen Maiying yelled loudly, you still have the nerve to laugh, you shameless adulterer and adulteress, you actually dared to do such a thing at home, it's shameful. I'm sorry, miss, madam. Xiaomai lowered her head, tears continuously falling, it's all my fault, it has nothing to do with my son-in-law. You little bitch, you've been eating and drinking well in my house, but now you even want to hook up with men. I'll beat you to death. Chen Maiying rushed over as she spoke, punching and kicking Xiaomai, and even reached out to pull at her already thin clothes. Xiaomai shouted for help and tried to get towards me, but I kept backing away. She was in despair, and her eyes were full of pleading and pain when she looked at me, as if I was really the heartless man who threw her aside. Even after Xiaomai's clothes were torn and her face was scratched, Chen Maiying did not give up. She said she wanted to take a picture and tell everyone about this scene to prevent thieves, stealers and maids. When Xiaomai saw her take out her cell phone, she hurriedly got out from under the quilt, knelt at Yang Qian's feet, kowtowed hard, and kept apologizing, asking Yang Qian to forgive her and forgive me. Yang Qian, who had been silent the whole time, finally said to Chen Maiying, okay, don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? She has slept with everyone, so why are you afraid of being embarrassed? Chen Maiying shouted. Yang Qian frowned and snatched her phone away. Xiao Mai kowtowed in gratitude and cried. I watched the scene quietly from the side and felt it was just mocking. Yang Qian's sudden return was indeed not that simple. She must have planned everything long ago. And Chen Maiying, if Yang Qian hadn't called her over specifically, why would she be here so early? As far as I know, she is very lazy and sleeps until 9 o'clock every day. They were almost done making a fuss, and finally Chen Maiying said to me, Xiao Yuan, what do you want to do now? It has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. I looked at the two people coldly. Upon hearing this, Chen Maiying rushed to me and pointed at my nose. Cheating at home has nothing to do with you, Xiao Yuan. Do you think our Yang family is so easy to bully? When has your Yang family ever been easy to bully? Without even raising my head, I took out a suitcase from the closet and packed my few clothes into it. Seeing that I was ignored, Chen Maiying rushed over and pulled my clothes out of the box. Xiao Yuan, what do you mean by this? I stood up and looked at her fiercely. She seemed shocked and didn't say anything for a long time. Yang Qian, I told you yesterday not to do so many things, but it seems like you don't take it to heart at all. In that case, I'd better move out. I pointed at the clothes on the ground and said, I don't want anything. I bought these clothes with my own salary. You want to leave? Chen Maiying looked at me in disbelief. I know it's hard for her to accept. They have always believed that I have been clinging to the Yang family and taking advantage of them, and they are unwilling to leave. The company has been a bit busy lately, so I'd better find a place to live closer. I made up an excuse. Chen Maiying was even more surprised and asked, You found a job? I glanced at her and said sarcastically, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You didn't starve to death, and your treatment is much better than Jin Yuan's. At this moment, Chen Maiying's face turned red. She had said countless times before that after leaving the Yang family, I would be a beggar, and it was they who took me in, and I should be grateful. This wave was tantamount to a slap in her face. Looking at her face that looked like a palette of colors, I suddenly felt very happy in my heart. This feeling is so cool. If I had known this would happen, I should have taught them a lesson long ago. Why wait until today when they come to my house to bully me? After I put away my suitcase, I was about to pack up my computer when Chen Maiying called out, Wyron, you're finally here. Look at how your sister has been bullied. This guy actually stole someone into our home and doesn't take us seriously at all. Yang Wyron walked towards me from outside with a menacing look. I looked at him, and there was no longer that feeling of admiration and fear in my eyes. Instead, there was only ridicule and disdain. Xiao Yuan, it seems you didn't listen to what I said last time. I don't mind letting you stretch your muscles, he said as he walked over with his hands rubbed. I took a step back and said, Mr. Yang, if you have anything to say, we should talk about it nicely. It's such a waste of breath to talk to someone like you. He spat disdainfully and came towards me. I swept these three people from the Yang family. They wanted to teach me a lesson and then let me continue to obey their orders. Yang Wyron walked towards me with a malicious smile on his face. I took another step back. Yang Wyron laughed even more recklessly. Wasn't it good to be tough just now? As he said this, he reached out and pushed me. I gave him a fierce look, and he was stunned for a moment. I whispered, Don't mess with me. What's wrong with you? He stretched out his hand and slapped me on the head. I pretended to dodge to the side, but I was careful with my feet and stretched out one foot. He was only thinking about chasing me and didn't notice my little movement at all. Chen Maiying shouted at him to be careful, but it was too late. I only heard a loud bang and Yang Wyron's tall body fell heavily to the ground. I frowned and took a breath. It looks painful when he fell. Chen Maiying was very surprised, but I pretended to be kind and asked, Mr. Yang, are you okay? I see that your eyesight is not very good. You should be more careful when you walk. After this blow, he immediately jumped up from the ground. I sneered in my heart. It's no wonder that she can't do anything big since she can't stand the stimulation. I don't hit women easily. What happened just now was really infuriating. I just wanted to vent my anger on Yang Wyron. He rushed towards me and punched me in the face with his fist. This was child's play for me. I smiled and leaned forward, seemingly trying to escape from his fist, but in fact I used my elbow to hit his stomach hard. His moves seemed fierce, but in fact they are just fancy moves. A young man like him usually lacks exercise and most of what he does is eating, drinking and playing with women. How could he have any strength? But I am different. This month, I have stepped up my exercise. In addition to going to the gym, I also go to the park to exercise for a while every day. I feel better. In comparison, I clearly have the upper hand. And I learned my lesson this time. Every time he attacked first, I would seem to dodge, and then secretly take advantage of the opportunity to beat him before he could complain. At first Yang Huiran was very aggressive, but after several attempts he lost his temper. Yang Huiran was completely enraged. He rushed over without caring about his image and pushed me to the ground. I hurriedly reached out and grabbed his throat. He reached out and slapped me, and I hit him even harder. His face turned red, his mouth was wide open for breathing, and he looked extremely embarrassed. My other hand was not idle either. I hit him hard on the soft spot between his waist and abdomen. It hurt there, but there was no visible external injury. After a while, he was screaming in pain and had no strength to grab me anymore. I stopped when I saw that I was ahead, and I let go of his hand, breathing heavily, and I didn't forget to shout, "Let me go, please stop hitting me." Yang Qian and Chen Maiying were not easy to deal with either. They probably noticed something and hurriedly helped Yang Huiran up. Chen Maiying looked at the marks on his neck from being strangled, pointed at my nose and yelled, "Xiao Yuan, just wait, this matter is not over yet, you are still justified in stealing people, just wait for your arrest." I didn't steal anyone. You can always find excuses to accuse me, I retorted coldly. Chen Maiying quickly dialed a number and didn't forget to wait for me fiercely. It felt like she wanted to eat me up. HMPH, do you think your tough talk will work? Chen Maiying stared at me viciously. However, Yang Qian's eyes looked at me differently. She frowned slightly and looked more inquiring. I called Xu Haixing to ask for some leave, then sat comfortably on the edge of the bed waiting to see if they would do anything else. I had just beaten up Yang Huiran, so I was in a good mood and didn't mind playing with them. Chapter 19 Framed. It was my last day in the house and I didn't expect something like this to happen. I knew Yang Qian wanted to deal with me, but I didn't expect that she would choose this method. She even falsely accused me of having an affair, and that person was Xiamai. As expected, those who show kindness to others for no reason are either treacherous or thieves. The room was filled with undercurrents. Chen Maiying got 3 stools and the 3 of them sat at the door. Xiamai was still kneeling on the ground, apologizing continuously, with scratches all over her chest and back. No one paid any attention to her, and she continued to cry. Within 5 minutes, there was a noise outside the door, and several uniformed men rushed in and asked loudly, "Who called the police? What's the matter? Police comrade, please come and take a look. These 2 people were having an affair at home and beat up my son. I want to sue them." Chen Maiying took the initiative. The policeman walked in and I frowned. He was an acquaintance, Officer Zhang, who advised me to live a good life last time without knowing the truth. He also saw me, and then looked at Yang Huiran, who had been screaming in pain since they arrived, and his expression froze. "It's you again, Officer Zhang." I greeted with a smile. He seemed a little surprised by my performance, and asked seriously, "What's going on?" When I woke up, I suddenly found the maid lying next to me. Then my mother-in-law and brother-in-law came over and beat me without asking any questions. I also wanted to know what happened. I said lightly. "Nonsense!" Chen Maiying shouted. "You know whether it's nonsense or not," I said softly. Officer Zhang looked at Xiamai, who was kneeling on the ground in a very miserable state, and took a blanket for her to cover herself. Chen Maiying seemed to have found a breakthrough. She pulled Xiamai and shouted, "Tell me what's going on." What's going on?" Officer Zhang asked in a stern tone. Xiamai was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She sobbed softly, and her weak posture was clearly visible. I. She suddenly burst into tears, crawled to Yang Qian's feet, and grabbed her legs. "Miss, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have agreed to my son-in-law's unreasonable request and shouldn't have been blinded by money." "What did he ask you to do?" my uncle said. Xiamai looked at me with some fear and didn't say anything else. "What did he say?" Chen Maiying kicked Xiamai. The police hurriedly tried to dissuade her, and Xiamai said tearfully, "I gave her 100,000 yuan to accompany me every night. She was in urgent need of money, so she did something wrong." Officer Zhang asked her if she had any evidence. She got up from the ground, went to the room and took out a piece of paper. On it was the transfer receipt. 100,000 yuan was indeed transferred from my card. Yang Qian snorted coldly. No wonder your attitude towards him has changed so much during this period of time. It turns out that you accepted his money. Another maid also testified that Xiaomai was particularly nice to me during this period. Xiaomai lowered her head, kept wiping her tears, and apologized to Yang Qian over and over again. Seeing this, Officer Zhang glared at me with a look of disappointment. Is that so? I looked at him and said, sometimes, seeing is not necessarily believing. Officer Zhang, you should know this better than me. This is just their one-sided statement. There was a moment of hesitation in his eyes, and then he glanced at the other people. This is a test, I am waiting for an answer. Soon, Officer Zhang turned around and looked at me, and told me very seriously that they would investigate the matter seriously, and we would know who was right and who was wrong when we returned to the police station. Chen Maiying immediately said, we won't go. My son was beaten by him and we want to sue him for intentional injury. Miss, I think the injury on Xiao Yuan's face is more serious. Are you sure you want to sue? He asked solemnly. Chen Maiying then looked at me. I had wounds on my face, which were caused by his son. Although his son kept crying in pain, there were no obvious scars. This was all intentional on my part. At this time, Officer Zhang seemed to have noticed something was wrong. He frowned and said, this matter is too complicated. Take them all back and interrogate them separately. Upon hearing this, Chen Maiying panicked and her face turned pale. She waved her hands quickly. This matter has nothing to do with us. It's all his fault. Can't I just not sue him? Not suing anymore. Officer Zhang frowned. Chen Maiying nodded hurriedly. Officer Zhang looked at me again. I smiled and said, Mother-in-law, if you don't sue me, then I will sue you. I'm going to sue them for falsely accusing me. I looked at Yang Qian and Chen Maiying. Xiao Yuan, do you still have any shame? You stole and beat people up, and now you want to frame us. How could our Yang family raise an ungrateful person like you? Every word Chen Maiying cursed at me was very harsh, as if I were an unforgivable sinner. That's enough. Officer Zhang couldn't bear to listen any longer. I didn't say much, but looked at Yang Qian. Was this 100,000 transferred from my card? She glanced at me and nodded. I sneered, let's not talk about whether I have 100,000 or not. Besides, I gave this card to you when it was issued, and it's still with you. How did I transfer it? I snatched the receipt from Xiaomai and handed it to Officer Zhang. From this transfer receipt, we should be able to find out who transferred the money, right? Officer Zhang nodded, okay. Now it was Xiaomai's turn to turn pale, and she took 2 steps back. I turned around, walked to the computer, and opened a software. There is something very interesting here. You may want to take a look together. They walked over together. I opened the video, and stepped aside. The video showed the scene from last night when I started smashing the surveillance camera. I fast-forwarded it and soon saw Xiaomai sneaking in from outside, lying next to me very naturally, turning on the light, taking a few photos, and then deliberately teasing me, which was extremely disgusting. Don't look at it, don't look at it. Xiaomai rushed forward to block the screen, crying like a tearful person. Few people wanted to see these shocking images, so Officer Zhang immediately had someone copy them and asked me whether I wanted to pursue responsibility. The people who were so aggressive just now and wanted to trample me to death were now looking at me nervously. Chen Maiying took a step forward, but still couldn't utter the words of pleading. I smiled and watched the expressions on their faces soften. Officer Zhang, we are still a family. In the final analysis, this is just a family matter. I said with a smile. Chen Maiying immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, yes, it's a family matter. You are busy, so I won't bother you. I said, but many people, like you, have some misunderstandings about me. In order to prevent the misunderstanding from expanding, please give me justice. Upon hearing this, both Chen Maiying and Yang Qian turned pale. If anyone is to be held accountable, these two will be the first to bear the brunt. Chen Maiying looked at me and said, Xiao Yuan, let's talk. Okay. I agreed with a smile. She took me to the balcony of the living room and said to me forcefully, Xiao Yuan, let's stop this matter, otherwise you know the consequences. What are the consequences? I asked. She glanced at me and said, if you still want to survive in Haicheng, you'd better not offend us. If I don't agree, will you make me unable to survive in Haicheng? I raised my voice, mother-in-law, you can't do this. I still have a sister and I can't leave Haicheng. Seeing that everyone was looking at me, Chen Maiying glared at me fiercely and said, keep your voice down. At this time, the glass door of the balcony was pushed open, and Yang Qian walked in and said indifferently, Xiao Yuan, before you make a decision, you should think about your sister. What are you going to do to my sister? I raised my voice again. Chen Maiying glared at me angrily. They thought I was scared, but in fact I just spoke loudly on purpose, and the police outside probably heard it. Sure enough, Officer Zhang came over with a gloomy face. Xiao Yuan, have you made up your mind? Do you want to report the case? Asked Officer Zhang. The situation just now obviously made Chen Maiying realize that something was wrong. She took 2 steps forward and said, Xiao Yuan, it was Chen Qian who was wrong in this matter. Mother-in-law, you're too kind. How could she be wrong? I should be the one who is wrong. I said coldly. Chen Maiying frowned slightly, pulled Yang Qian's clothes, and whispered something in her ear. Yang Qian then glanced at me and said, I'm sorry. This attitude is not an apology at all, it's like he wants to kill me. Coupled with their arrogant attitude just now, I felt even more angry, and said coldly, I don't deserve it. Xiao Yuan, what do you want me to do in order to let bygones be bygones? Chen Maiying seemed to have sensed my determination, and asked gently with a solemn face. Mother-in-law, what you said is too serious. I am just a migrant worker, how dare I blame you? I said coldly. When she and Yang Qian saw this, their faces turned ugly. Suddenly, Chen Maiying and Yang Qian walked up to me and bowed solemnly. I'm sorry, Xiao Yuan, I shouldn't have tried every possible way to frame you, please forgive me. Forgive? I sneered, that was impossible. But I don't plan to delve into today's incident any further. Just like Chen Maiying said, I still want to stay in Haicheng, and my sister is still here. But I won't be willing to let them go just like that. What did you say? I looked at them in confusion. Yang Qian frowned slightly, and Chen Maiying held her hand. They could only apologize again in a friendly manner. I found excuses and said a few more words until I saw the anger on Yang Qian's face, and then I gave up. He turned to look at Officer Zhang and said, Officer Zhang, thank you for seeking justice for me. Family disgrace should not be made public. I will not report the case, but I want to ask you for help with something. After I finished speaking, Chen Maiying and Yang Qian were almost spitting anger, but they held back because the police were present. Taking out a pen and paper from the room, I wrote down what happened today and added at the end that the Yang family could not retaliate against my sister and me for this. If anything unexpected happened, they would be the first suspects. When Yang Qian saw the note, she was furious. Xiao Yuan, what do you mean by this? If something happens to you, will it be our fault? Then you'd better make sure that nothing happens to me. Besides, I'm just trying to maintain my psychological balance. You're so excited, are you really planning to attack me? I asked back. Chapter 20, There is always something hateful about pitiful people. Yang Qian looked at me fiercely with anger on her face. I couldn't help but feel scared in my heart. Could it be that she really wanted to kill me? When I thought about it, it was really possible. I felt a chill down my spine and my heart was in my throat. I urged them to sign quickly. Officer Zhang took the paper and took a look at it. He felt that it was consistent with the facts, so he asked several parties to sign it. Yang Qian still refused. I smiled and said, if there is no guarantee, I can only let Officer Zhang do justice for me. Forced into a corner, she signed angrily, and everyone present also signed. I took a photo and put the original document in the suitcase, only then did I feel relieved. Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Officer Zhang took his men away. I ignored their contentious looks and packed my luggage. After such a big fuss, I became even more determined to move out. I also knew that I had to find out as soon as possible why Yang Qian wanted me to stay. I really don't want to stay in this pit anymore. There was a commotion in the living room. Perhaps Chen Maiying wanted to fire Xiaomai, but Xiaomai said that she had elderly parents and young children at home, and she had to support her younger brother to go to school, so she couldn't lose this job, and asked them to show mercy. Chen Maiying said that she was more trouble than success, basically saying that she didn't know how to cover herself with the quilt and get straight to the point, so that I couldn't cheat or something like that. When I heard it, I just found it funny and sad. When I came out of the room, their eyes were all on me. Xiaomai rushed towards me as if she had seen a savior, saying that her innocence was ruined and that I should be responsible. I yelled, "If you come to bother me again, don't blame me for making the video public so that everyone can judge who is right and who is wrong." She stood there in a daze for a moment, and then she begged for mercy and cried, which made me feel very annoyed. She has a younger brother to support and wanted to make money, but she went astray. Now I finally understand the saying that there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. Under the sharp gazes of the Yang family, I dragged my suitcase without saying a word and walked out the door without stopping. Chen Maiyin chased after me and scolded me for being an ungrateful person and a scumbag. But I don't care anymore. When I walked out of this door, I felt that even the air was clearer and my whole body felt much more relaxed. But when I walked downstairs, I saw Officer Zhang standing on the side, looking at me coming down with sparkling eyes, obviously waiting for me. "Officer Zhang, is there anything else?" I greeted with a smile. "Boy, this show is exciting," Officer Zhang said calmly. I felt something was wrong. He was saying something else. He should have left, but he stayed alone to wait for me. I was a little nervous, but I pretended to be calm on the surface. What does Officer Zhang mean by this? I put the suitcase away, took a cigarette out of my pocket and threw it to him. He did not refuse, and we stood there smoking. He told me that I used them to leave this time, but the Yang family is not someone you can easily mess with, and I'm afraid my life will not be easy in the future. The worst time is over. I smiled subconsciously. Officer Zhang nodded and said, "Take care of yourself." "Is that all you're telling me?" I looked at him puzzled. He waved his hand. "I was worried that you couldn't come down." "I was relieved to see you come down. But kid, don't use us like this next time." Looking at his back, I felt a little touched. Although Yang Chen treated me badly and the Yang family bullied me, there are still many good people, such as Li Ruiqing, Wang Ming, and Officer Zhang in front of me. I took a long puff of the cigarette, put it out in the trash can and threw it away. I glanced at this familiar neighborhood without a trace of nostalgia. I left resolutely and firmly, just like saying goodbye to the past in my heart. From today on, I, Xiao Yuan, will live for myself, and I must live a wonderful life. I returned to the company with full energy, and everyone was a little surprised to see me pulling a suitcase. I ignored him and put the suitcase under the desk. Just as I was about to sit down, I saw Xu Haixing coming towards me and he knocked on my desk. "Manager Xu." I called out with a smile. "Come to my office for a moment." Xu Haixing frowned. I looked at his expression and vaguely guessed what had happened, otherwise Xu Haixing wouldn't be so solemn. Following Xu Haixing, I kept guessing in my mind and thought about all the recent work projects, but I didn't feel there was anything wrong. Did they realize they hired the wrong person at this time? I haven't even completed my internship yet, so getting fired is just a matter of a word. If it were in the past, I wouldn't feel anything, but now that I have left the Yang family and haven't received my salary yet, I am really worried. When I arrived at Xu Haixing's office, I closed the door and followed him in. He motioned me to sit down, then looked at me worriedly and said, "Xiao Xiao, it's still about the project planning for the cooperation with Yongjin Group." This one sentence made my heart rise to my throat and my palms became damp with cold sweat. I almost forgot that since Yang Chen had surveillance and had someone leak my plan, she would definitely be able to get to Shinhang. After I made such a fuss today, she would definitely not let me off easily. She couldn't let me get into trouble, so she started with my work. Thinking of this, I became even more angry. I just asked them to apologize, which was really easy for them. Seeing Xu Haixing's distressed look as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, I felt that he was trying to find a reason to fire me. It's over, I thought. After swallowing my saliva, I looked at Xu Haixing and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Manager Xu, that was my mistake." Xu Haixing shook his head in distress and sighed deeply. His behavior makes me even more confused. Sitting on the stool, I felt very uncomfortable and just wanted to confess. "Xiao Xiao, it's like this. We all think your plan is very good, but there are some problems at Yongjin Group. We think this cooperation will fall through, so we think our efforts have been in vain." Xu Haixing rubbed his temple in annoyance. I was shocked and wondered what was going on. The company has been following up on the cooperation with Yongjin Group for almost a month, and almost everything has been agreed upon, with only the plan to be finalized. How could such a big problem suddenly arise? Before I asked, Xu Haixing said that business was becoming increasingly difficult, and the company had spent so much manpower and resources, but in the end they were picked up by other companies. He asked me to talk to the people under him and tell them not to be depressed and to boost morale. Hearing this, I felt relieved. Fortunately, it had nothing to do with me. After a moment of happiness, I quickly regained my sense of loss. I looked at Xu Haixing and asked, "Is there no room for negotiation?" "It's almost confirmed. The word has been passed on." Xu Haixing sighed heavily again. "Do you know which company is behind this?" "We're not sure yet. Yongjing is keeping it a secret and not revealing anything. We're still waiting for news." "Boss, don't worry too much. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. You go out first and keep everyone steady." I nodded, said a few more words of comfort to him, and then left the office. This incident seemed to be a big blow to him. When I returned to my seat, I felt a little empty inside and was absent-minded the whole morning. When it was time for lunch, Shugang called me and asked me to go with him, and I agreed. When we arrived at the small restaurant, Shugang ordered 3 dishes and 2 bottles of beer. I reminded him that he had to go to work soon and couldn't drink. Shugang said, however, that he was feeling depressed and drinking a little would not have any effect. Seeing how sad he looked, I didn't say anything else. After all, I'm not a strict boss. We talked about work and some personal matters. He asked me why I brought a suitcase to school, as he had never heard me talk about my story before. Something happened at home, so I planned to rent a house. Ever since I found out about Yang Qian, I have closed my heart and refused to speak out. Even now, I just respond with a few words indifferently. Unexpectedly, Shugang patted my shoulder and said sympathetically, "You had a quarrel with your sister-in-law, don't worry about it, just coax this woman. Let's not talk about these bad things." I interrupted him and told him what Xu Haixing said, asking him to comfort the team members. Unexpectedly, he became even more distressed after hearing this, and said that I was open-minded. I was confused, and he asked me to drink again. Finally, I couldn't resist and drank a bottle of beer, just because I felt a little blocked in my heart. Back in the office, I sat at my seat, not concentrating on my work. My mind was full of what Shugang said when he was drinking. He told me that if this project plan was approved, Xu Haixing would be promoted to become the director of the project department, and I would most likely replace Xu Haixing's position. As a participant, Shugang was the most qualified to take the position of supervisor. What was originally a sure thing has now gone to waste. I finally understood why Xu Haixing was so lost. Compared with him, I was much calmer, but I also felt unwilling. I didn't feel like working, so I just took out my phone to look for a house. I looked around online, but couldn't find a suitable one. I groaned to myself, thinking that I would have to stay in a hotel for one night and then think about finding a house later. Before I could even leave the company, the phone rang. I saw it was Wang Ming calling, and I felt a little guilty. "Brother Wang, how are you doing recently? Are you free tonight? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's go for a drink," Wang Ming asked with a smile. I looked at the suitcase, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. I took out the most important things to me from it, and then I went to meet Wang Ming with peace of mind. The agreed place was a bar, which surprised me a little. When I arrived, although it was not yet nightfall, there were already quite a few people in the bar. On the stage in the middle, someone was singing a powerful and explicit song. There are men hunting for beauties and lonely women in revealing clothes everywhere. What a life of decadence, revelry, and extravagance. I looked around, searching for Wang Ming, and found him sitting alone in front of a table, drinking listlessly. I walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Wang, you got a promotion or a raise, and the place you chose is more prestigious. You're late, so you have to drink a penalty." Wang Ming handed a bottle of wine in front of me. I took the bottle, raised my neck, and drank it in one gulp without saying a word. When I put down the bottle, I noticed that Wang Ming's eyes were not on me. He looked a little confused, as if he was worried about something. Looking at him carefully, I found that he looked much more haggard than he was a month ago. "What's wrong?" I sat down next to him. "Drink," Wang Ming said lightly. I didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has some secrets in their hearts. In fact, I was very grateful to him. At least he didn't expose the relationship between Yang Qian and me, and didn't gossip out of curiosity. Is sister-in-law going to give birth soon? I asked. Well, there's still another month. When he said this, there was a light in his eyes. It seems that I am not having a conflict with my sister-in-law. My mind was working fast and I quickly realized the root of the problem. Chapter 21 The Crux. Wang Ming and I have the best relationship, and last time I asked my sister to stay at Wang Ming's house. Yang Qian knows all this. She couldn't make fun of me, so she would definitely attack Wang Ming. Anger was boiling in my heart, and I looked at Wang Ming seriously. Brother Wang, did Yang Qian embarrass you? Wang Ming didn't say anything, but the bitterness in his eyes said it all. I jumped up from my seat and went to find Yang Qian to settle the score with her. As soon as he took a step, his hand was grabbed by someone, and Wang Ming shouted, "Come back, I knew you would do this, so I didn't want to tell you." I stopped and turned around to look at Brother Wang, the brother who has always supported me in my work and is also my good friend in private. My eyes were a little red. Okay, drink. Wang Ming patted my shoulder. I sat down, drinking one glass after another, feeling bitter in my heart. How did you deal with the matter with her? Wang Ming asked in a low voice after drinking a few glasses. It's been handled. We'll have almost nothing to do with each other from now on. I repeated what happened today. Wang Ming sighed secretly. You can never judge a person by his appearance. He always thought Yang Qian was a good woman, or at least a good boss, but he didn't expect she was like this behind his back. I nodded and continued drinking. At about 9:30, Wang Ming looked at his cell phone and said he had to go back, otherwise his family would be waiting anxiously. I didn't stop him, but just told him to have 2 more drinks. He gave me some instructions and then left. I sat in my seat, drinking, listening to the noisy sounds around me, thinking that I would not offend others unless they offended me, and that the investigation could be carried out secretly. However, I did not expect that things would soon change. Just when I was almost drunk and wanted to call Yang Qian to ask her not to embarrass Wang Ming, I suddenly saw a person I wanted to torture to death. Cao Hongwei. In my mind, I had imagined countless times how I would meet Cao Hongwei, but I never thought it would be under such circumstances. I watched him, cigarette in hand, wearing an expensive suit, being surrounded by a group of people and walking towards a box. Such momentum cannot be formed overnight. The gap between him and me is so big that even I feel ashamed of myself. No matter who I am, I know who to choose. But I was puzzled. He loved Yang Qian, and Yang Qian's heart was with him, so why did he want to marry me? Is there anything more precious than their rich love? While I was thinking about these messy questions, I saw another familiar figure. This person is Wei Zhiyong, the cooperation representative of Yongjin Group. I met him when I was explaining the planning proposal. Why is he here? I focused my attention on him, but saw him walk straight into the box that Cao Hongwei had just been to. My head suddenly made a loud noise, as if I was struck by lightning. I quickly got up from my seat and walked to the door of the box, wanting to hear clearly the sounds inside. But it was too noisy outside and the soundproofing was so good that I couldn't hear a single fart. When I was extremely anxious, a tall, exquisitely dressed beauty in a tight cheongsam came over. She stopped at the door and looked at me with a smile. The faint smile adds a lot to this charming face. Are you coming in? She asked. Her voice was not as clear as a young girl's, but rather had a hint of maturity and sexiness. My heart was pounding. I thought I was caught red-handed. When I shook my head and tried to escape, her smile widened and she put her hand on the door handle. I suddenly remembered that many rich people like to have fun with women in bars. The woman in front of me is so beautiful and dressed like a flower girl. She might be their toy that they paid for. I couldn't help feeling sad that all the flowers were eaten by those pigs. While I was feeling sympathy, I thought of another idea. I quickly pulled her back and said, "Girl, you are the one they asked to keep you company, right?" She was slightly stunned and quickly nodded. Seeing the answer, I breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly put on a smile. If you do me a small favor, I'll give you 500 yuan, what do you think? She frowned slightly. I immediately held up a finger and said, 1,000 yuan. She smiled and asked, what help? Record their conversation. It's easy for you. Just press the recording function on your phone. I took out my wallet and took out 500 yuan. This is the deposit. She didn't offer her money, so I hurriedly tried to persuade her. This is a no-cost business, and $1,000 is a lot. Although it's a bit risky, it's easy to keep them from finding out. Please help me. I was so thirsty from talking, but she didn't react at all. Instead, the interest in her eyes became even stronger. Is this guy kidding me? I looked at the woman in front of me again, but she smiled and took the money. Be sure to thank me later. I breathed a sigh of relief and nodded immediately. She blinked at me, and my heart was moved and my whole body felt numb, as if I had been electrocuted. When I came to my senses, she had already opened the door of the box, and I was afraid of being exposed, so I quickly moved aside. After returning to my seat, I kept staring at the direction of the box. I waited for more than an hour, but the door was never opened again. I suddenly felt a little regretful that I was too rash just now. I didn't know this woman's background at all, but I told her my intention. Judging from her attitude, she is probably in cahoots with these people. Not only did I waste $500, but I also exposed myself. I wanted to slap myself. After going through so much, why haven't I learned to stay calm and think things through? Just as I was about to leave, the door of the box opened and the woman from before stood at the door, talking to Cao Hongwei and Wei Zhiyong with a smile. 1,000 horses were galloping through my heart. I felt like a fool again and was fooled by someone. I tried to keep my presence as low as possible, hoping that this woman wouldn't bring that up. Fortunately, this time God heard my call, and the group of people didn't notice me until they left. When I was about to leave, the beautiful woman waved her hand and a waiter walked over. They whispered something and the woman's eyes immediately turned to me. There was a faint smile in her eyes, which was charming and attractive. Just one look from her could attract all men. She took a cigarette from the waiter, let the waiter light it, took a light puff, exhaled a thin puff of smoke, and walked towards me slowly. Can you sit down? She sat next to me and put her hand casually on my shoulder. The roundness of her chest rubbed against my arm vaguely, and at the tip of my nose I could smell the faint scent of her perfume, along with the smoke she exhaled. This is the first time in my life that I have been so close to another woman, except for the person in my heart and Yang Qian. What's more, she controlled her posture very well, teasing me subtly. Ever since I found out that Yang Qian was cheating on me, I seemed to be insulated from women. After she teased me like this, I couldn't control myself at all. My heart beat faster, my blood rushed, and I almost had a nosebleed. What's your relationship with them? She leaned closer and whispered in my ear. I turned my head and watched her slightly open red lips. She took a puff of cigarette and sprayed it in my face. For the first time, I thought second-hand smoke tasted pretty good. She moved forward. The softness so close to me instantly touched my arm. I lowered my eyes slightly and saw a vast expanse of beautiful scenery. My ears suddenly felt hot and I suddenly felt a tingling sensation on my feet. I looked down and saw that it was her feet in exquisite high heels that were rubbing against me. My body stiffened slightly. The slit of the cheongsam was just right, showing off her legs. My face felt slightly hot and I couldn't help but take a few more glances. It doesn't matter. I wanted to move to the side, otherwise I was afraid that my blood pressure would suddenly rise and my blood vessels would burst and I would die. But when I moved my butt, I found that I was closer to her. With a smile on her face, she picked up the wine on the table and took a sip. I drank that. Isn't that an indirect kiss? Next, she licked her lips slightly, as if she was savoring the taste. No wonder the man named Cao would ask her to accompany him. This woman is really a witch. Thinking of the surname Cao, my mind became clearer. She had just been with that person. I quickly moved aside and asked, "Where is the thing I want?" Although I tried my best to keep myself calm, my voice was still a little hoarse and trembling when I spoke. "If you want something, you have to accompany me well." She looked at the distance between us, her eyes seemed a little hurt. "Accompany? What does she take me for? Why? You don't want to?" She said with a wronged look on her face. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak. I just spent a lot of effort to record it. "I'll have a drink with you." I compromised. "No. Then I'll chat with you." "Need not." "Then why do you want me to accompany you?" "Let's spend a wonderful night together." Her voice suddenly became charming, and her expression and beautiful face made it hard to refuse. I'm confused. Are women now so proactive? This is beyond my tolerance. Just when I didn't know how to answer, a waitress came over with a panicked look on her face. "Sister Hong, it's bad, brother Hu is coming with his men to kill us." The charming woman who was beside me just now stood up suddenly, with a hint of anger on her face. I was just about to go look for them, so it's just in time for you to come over. The difference between before and after was so huge that I couldn't accept it and was stunned for a moment. Wait here for a moment. I'll go deal with those bastards and be back soon. Sister Hong comforted me. But before she could make any move, there was a noise and sounds of smashing and banging at the door. Chapter 22, I'm Addicted. Sister Hong frowned and followed the waiter to the door. From my angle, I could see clearly what was happening at the door. I saw a guy, who was leading the group and was wearing a vest and had a tiger head with an open mouth tattooed on his shoulder, standing at the door with a group of people. The bar's security and staff had already gathered there, and the two sides were confronting each other. The noisy music stopped, but the bar was still bustling with activity. There were even many people cheering nearby, fearing that the fight would not be intense enough. This is the bar. A small social group fully reflects people's indifference and tendency to join in the fun. Sister Hong rushed over, and the group of people made way for her. She stood at the head of the group. Unlike the indignant and aggressive people behind her, she had a sneer on her face. Shu-hu, you came to the wrong door. You're here to cause trouble. Sister Hong, how is this considered a disturbance? I just came here to visit and have a drink, but your brothers here didn't give me face and were on edge. How can you treat customers like this? Shu-hu held a wine bottle in his hand and slammed it heavily on the table. Sister Hong's smile faded, and a look of anger appeared on her face. I, Sister Hong, will welcome customers who are just here to kill time and send them away with a smile, but I am not afraid of those who want to ruin the place and cause trouble. Look at what you said. Didn't we also spend money to buy wine? Shu-hu pointed to the things on the table. What's going on? Sister Hong took a quick glance and turned to ask the security guard who was confronting Shu-hu. Sister Hong, they ordered some wine, but they forced girls to drink it. The security guard explained immediately. When the people around heard this, most of them understood that Shu-hu was deliberately causing trouble. He specifically targeted those who were wearing professional attire and did not come to relieve stress, and forced them to drink alcohol to force them to submit. If this matter gets out, Sister Hong's bar will be finished. Even if no one publicizes it, its reputation will be ruined. This move is indeed poisonous. The people who were watching the excitement were even more frightened. Their previous attitude of indifference and not making the matter serious enough changed, and they all glared at Shu-hu. Seeing this, Shu-hu was unwilling to give in and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, they all drank with me voluntarily. Yes, my brother who is famous, and they are so humble that they come here to offer themselves to him because of his reputation." The thugs behind him all echoed. Sister Hong looked at the young women standing nearby who were not dressed properly. Who is lying? I, Sister Hong, will take charge of the matter. The women had never seen such a scene before. They were so frightened that they trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Sister Hong narrowed her eyes slightly. One of them pointed at Shu-hu boldly and said, "I don't know this bastard. He came up and forced me to drink. He has bad intentions. Sister Hong, help me teach him a lesson." After the first one, there was the second one, and the others also nodded slightly. Shu-hu's expression changed drastically, and he simply shouted, "I came to the bar to get laid, what's wrong, is it illegal? Get out." Sister Hong said coldly. Shu-hu, however, was not afraid at all. Instead, he stepped forward and said, "Sister Hong, you ruined my good deeds. Why don't you accompany us brothers? I heard that you were able to take over this bar by accompanying us in the same way. You don't mind doing it one more time, right?" After hearing this, I felt even more disgusted with Shu-hu. It is a shame for men that a grown man bullies a woman and does not feel ashamed but instead takes pride in it. Furthermore, I saw that they were well prepared. Each of them had their eyes on Sister Hong, and their smiles were so disgusting that they made people want to vomit out their overnight meals. Sister Hong continued to deal with it. It must be said that she was a person who had seen a lot of things in the world and did not fall behind. But when Shu-hu really behaves like a hooligan, she is the one who gets humiliated. In the future, people who come here to have fun will make fun of her. Thinking of this, I suddenly became very angry. After Shu-hu said that they were now following Brother Long, Sister Hong's momentum weakened even more. Seeing this, Shu-hu took a step forward and was about to reach out to touch Sister Hong's face, telling her that it would be better for her to obey him, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Although I don't know much about this business, I know that the brother Long he mentioned must be a big shot, a guy who can shake 3 times with just one stomp of his feet. Seeing him reaching out his hand to grab Sister Hong, I stood up from my seat. She was going to record a video for me, and if she was taken away like this, she might not be able to come back. Shu Hu, what do you want? Sister Hong suppressed her anger and asked in an attitude of conciliating the situation. Shu Hu, however, pushed the issue further, glancing at Sister Hong's chest with lustful eyes. I just told you, if you accompany us brothers and we have fun, we will naturally let you go. Asshole. Sister Hong's eyes turned red with anger. The person behind her was about to rush over in anger, but Sister Hong reached out to stop him. But such forbearance did not bring peace, but instead made Shu Hu even more aggressive. He rushed forward, and his dirty hand aimed accurately at the collar of Sister Hong's chest. Sister Hong stepped back, and Shu Hu chased her closely, swearing non-stop, which made my ears feel dirty. When there was no way to retreat, I heard the people behind Sister Hong say that they should fight to the death, but Sister Hong still had reservations and kept shaking her head. I was completely enraged. A woman who would stand up for the girl in the bar couldn't be a bad person in any way. I pushed through the crowd and saw her eyes. The charming teasing just now was completely gone, replaced by deep despair. Pushing the people around her away, I supported Sister Hong and looked at the person opposite me. Scumbag, is this also a place where you can be so presumptuous? Who the hell are you? Shu Hu looked at me with a gloomy face. Boss, it's her. Last time, we were about to succeed in our attack on the woman named Jian, but he intervened and let that woman run away. 2 of us brothers were even sent to jail. One of the men with dyed yellow hair looked at me angrily. Then I remembered that there was such a thing. It seems that I can't do anything about what happened today. When Shu Hu heard him say this, his expression became even more ferocious, and he yelled at him, "You bastard, you've been hiding for so long, and you finally dare to come out." Hiding from you? Are you sure it's not you guys who are hiding from me after accepting defeat? I looked at this group of hooligans with disdain. I was worried at first whether I could handle so many people, but when I thought about the last time when I got drunk and beat those 4 guys to a pulp, I immediately became confident. You little bastard, let's see if you can still say that later. Shu Hu waved his hand, and the gangsters behind him rushed over. I blocked Sister Hong behind me, gave her a reassuring look, looked at the oncoming fist, and slightly turned to the left. The wind from the fist whistled past my ears. I grabbed the man's hand with one hand and took a step forward. I heard a click, and the man let out a roar that shook the earth and wept ghosts. I let go of my hand, and it fell down weakly. In front of me, the fist swung towards me again. This time I did not dodge and kicked him in the stomach. He was kicked back several steps. The crowd quickly dispersed and finally crashed into the table, howling. As soon as I started moving, I felt it. And I found that I seemed to be particularly excited about beating people, and I was shouting with passion. The other people's faces changed and they rushed over shouting. I was not afraid at all. I felt the palm wind behind me and without even turning my head, I made a knife move. I only heard a cry of ouch, and another person was subdued by me. In a short period of time, the disadvantage was completely reversed. Sister Hong wanted to call for help, but I shook my head at her. First, I don't want her to get into trouble. Aren't these little bastards long-ass men? Second, I'm going to have my fun this time and beat these little bastards until they kneel down and beg for mercy. Seeing that I seemed relaxed, she temporarily asked her men to stop. I was even more satisfied with this. As the space made by the onlookers got bigger and bigger, I was able to put my fists and feet to good use. Wherever I punched and kicked, I would definitely gain something. When Shu Hu saw my posture, he suddenly panicked and rushed towards me with his fists waved and a ferocious face. I leaned over and he rushed directly to my back. I supported him and turned around a few times on the spot. Then I raised my body and he fell straight to the ground, smashing a small coffee table into pieces. Turning around, I looked at him rolling on the ground. I raised my foot and stepped on his chest. Little bastard, what did you say about Grandpa just now? Just wait, Brother Long won't let you go. Shu Hu was still holding on. I sneered, for someone like you, I'm afraid you can't even see Brother Long. A single word you get must have been passed around several times, right? Shu Hu's face turned pale and grey, as if he didn't expect that I could guess it. Sister Hong, do you want to kick a few times to vent your anger? I turned to look at Sister Hong. After I said this, Sister Hong seemed to realize that she had been fooled by Shu Hu just now. With his ability, there was no way Brother Long would be worthy of him. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Anger was reflected on her charming face, and she raised her foot and kicked Shu Hu hard in the waist several times. Seeing that she was relieved, I let go of my feet. Shu Hu climbed up with difficulty. Several thugs who were in better condition came over to help him, and the group hurriedly tried to escape. I frowned. I won't come here every day. I had a good time this time, but I guess Sister Hong will have a hard time in the future. Thinking of this, I finally solved the problem. He said to Shu Hu's back, "Are you planning to leave now?" Those people paused, and Shu Hu's body trembled on the spot. "Apologize." The corners of Shu Hu's mouth twitched a few times, but he finally uttered the 3 words, "I'm sorry," unwillingly. Sister Hong, isn't this apology too insincere? I pretended to ask Sister Hong what she thought, but in fact my eyes never left Shu Hu. He didn't dare to refute and was about to bow to apologize, but just as he was about to speak, I kicked him in the knee, and he fell to his knees in front of Sister Hong, saying, "I'm sorry," again. Now, there was dead silence all around. After a brief silence, Sister Hong smiled and reached out her hand to support him. "Shu Hu, it's good that you know you're wrong. You don't have to be so polite." Shu Hu quickly got up from the ground, and while everyone was cheering, he walked away in disgrace with the remaining soldiers. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Sister Hong came over and returned to her seductive look. My earlobes felt slightly hot, and the people around me immediately started to make a fuss, asking what I had said and whether I was willing to pledge my love to him. I waved my hand and shouted. Sister Hong said, "Thank you for your support, all purchases tonight will be 20% off." Suddenly, the originally somewhat depressed atmosphere became lively again. The singers took this opportunity to start singing again. The music started, the colorful lights flashed, and it was as lively as usual, as if what just happened was just a small episode. Sister Hong held my hand affectionately and said to everyone ambiguously, "You guys take your time playing, we have something to discuss upstairs." "What do you want to discuss upstairs?" "Sister Hong, please take me with you. It's okay to sit in on the class." The covetous and teasing voices of people around me made me feel uneasy. What did she want to talk to me alone? Chapter 23 Car Accident. Is it a promise of body? Or maybe you were attracted by my wisdom and bravery just now and wanted to use force. I looked at Sister Hong beside me, and I actually felt that her face was blushing. I quickly shook my head, thinking it must be my illusion. When I came upstairs, all the noise seemed to be isolated and the lights were brighter. I turned my head and found that Sister Hong's face was slightly blushed. I am not an open person, but I also know what the blush on her face means, so I pulled my hand away immediately. "Sister Hong, it's getting late, give me the recording, I want to go back." "Going back now?" Sister Hong smiled faintly. I was confused for a moment, but quickly nodded, "Yes." "Don't you want to hear my story?" she asked tentatively again. This surprised me a little. Everyone has secrets hidden deep in their hearts, and they won't easily reveal them to others. Sister Hong seemed to be opening her heart to me. This is not a good sign. It's obvious that she is not a simple person. The more she knows, the faster she will probably die. Let's listen to it next time when we are free. I have to go to work tomorrow and I really need to go back. I made up an excuse. Sister Hong didn't say anything else, but just opened one of the doors and said, "Come in and sit for a while. I'll give you the recording." I took a look and saw that this was not a room but more like a meeting room, which made me feel a little relieved. If it was her boudoir, I was afraid that once I went in, I would never want to come out. After all, Sister Hong has an amazing figure, and the charm she occasionally displays is something that I, a person who has abstained from sex for 2 months, cannot tolerate. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but take another look at that curvy figure. Sister Hong noticed my little look and gave me a flirtatious look, which made me tremble involuntarily. I decided in my heart to stay away from this woman. Actually, there's nothing wrong with being with me. You see, I have this bar, and my interpersonal relationships are not bad. Sister Hong turned around and took out a bottle of red wine and a few wine glasses, poured some wine, and handed me a glass. I didn't answer and took a sip of wine nervously. She came closer with a smile. "Aren't you afraid that I'll put drugs in your wine?" His hands froze in motion, and he didn't dare swallow the wine in his mouth. He couldn't swallow it, nor could he spit it out. The situation remained deadlocked. She giggled and said coquettishly, "Just teasing you." As she spoke, she raised her neck slightly, her charming face looking upwards. The curve of her neck was sexy and alluring. Her hands were casually resting on the conference table behind her, her waist was straight, which further highlighted her plump bust. Gurgle gurgle. Her chest rose and fell as she drank. Beautiful woman, but the very action of her drinking made people laugh. Maybe it was because I had been suppressed for too long, or maybe it was because I had always been in a state of oppression by Yang Qian. At this moment, I felt that I was about to fall. I think if she invites me again, I will definitely abandon my so-called moral principles. But she didn't. Instead, the door was pushed open from the outside and two men in suits walked in. Sister Hong. The two men came in with a few A4 papers in their hands. Sister Hong nodded, took the papers, glanced at them, and then handed them to me. I hesitated for a moment, and she continued, "I saw your skills just now, and we just happen to need someone to help manage this place. Take a look, this is the treaty, if you have no objection, just sign it." "Does this mean that you want me to watch the scene?" I didn't even look at it and pushed it back. "Sister Hong, I'm sorry, I don't have any plans for the time being. It won't disturb your normal work, and today's is just an accident. It's usually quite calm. I just need to see if anyone is selling medicine in the place and if anyone is bullying normal customers." Sister Hong explained the scope of her work again. Most importantly, the salary was very attractive, but for 6 hours at night, they gave me 50,000 yuan. This is indeed a fatal temptation for me now. I can't even find any reason to refuse, but I know very clearly that I can't do this. As for the reason, I don't know for the time being. "Sister Hong, I have my own plans, sorry." I still refused firmly. The man standing behind Sister Hong stepped forward and said, "Boy, don't be shameless. I don't know how many people are waiting for this position. Then give it to someone else." My eyes turned cold. I have been threatened so many times, and now what I hate most is being threatened. He wanted to say something to me, but Sister Hong raised her hand. He immediately fell silent and retreated unwillingly, still staring at me fiercely. "I never force anyone to do anything. Since you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything." Sister Hong still had a faint smile on her lips. At this moment, I can't even tell which state is the real her. Soon, she gave me her QQ number. I took out my phone, added her, and she sent me a file. "The recording you requested is your thank you gift for today. If you need anything in the future, come find me here." I originally thought that she would not give me the recording, or would definitely make things difficult for me because of my refusal, but I didn't expect her to give it to me so readily. After receiving the recording, I felt relieved. As long as we didn't fall out, I felt that I could still make friends with Sister Hong. I thanked her politely and promised to come often in the future. She nodded and asked someone to take me out. This surprised me a little. It seemed that she didn't intend to make things difficult for me, which made me admire her even more. When I walked out of the bar, I felt a little dizzy, the alcohol was in my head and I was tipsy. I wanted to listen to the recording, but my phone said it was out of battery. I looked at the neon lights of the city and walked aimlessly, thinking about my own life, my future life, how to find out Yang Qian's purpose in marrying me, and my future development. Passing by parks, passing by bustling neighborhoods, and walking along the rare tree-lined paths in the city. I didn't stop, as if only walking could help me find some sense of belonging. I stood at a three-way intersection, but was still confused. Where should I go? Which way should I go? My mind was in a mess. Finally, I closed my eyes, turned around, and walked forward casually. Suddenly, a sharp and rapid braking sound rang in my ears. I quickly opened my eyes and saw a car coming towards me. I wanted to hide to the side, but I had lost the best time. In the end, I could only jump back and try to avoid it. But my speed was no match for the car. In just a moment, it was even closer to me and was about to run over me. The smell of gasoline and the sound of screeching brakes were right next to my ears, and many things suddenly popped up in my mind, things that I had not yet completed. It's all over. Just when I thought I was going to die, the car finally stopped, about 2 centimeters away from my face. I could even feel the heat from the engine. I collapsed on the ground, my heart beating like a drum, my mind was heavy, as if the whole world was quiet at that moment. "Sir, are you okay?" A pleasant female voice reached my ears, and I immediately became furious. I took a deep breath, sat on the ground and yelled, "Which of your f***ing eyes so that I was fine? I was almost run over by you. You were driving so fast in the middle of the night, are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" When I raised my head and looked at the woman standing in front of me, the words that were about to come out of my mouth suddenly got stuck in my throat. "Is it you?" I looked at Jian Yang. She also noticed me, looked me up and down, frowned and said, "You are injured, I will take you to the hospital." "Need not." I refused directly. "I only had some minor injuries, just scrapes on my palms and legs. Then I'm leaving." She turned around and was about to leave. This woman, does she have any sympathy at all? Even though I was in such a state, she actually wanted to leave. In desperation, I grabbed her hand. She struggled hard, but I held it tightly. She turned around, her eyes almost blazing with fire. "Let go," she shouted angrily. I reluctantly let go and pointed to a blood stain on my leg. "Can you take me to your house to deal with it?" She looked at the wounds on my legs and hands that were bleeding, frowned slightly, and said, "Let's go to the hospital." "I'm not going to the hospital," I said firmly. "I don't have anything at home." She refused without hesitation, and then thought of a compromise. "Why don't I take you home?" "Home?" A trace of loneliness appeared in my eyes. "I don't have a home." "Then find your friend," she asked again. I shook my head. "My phone is out of battery. Besides, it's late now and they're all asleep. Just take me to your house. You have so many rooms. I'll stay here for the night and take care of my wound. I won't bother you at all." She looked down at me, still seeming to hesitate. He looked at his watch, then frowned and said reluctantly, "Treat your wound and leave tomorrow morning." "Okay." I agreed readily. She asked me to get up, but I remained sitting. My legs hurt a little, I can't get up. I stretched out my hand and motioned for her to pull me. But the woman turned around and went to the driver's seat and honked the horn twice, making my ears buzz. I quickly got up from the ground, opened the passenger door and got in. Jian Yang glanced at me, and the look in her eyes spoke for itself. I turned my head away somewhat embarrassedly, and she didn't say anything, but just started the car. This place was not far from the old neighborhood where she lived, and we soon arrived downstairs. It was only when I got off the car that I realized a very serious problem. Jian Yang's clothes and bags are all famous brands, and her car is a Porsche, so why does she want to rent a house, and in such an old neighborhood that doesn't have any conditions? Chapter 24 My Plan. She asked me to wait downstairs. Just when I was about to ask her if she was going to abandon me here, she left in a hurry. Leaning against the car door, I looked at this old neighborhood and my thoughts drifted far away. There was even a moment when I felt that Jian Yang overlapped with the figure in my heart. She should have graduated too, and is now in some city, wearing a professional suit, becoming a successful white-collar worker like Jian Yang, adding to the scenery of that city. My head aches a little, perhaps because I'm thinking about something that doesn't belong to me. Jian Yang didn't make me wait long. She soon came back with a small bag. I saw that it contained ointment, gauze and other things. She looked at me and didn't even say anything. I followed behind her, watching her skirt swaying. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground echoed in the old corridor. After entering the house, she asked me to sit on the sofa and threw the medicine aside. "Aren't you going to apply medicine to me?" I shouted at her back. "I have hands." She didn't even turn her head. This cruel woman, it was as if she hadn't hit me just now. I took out the iodine disinfectant cotton and ointment, rolled up my pants with holes in them, disinfected them carefully, and applied the ointment. The wound was burning with pain. Thinking of the glorious events of today, he did not expect that he was not injured in the fight, but was hit by Jian Yang instead. After I dealt with it, there was still no movement in the closed room. I simply got up and opened the door of another room. The decoration style was the same, but it was so cold that it didn't seem like home at all. I waited for a while, but there was still no movement outside. I took out my cell phone to listen to the recording, but then I remembered that it was out of battery. I frowned slightly, but finally walked towards the closed door. I knocked on the door and asked in a low voice, "Jian Yang, I need your help with something." "What's the matter?" A cold voice came from the door without opening. "Can you lend me something?" "What?" "Mobile phone charger. My phone is out of battery and I'm afraid someone from the company will come looking for me." There was a silence, and when I thought she would ignore me, she said, "Come in." I pushed open the door. The lights in the room were bright and the decoration in the room was equally simple. She was sitting at the desk, wearing a dark blue thick nightgown, with water dripping from the ends of her hair. On the table, there are some books, a turned-on computer and some documents. "Still working?" I asked in a low voice. She didn't even raise her head, still looking at the documents, and said coldly, "The charger is on the bedside table, charge it for a while and return it. I also need to charge it tonight." "Okay." I nodded. After taking the charger and thanking her, I walked to the door and looked at her wet hair. I couldn't help but remind her, if you don't blow dry your hair, you will easily get a headache in the future. Besides, it doesn't take much time to blow dry your hair. She paused for a moment in flipping through the documents and said nothing. I closed the door, went back to my room, quickly charged the battery, and seeing it was at 0%, I could only wait slowly. At this moment, every second was unbearable for me. I waited until 2% with great difficulty. I couldn't wait to turn on the phone, and I was still a little excited. When I logged into QQ and saw Sister Hong's profile picture, I was suddenly stunned for a moment. I didn't notice it just now, but her profile picture was not her seductive face, but a cartoon girl. I subconsciously clicked on her space, and the latest post was the one she just posted: "Work is often not satisfactory, but people must be strong." The text is like chicken soup, and a row of people like and comment on it. I exited silently and opened the file in the dialog box. At first, there were just some pleasantries and Sister Hong's intervention. "Sister Hong, you probably have other things to do, so we won't take up your time." "Boss Cow, what are you talking about? You don't need anyone to serve you. You are the VIP guests today, or do you not trust me?" "Xiao Cow, Sister Hong is also a person in the scene, we won't say anything, it's okay." Hearing this, I felt a little guilty. If it wasn't for recording me, Sister Hong probably wouldn't be willing to get involved in this mess, but I rejected her high-paying offer. Then, some irrelevant words. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, I heard the sound of clinking glasses. Cao Hongwei said, "Boss Wei, is the thing I gave you last time still working well?" "Xiao Cao is thoughtful, very good," Wei Zhiyong said with a smile. "That's good. I was worried that it might not suit your taste. I have a new thing here. Can I send it to you tomorrow at noon to have a look?" "Okay. Well, let's go to the place where we were last time." It wasn't a lot of information revealed, but it was enough. It should be that bitch Yang Qian who told Cao Hongwei about our company and Yongxing's project, and Cao Hongwei then got in touch with Wei Zhiyong and snatched the project away. My eyes suddenly turned cold. It is said that the business world is like a battlefield. If it is done above board, I have nothing to say. But if they are using shady tactics in secret, I cannot swallow this. What's more, that person is Cao Hongwei. I knew that the opportunity for revenge had come. I made some plans in my mind and sent a text message to Xu Haixing to ask for leave and say that I would look for a house tomorrow. I thought he was asleep, but unexpectedly he replied to me so quickly and told me to have a good rest and adjust my mindset. He probably thought I was sad about the project. I didn't explain, just thanked him and lay down on the bed. Thinking about leaving the Yang family today, everything else doesn't matter. But I just don't understand what it is about me that Yang Qian likes. When she came to my house, my parents had just passed away and the house was in a mess. Many people came to collect debts. My sister was still young at the time and was very scared. I had just graduated and could only endure the grief and take on the burden. But when she came, she not only helped me pay off the debts, but also paid for a good cemetery for my parents so that they could have a grand funeral. Then, she mentioned marrying me. When you think about it, the only house in my family that was worth some money at that time, but how could she possibly be interested in that shabby house in a poor village? The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong, and I even began to doubt whether it was just my illusion that day. Just when I was deeply immersed in memories of the past, a hurried knock on the door brought me back. I looked at the time and found that it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Jian Yang came knocking on the door, probably about the charger. I saw that my phone was almost charged, so I quickly unplugged it. "Sorry, I forgot just now." Before Jian Yang got angry, I apologized first. She took the charger, said nothing, and went back to her room. Although I fell asleep very late, I woke up early the next morning and lay in bed, thinking about today's actions. Suddenly, I heard a noise outside the door. Jian Yang, don't you know that this is all for your own good? I don't need it. Think about it carefully and don't be so hasty to refuse. Or let's sit down and talk it over. No, I've made it very clear, please leave. The brief conversation aroused my curiosity. Jian Yang seemed to be in trouble in the name of love. I put my hand on the door handle, wanting to open the door and go out. Even at this time, I found a high-sounding reason for myself to help her get rid of the trouble. When I opened the door and saw two people standing in the living room, I regretted it. The man standing in front of Jian Yang was the man I saw in Yang Qian's car that day. They seemed to have not reconciled yet. Looking at the anger on Jian Yang's face, it was clear that she had made up her mind not to look back. But that man was different. When he saw me, anger flashed in his eyes and he pointed at me. Who is he? Who he is has nothing to do with you. Jian Yang turned her head and looked at me with an expressionless face. This sentence honestly describes our relationship, but the truth sometimes makes people doubtful, just like the man in front of me. After hearing this, his anger intensified, and he stared at me fiercely, as if he wanted to eat me. I was just about to explain so that he wouldn't misunderstand. But this guy didn't even give me a chance to speak, and looked at Jian Yang angrily. I know what kind of character you are. If there was no relationship, you would let him live here. Jian Yang, for such a man, you actually lied to me. Then what do you think our relationship is? Jian Yang asked impatiently. The man was stumped by the question. After a while, he took a step forward and pointed his index finger at my nose. Jian Yang, are you sure you want to do this for a jerk? Have you thought about the consequences? After he finished speaking, he tried to pull Jian Yang again. I was irritated by his word, jerk, and was about to step forward to teach him a lesson, but Jian Yang took a step back and stood beside me. This scene made the man even more angry. His hands were shaking and he was obviously very angry. He is not a punk. Jian Yang said coldly. Then tell me who he is, the man asked fiercely. My heart skipped a beat. I thought Jian Yang probably didn't even remember my name. I was just about to introduce myself. Jian Yang suddenly reached out and held my hand. As you thought, he is my boyfriend. Can you leave now? What did she say? I couldn't believe my ears. I was extremely shocked and surprised, but I couldn't show it for fear that the man opposite me would notice something. He seemed to be greatly stimulated and did not speak for a long time, until Jian Yang let go of my hand, walked to the door and asked him to go out. Then he glared at me fiercely, then glared at Jian Yang, said, okay, several times, turned around and walked out. Seeing all this, I had countless questions in my mind, but I also had a new plan, a plan that made me extremely excited. Chapter 25, Woman with Short Chestnut Hair. Jian Yang closed the door and walked towards me with a gloomy face. The words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. I looked at her and smiled awkwardly. I didn't come out on purpose just now. I just heard the noise and thought. Why haven't you left yet? She looked at me coldly, without a trace of emotion in her voice. Her rejection was beyond my expectation, but I still looked at her shamelessly and said, Jian Yang, there is something I want to talk to you about. We have nothing to talk about. Jian Yang refused bluntly. Don't be like this. After all, I am your savior, and I was stopped by those thugs yesterday. I said pitifully. Jian Yang squinted her eyes and looked at me, as if she was wondering about the truthfulness of my words. After a moment, she looked at me and said, what? Seeing that she had given in, I was elated that I had already succeeded one step, and I quickly said, this is an old neighborhood, so there should be problems like broken light bulbs, aging wires, and leaking water pipes from time to time, right? Jian Yang's expression changed slightly, and I knew I was right. Also, this old house is most likely to be infested with cockroaches and rats. You, a woman, definitely can't handle it. Seeing that she didn't answer, I added tentatively, right. She hesitated, then said, what do you mean? Actually, I think it's a waste for you to live in this big house alone. My family has kicked me out, so why don't you rent a room to me? I excitedly told her my plan, but saw her face suddenly turn gloomy. Seeing that the situation was not good, I immediately smiled and added, look, not only can I repair all kinds of things, I can also deal with cockroaches and rats. Most importantly, I can also help you deal with Lin Yi and your ex-boyfriend. After I finished speaking, Jian Yang looked at me with a strange look, so complicated that I couldn't guess what she was thinking at all. She didn't say anything for a long time. Just that kind of look made me feel like a naked person, as if she had seen through everything about me, including the darkest secrets in my heart. I'm a good person, I argued quietly. She couldn't help but smile, but I was about to cry because of my own stupidity. I don't know why I said this. Was it just so that she could rent a house for me? Or maybe, I really regarded her as the girl hidden in my heart. In the current situation, although she is cold, she can make me feel at ease and a little warm. This reason may not be sufficient for others, but for me who is already covered with scars, it is a fatal temptation. It's not impossible for you to rent this place. After a long time, Jian Yang looked at me seriously. Seeing that she was about to agree, I nodded hastily. What are the conditions? As long as you abide by 2 conditions. She agreed unexpectedly. Not to mention 2, I'll agree even if they're 100. I said confidently. She looked at me seriously, as if trying to determine whether I was trustworthy. At that moment, I wished I could carve the words "I am a good person" on my forehead. After a while, she said seriously, "First, you must be back before 10 o'clock in the evening." Good. Second, help me deal with those people. Good. I agreed to these 2 conditions very readily. For me, it was no problem. She went to the room very solemnly, and after coming out, she handed me a piece of paper and said, "Sign it if you have no objection." I looked at the paper. The conditions were written very clearly on it, and there was an additional clause that I was not allowed to go anywhere else except the room, living room, and kitchen. If I was found to have violated the contract, I would be forced to move out immediately without any conditions. Now I had to take a serious look at this. Jian Yang, I'm a project planner and sometimes I have to work overtime, so I may not be able to get back before 10 o'clock. I looked at her with some embarrassment. She nodded. If you need to work overtime occasionally, tell me in advance, and don't bring random friends. Okay. I was happy. I originally thought that finding a house would be a very difficult problem, but I didn't expect it to be solved so quickly. In this sense, I am really grateful for the car accident. She turned around and went back to her room, and I signed the contract solemnly. I originally planned to send it to her room, but I quickly remembered that I couldn't go to her room, so I could only wait there. This time it took a little longer. When Jian Yang came out, she had already changed her clothes. She wore a white chiffon shirt with a bow at the neckline hanging in front of her chest, a slim-fitting blazer on the outside, and a standard A-line skirt. Her long, shiny white legs were exposed, which made people unable to help but look at her sideways. "Xiao Yuan, here are the keys. I have to go to work. Remember your promise." She bent down and placed the keys on the coffee table, then took the contract from her hand and put it in her bag. I was a little surprised and said with a smile, "So you know my name?" She was slightly stunned. "Jian Yang, can I ask you a question?" I looked at her, my eyes full of confusion. She was silent for a while, but still asked politely, "What's the problem? Why do you want to rent Lin Yi's house? Why do you want to live in this old neighborhood?" I was looking for an answer very seriously. Jian Yang didn't speak for a long time, her eyes were a little dim. I thought she must have remembered a lot of things, otherwise she wouldn't have such a complicated expression. After waiting for a while, she didn't say anything. I was afraid that she would take back her promise because of this question, so I said awkwardly, "Sorry, just pretend I never said that." She glanced at me, picked up her bag, changed her shoes and went out. I was the only one left in such a big house, and the doubts in my mind became even deeper. As far as I know, she hates Lin Yi very much, but she insists on renting his house. She is not short of money, and this place is not in the bustling city center. Why does she have to live here? The sudden ringing of my cell phone interrupted my thoughts again. It was the alarm I set yesterday. It reminds me that I don't have time to think about these things now and should get down to work. Looking at the clothes on my body, I felt a little depressed. I cleaned up simply and cut a hole in the bloodstain on my pants with scissors. Aren't holes in the pants popular now? When I walked out of the community, I attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, I was the first to wear a suit with ripped jeans. I ate breakfast calmly, bought a set of casual clothes to change into, and then I took a taxi to Lin Huan's villa area where I visited last time. After telling the driver to wait for me at the door, I hurried towards the villa. What made me nervous was that Cao Hongwei's car was gone. There was no car where he parked last time. I walked around the villa and returned to the original place, but still found no trace. When I was about to go back and wait for Cao Hongwei's company, someone suddenly patted my shoulder. I turned around suddenly and saw a beautiful woman. At this moment, she was wearing a grey sports suit and a sun hat, and there were beads of sweat dripping down her white neck. It was obvious that she had just returned from exercise. Xiao Yuan. She looked at me and called out my name accurately. I frowned slightly, and she took off her hat. Then I realized that this woman was very familiar. Her short chestnut hair made me think of Lin Huan. She seemed to notice my surprise and said with a smile, "I am Lin Huan." Looking at her, I didn't know whether I should be happy or angry. If she hadn't sent me the video, I would still be kept in the dark, living a life that I thought was very happy. But she told me to forget it. Since I had taken such a long detox and spent so much effort, the little flame in my heart began to slowly rise again when I thought about it. "Come in and sit for a while." She looked at me with a smile. Such a brilliant smile makes people think of a happy woman, but who knows that her husband is cheating on her, or his heart has never been on her. I shook my head and was about to leave, but I couldn't help asking, "Do you know where Cao Hongwei went?" She frowned. "You're looking for him?" "Yeah." I nodded. Lin Huan looked me up and down, with mixed emotions in her eyes, but after a moment, she returned to normal. "You are looking for him for revenge, right?" "You are so smart, guess what?" I asked back. "Don't be so nervous, we are allies." She smiled brightly at me. I have to say, her smile is very contagious and she seems very energetic. I looked at her carefully. She is a little younger than Yang Qian, and her appearance and temperament are not bad. I don't understand why Cao Hongwei would give up such a good wife and choose to hook up with Yang Qian. Are domestic flowers really not as fragrant as wild flowers? Wait a moment. She didn't mind my inquiring eyes at all. She passed by me and asked when she reached the door, "Would you like to come in for a cup of coffee? I think we should have something to talk about." "No need." I rejected it instinctively. This is Cao Hongwei's home. If possible, I don't want to stay here for a minute. She didn't force it and went into their house. I was waiting at the door and suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Perhaps because we share the same suffering, or perhaps because I believe that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I trust Lin Huan from the bottom of my heart. But I don't understand, why did she tell me instead of doing it herself? When I asked this question, Lin Huan came out with a sticky note in her hand. She handed it to me and said with a smile, "This is his schedule for today. The one below is my phone number. If you have any questions, contact me directly." "Thank you." I glanced at it and put the note away. I don't know much about Yang Qian and Cao Hongwei, and it's not easy to investigate them. Lin Huan is a good channel. When I'm done today, I will definitely have a good chat with her. I can't let her be used as a tool without knowing the reason. She shrugged. "Actually, I should be the one thanking you." Thank you for helping me deal with them." Although she was still smiling, I could feel that there was anger in her eyes at this moment. This woman is not simple either. "Lin Huan, there are some things I don't understand. Maybe you can answer my questions." I looked at her seriously. "Oh." I nodded, "But I don't have time right now. I'll call you when I'm done." "Okay." She agreed with a smile. I turned and left, and when I got to the taxi, I saw her standing at the door, seemingly smiling at me. This made me feel a little creepy, and I hurriedly asked the driver to drive. My destination was a tea house where they had agreed to meet today. What saved me a lot of trouble was that Lin Huan even recorded the private room they had agreed on. I asked for the private room next door, and the soundproofing was not very good. I could hear the conversation clearly, but I couldn't record it, and it couldn't be used as valid evidence. What to do? Seeing that the time was almost up, I was afraid that they would not let the waiter in, and I was getting anxious. Chapter 26, Venting. When people are most stressed out, they will actually unleash their potential and become calmer. That's what happened to me. When I was like an ant on hot pot, I immediately thought of using a computer to record the video. This suggestion was made to me by Li Ruiqing. He said that as long as I turned on the computer camera, he could record everything. It was because of this that I was able to successfully resolve Yang Qian's conspiracy. If computers can do it, then cell phones can do it, too. I hurriedly called Li Ruiqing and asked him to help me find a favor. He agreed readily and asked me to hide the phone in a place where it would be hard to find. I found an excuse to send the waiter away and hid the phone in a hidden place. Just in case, I also did a special test to make sure there was no problem. After everything was done, I walked out of the box with peace of mind. I heard Cao Hongwei's voice behind me. I dodged and went into my own box. I heard the sound of a chair being moved in the box next to me. It seemed that Cao Hongwei was alone, and there was no sound after he sat down. I put my ear to the wall, afraid of missing anything. Crunch. Gentlemen. I quickly turned my head and saw the waiter standing at the door. My heart skipped a beat and I adjusted my posture awkwardly and hurried back to the tea seat by the window. Here are the refreshments and magazines you ordered. The waiter was very understanding and did not point out my behavior. I nodded coolly and looked out the window unconsciously, but in fact I still felt guilty as if I had been caught. I didn't feel relieved until he left. I was just about to continue eavesdropping when I saw a man coming out of a car outside the window. It was none other than Wei Zhiyong. The main characters haven't arrived yet, so I simply stopped being in a hurry. I picked up the small teacup and took a sip. It tasted a bit bitter. I had no idea why such a small amount of tea, which didn't taste good, was so expensive. In our countryside, the tea leaves picked from the mountains are rolled, fried and dried at home. They are much more fragrant than this and taste better. Unfortunately, I haven't had it since my mother passed away. I suddenly felt a little sad and missed the warm days when our family of four lived together. What followed was the ever-increasing hatred towards Yang Qian and Cao Hongwei. The sound of a chair being moved in the next box interrupted my thoughts. I came to my senses, held my breath, and listened carefully. Boss Wei, it's great that you can come. The refreshments here are not counted. I ordered a few to see if they suit your taste. Xiao Cao, you are so thoughtful. These are all the things I praised last time. Look at what President Wei said. This is what I should do. The two of them exchanged pleasantries without mentioning what they had discussed last night. I became anxious and wished my cell phone was in my hand right now so I could see exactly what was happening. After talking nonsense for more than 10 minutes, I heard the sound of something being placed on the table. This thing seemed to be very heavy because it made a loud noise when placed on the table. There was a long silence afterwards. After a while, I was getting a little nervous and wanted to go out to find out what was going on, then I heard the praise again. Xiao Cao, where did you get this? Wei Zhiyong's voice trembled a little, and he seemed very excited. Boss Wei, I think this one is worthy of you. The last one was just a small fight. Too expensive. As long as President Wei likes it, it's fine. Besides, for this cooperation project, thank you President Wei for promoting me. That's because you have the ability, and I'm also thinking about the company. Pooh. I couldn't help but want to spit. The contract was suddenly terminated because Cao was good at wielding the hoe and knew how to please him. Only such a hypocritical villain could say such high-sounding words. The two of them discussed this thing again, and I was completely confused and had no idea what they were talking about. Fortunately, we got back to the point later. Cao Hongwei sighed heavily first, then said in a somewhat worried tone, Boss Wei, do you think Xinheng will be unwilling to accept our actions this time? I don't think they can cause any big waves. Wei Zhiyong snorted disdainfully. But I'm still a little worried. I'm afraid this dog will do something desperate. Xiao Cao, what are your plans? Why not take this opportunity to root it out? I was shocked when I heard this. What they meant was that it was not enough to steal our project, but they also wanted to unite and bring down Xinheng. This little bastard is really cruel. Afterwards, they discussed countermeasures in low voices. I couldn't hear clearly even though I was pressed against the wall. I was extremely anxious. But I know very well that Cao Hongwei probably wants to leave me no place to stay. The more he wants to do so, the more I can't let him succeed. Originally, I only planned to use the video to threaten Wei Zhiyong and ask him to cooperate with Xinheng again. Now it seems that I was too young. I only wanted to take back the project that should belong to our company, but I didn't expect that others wanted to kill our company. After making such a comparison, I found that I was still too soft-hearted. No wonder I was always controlled by Yang Qian and others and was in a passive position. Just when I thought they were about to finish, Wei Zhiyong asked a question. How are you and Miss Yang doing? He asked casually, but my heart suddenly rose to my throat. What does this guy mean? Does he also know about Cao Hongwei and Yang Qian? Same old. Cao Hongwei said with a smile. Xiao Cao, I really envy you. Your domestic flowers are not falling and your wild flowers are fluttering, and you handle them so well. Wei Zhiyong said enviously. It's difficult, Mr. Wei. You are just like my own brother. I am just complaining to you about this. Cao Hongwei sighed, seeming to feel very aggrieved. He then said that the one at home was a tigress, and he actually had no power. It was only thanks to Wei Zhiyong that he got this project that he had a say. Although he and Yang Qian loved each other, they could not be together. He said a lot of things, but all he said was that he wanted to be with Yang Qian. This makes me more suspicious. Yang Qian also wants to be with him. What is the reason that makes these two people give up their happiness? Am I really that valuable? Even I have my doubts. When I was lost in the mystery, suddenly a slightly familiar music brought me back to reality. It didn't come from my side, but from the box next door. Then I heard Cao Hongwei yelling, "Who?" The sound of music continued, Wei Zhiyong also panicked, and there seemed to be chaos next door. After a brief silence, I quickly realized something was wrong. Isn't this music the ringtone of my alarm clock? Discovered. My heart was in my throat and I ran to the door quickly. I thought to myself that I would go in and snatch the phone back, and threaten these two people to give up the project. I don't think they would dare to do anything to me here. But this deviated from my plan. Originally, I just wanted to do it secretly. But now, I can't care about so much anymore. The most important thing is to get my phone back. When I opened the door, I saw a waiter knocking on the door of the next box. Cao Hongwei was very cautious and only opened the door after confirming it. The waiter bowed his head and bent over. "Sir, I'm sorry, I left my phone in the box when I was cleaning the tea room just now. I'm sorry to bother you." "Yours?" Cao Hongwei looked him up and down. I breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it was just a false alarm. Cao Hongwei asked a few questions and checked carefully to make sure it was indeed the waiter's phone. Only then did he return it to him angrily. After such a commotion, they seemed to have no mood for drinking tea and chatting, and left in a hurry. After everything became quiet over there, I rushed out in a hurry, found my hidden cell phone, and asked Li Ruiqing if he had fixed it. I felt relieved when I heard his affirmative answer. Although the process was a bit bumpy and scared me a lot, the result was still good. Within 2 minutes, I received an email from Li Ruiqing in my mailbox, which was the processed video. I was in a good mood, but also a little sad. The affair between Yang Qian and Cao Hongwei was probably known to everyone in the upper class, otherwise Wei Zhiyong would not have asked so casually. No wonder people looked at me like a fool before. When I occasionally accompanied Yang Qian to participate in activities, the most I received was ridicule. It turned out that this was the most fundamental reason. A cuckolded man will always be criticized. A gust of wind blew by, messing up my thoughts. I wished all my troubles could blow away with the wind. But the reality is just the opposite. I have endless troubles to deal with and many doubts that cannot be solved. I have to solve all these little by little. I bought a baseball cap and a pair of sunglasses, put them on, and went to a nearby internet cafe. The cashier asked me for my ID card, and I said I forgot to bring it with me. Could she give me 10 minutes? There was an urgent document in the company, and I couldn't find my computer. I asked her to help me, and I was willing to pay a high price. It turns out that there are still many good people. The cashier let me use her computer for a few minutes, free of charge. I downloaded the video from my own mailbox, registered a new mailbox, and sent the video to the company mailbox of Yongjin Group through the new mailbox, and then copied it to the email addresses of several executives and the president. After pressing the send button, a big stone in my heart finally settled down. I believe that with this video, Cao Hongwei will not be able to get involved in any future projects, let alone this one. Thinking about the revenge I had taken on him in secret, I felt much better and felt like I had gotten rid of the anger. But this is just the beginning. Seeing that it was almost time for lunch, I gave up the idea of looking for Lin Huan to find out more and simply took a taxi to look for Li Ruiqing. This guy has helped me so much, I want to treat him to a meal. I called him outside the alley and found an ordinary store. I sat down and waited. Soon, he came over. "I've done you so much favor, and you're just treating me to this." He sat opposite me nonchalantly. I rolled my eyes at him, and he quickly added, "Those two people have very complicated backgrounds, and they want to attack you. What are you going to do? Let's talk to Lin Huan to find out the situation first." I told her my plan. Unexpectedly, Li Ruiqing frowned and said, "Before that, do you want to get to know Lin Huan first?" "What do you mean?" I asked. If her husband cheated on her, she should be the one who was most concerned and angry. But she didn't care about it at all except for sending you a video. It doesn't make sense. After Li Ruiqing's reminder, I also realized that something was wrong. It was like a big net that trapped me. Everyone else had their own thoughts. I was too careless. I had to reconsider, in this situation, is Lin Huan an enemy or a friend, and what role does she play? Chapter 27. Why hire me? After dinner, I no longer had the heart to look for Lin Huan. Li Ruiqing is right. When encountering such things, I should be more vigilant and careful in everything. So before I go find her again, I want to investigate first to make sure whether she is an enemy or a friend before considering the next course of action. I was just about to find a way to investigate, but I didn't expect Xu Haixing to call me. He told me that Yongjin Group's project had taken a turn for the better, and if I wasn't busy now, I should hurry back to hold a meeting so that we could discuss the next steps. I was hesitating when Li Ruiqing whispered that he could help me find someone to investigate Lin Huan's case, but it would cost some money. I agreed without thinking, and also told Xu Haixing that I would be back soon. After parting with Li Ruiqing, I rushed back to the company. At the same time, he told me that Xu Haixing had already brought Xu Gang's team to a meeting in the conference room, so I hurried over. As soon as he opened the door, Xu Haixing said with a smile, "Our great hero is here." "Manager Xu, this has nothing to do with me." I waved my hands hurriedly. "How can it have nothing to do with you?" The Yongjin Group said that after repeated consideration, they still feel that your plan is more impressive to them, and they also specified that you will be responsible for future planning. Xu Haixing came over and pulled me to sit next to him. I was confused for a moment. Happiness came too suddenly. Although this incident happened because of me, I still feel like a pie in the sky has suddenly fallen and hit me. Next, Xu Haixing said a lot of encouraging words and talked about the issue of salary increase. Everyone present was excited. Only I knew very well that this was just a way for Yongjin Group to save face. In my heart, I wanted to know the outcome of Wei Zhiyong and Cao Hongwei. Of course, I couldn't say it directly, so I could only find out indirectly when the other party would come to sign the contract. Xu Haixing said tomorrow, because the president will be back from a business trip tomorrow. I nodded, then I remembered that I had not met the president in the month since I joined the company. Of course, I also checked online, but this president seemed very mysterious. There was only his name in the report, and I couldn't find even a photo. However, I am still very happy when I think about the fact that Wei Zhiyong was punished and Cao Hongwei lost the project and future cooperation rights. This feeling continued until I returned to my seat. Because when I sat down, I found that the suitcase under my table had been moved, and it was not as simple as moving it. I had deliberately adjusted the number on the combination lock a little bit off, but now it was in the middle. While I was hesitating, Xu Gang came over with the documents. I asked tentatively, "Xu Gang, I didn't come this morning, is anyone looking for me?" Xu Gang denied it without even thinking about it, saying that everyone was feeling depressed and knew I had taken a leave of absence, so no one would come. His words are still credible because he was sitting opposite me, and I was the one leading him in this project. It hasn't been completed yet and the river hasn't even been crossed, so it's impossible for him to demolish the bridge. With doubts in my heart, I asked him to put down the documents, and a hint of sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. It seems that Yang Chen can no longer hold back and actually sent someone to sneak into the company to look through my luggage. However, the clarion call of war has been sounded, and I am not afraid at all. After dealing with some work matters, it was soon time to get off work. Today was my first day moving in with Jian Yang, so I had to perform well. I don't know why, but when I thought about seeing Jian Yang when I go back, I felt a little excited and couldn't suppress my excitement. Maybe this is human nature, a normal reaction of men when they see a beautiful woman. After packing up my things, I left work on time. I also planned to go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities and some vegetables, so that I could show off my cooking skills in the evening and increase my favorability. It's just that I don't know Jian Yang's taste, nor do I know what she likes to eat, so I'm a little worried. When I was shopping in the supermarket, I was thinking about making the sweet and sour pork that girls like, stir-frying some spicy chicken, having 2 lighter dishes, and stewing a yam and pork rib soup. There are all kinds of flavors, so there will always be something I like. After buying vegetables and some daily necessities, I dragged my suitcase and pushed the cart to check out. There were a lot of people there, so I took out my cell phone and saw 2 missed calls. I flipped over them and saw that it was from Yang Qian. I frowned slightly, ignored it and dialed Jian Yang's number. This was the first time I called her, and I saw it in the contract and remembered it. While the call was connected, I felt that even the beep sound of waiting became pleasant. Who? Jian Yang's cold voice came. I was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that she didn't save my number at all. I felt a little disappointed, but soon recovered. I smiled and said, "I'm going to go back to cook tonight, you come back early." I wanted to tell her what I did, but the phone was hung up. I could only comfort myself and treat it as a surprise. After paying, I stood on the roadside waiting for a taxi, pushing my suitcase and carrying a large shopping bag. Just as I was about to wave, a silver Graven stopped in front of me and 2 people jumped out, one on the left and one on the right, and pulled me into the car. Damn, the back of my hand is so hard that even drinking cold water will make my teeth ache. Did these people see that I have a suitcase and want to rob me on the street? Unfortunately, they chose the wrong person. I took a step forward with my left foot, raised my right foot, bent my knee slightly, and kicked the person on the right at the knee. He leaned forward quickly and instinctively reached out to support the bike. I pulled hard and broke free from the grip. As the man on the left was reacting, he rammed forward hard, hitting him right in the eye socket. He let out a cry of pain and covered his eyes with his hands. Robbery! I shouted. The 2 men were already frustrated, and with people rushing over, they dared not stay any longer. They got into the car and ran away without even closing the door. I thought to myself, who could have sent this? I have really offended a lot of people recently, I can't even count them all. Just when I was about to leave and consider myself unlucky, I suddenly saw a familiar car coming from the opposite direction, and the corners of my lips raised. I can't keep my composure like this. You really think too highly of them. I hailed a taxi, put my things away, asked the driver to wait for a while, and then strode to the other side. He walked to the front of the car and was planning to knock on the window like a gentleman, but in the end he couldn't help but summon all the strength in his heart and kick the car hard. The car window rolled down, revealing the face that made me extremely disgusted. At this moment, he was looking at me with a puzzled look. I stared at him without any fear. This should be our first formal meeting, but we are both familiar with each other. This feeling is very strange, especially on the crowded streets. Sir, do I know you? Why did you kick my car? I have to say that he is a qualified businessman, hypocritical and good at pretending, but in just 2 seconds, he had controlled his emotions and suppressed his anger very well, as if we are strangers. You kicked my car, and I want to reason with you. Cao Hongwei, stop pretending. I looked at him sarcastically. This is not a stage. No one will waste their time watching you act. He quickly dropped his disguise and looked at me mockingly. That look in his eyes was as if he was the winner and I was a clown, a loser who was being trampled upon by him. Xiao Yuan, do you know why Yang Qian chose me? He suddenly looked at me and said lightly. My eyes narrowed slightly, but there was not much fluctuation in my heart. No matter how deep the feelings were, after all this trouble, they have almost been worn out, not to mention that I don't love Yang Qian deeply. Look at yourself now. No one would recognize you if you fell into a crowd. A coward like you wants to fight me, but you won't even know how you died. He looked at me viciously. I just smiled faintly. It was a loser like me who made you miss out on the opportunity to work at Yongjing Group. Mr. Cao, does this mean that you are worse than a loser? Cao Hongwei's face turned pale and he looked at me as if he wanted to eat me. But you were lucky enough to win once, do you think there will be a next time? He said, gritting his teeth. But I didn't take it seriously at all. I had heard so many threats that I was no longer sensitive to them. Besides, his words had no deterrent effect on me at all. Just looking at his angry look, I was in a good mood and didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Cao Hongwei, no matter how much you and Yang Qian love each other, she still doesn't want to divorce me. No matter how much you love each other, you can't be together openly. I stared at him and smiled even more brightly. You will never be able to get rid of the name of a mistress and a cheater. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead were exposed and his eyeballs seemed to be popping out. You think she's with you because of love, not because. Why? I asked hurriedly. There was another reason why I provoked him so much just now, which was to make him tell Yang Qian's reasons directly when he was angry. But he didn't expect that he still didn't lose his mind and swallowed the words back. He looked at me smugly. Xiao Yuan, do you think you won? It won't be long before you know the consequences of provoking me. Let's wait and see. Seeing that my goal was not achieved, I was too lazy to waste my saliva. Just as I turned to leave, he suddenly called me. Xiao Yuan, you thought you joined Shinheng because of your outstanding abilities, but it's because. I turned my head and he uttered a few words in a low voice. He spoke very quietly, but I could hear it clearly. But he burst into laughter. A coward is still a coward after all. You will have to bear this title for the rest of your life. Har 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 har. He started the car and drove away, but I remained standing there. His mocking voice seemed to keep echoing in my ears. Those few words, like a jack, weighed heavily on my heart, completely destroying the self-confidence that I had accumulated during this period of time. Chapter 28, A Big Rumble. In these 2 months, I have fully affirmed my abilities and am full of expectations for the future. But Cao Hongwei's words made me fall into hell in an instant, and those lights seemed very, very far away from me. I ran forward with all my might, because only in this way could I tear apart the fog in front of me and see the light of day again. I ran until I was out of breath and soaked in sweat. I sat down on the steps by the roadside as if all my strength was used up. Beep. The sound of a car horn brought me back to my senses, and I looked blankly at the taxi parked on the side of the road. Your luggage is still in my car. You don't want to default on your debt, do you? The honest and simple driver smiled at me. Then I remembered that before going to find Cao Hongwei, I put the luggage and daily necessities I bought in the trunk. I apologized to him and sat in the car. The car started and I looked at the scenery outside that was quickly disappearing. My eyes became a little moist. Young man, you can't trust everything others say. Besides, that person doesn't look like a good person. Although I don't know what you've suffered, at least you're still alive and well. I was originally confused, but when I looked at the driver, the fog seemed to begin to dissipate gradually. I actually doubted myself because of Cao Hongwei's words. Regardless of whether Jin Xinheng's move was for the reason he said, at least I performed very well, got the project back, and have no regrets. Thank you. I sincerely thanked the driver. If he hadn't woken me up from my dream, I would probably still be feeling sorry for myself when I returned to the apartment. Along the way, I thought to myself, although I encountered a lot, God has been kind to me and I met many noble people. Just like just now, it was the driver's words that made me wake up. I am grateful to these people who helped me in the darkness. I returned to the apartment and took out the key. I remembered that I had called Jian Yang specifically to ask her to come back early. When I thought of that overly beautiful yet cold face, I suddenly felt a little flustered. When I opened the door, the lights in the living room were on, but Jian Yang was not there. I took the things in and changed into slippers, but saw her in the kitchen, looking at her cell phone. The electric kettle was boiling water, and there was an open box of instant noodles next to her. I'm sorry, I just called you and then something else happened, so I was delayed. I'll cook right away, it will be quick. I didn't care about my luggage and walked to the kitchen with the shopping bag. Jian Yang nodded slightly and stepped aside. It was obvious that she was not a cook, as could be seen from her hands. I took the things out of the shopping bag one by one and put them at the sink to wash. Fortunately, although the kitchen was not used much, it was fully equipped with tools. Jian Yang watched from the side and seemed embarrassed later. Is there anything I can help with? She frowned as she looked at the vegetables in the pool. I shook my head. No, go do your work first. I'll call you when you're done. Okay. She left without looking back. I actually regretted it. It was so refreshing to have a beauty like her by my side, but I actually let her go and she didn't even refuse. Fortunately, she seemed to have accepted the fact that I rented this place, and the atmosphere had improved a lot. We prepared the meal happily and had a meal together. It was not a particularly sumptuous but very warm meal. I felt very relaxed. It gave me a home feeling and even made me want to tell her that I would cook for her in the future. However, promises cannot be made casually, I have learned my lesson. Before I finished eating, there was a loud knock on the door, which really ruined the mood. I glanced at Jian Yang. She had no intention of opening the door and obviously left everything to me. I stood up from my seat and walked to the door aggressively, ready to have a big fight with her ex-boyfriend. But I didn't expect that when I opened the door, I saw the person I least wanted to see, Yang Qian. Today, she had obviously dressed up specially. It's not that I became more beautiful, but I became a little more ordinary. At least I gave up those famous brands and dressed like me. Her eyes were red and she stared at me and couldn't help sobbing. "What are you doing here?" I said unhappily. "I called you twice after get off work, but no one answered. I was worried that you might be in danger, so I came to check on you." Yang Qian felt very aggrieved, and her tone was as if I had bullied her. I sneered, "Don't pretend to be kind here. I know best what kind of person you are. How can you say that to me?" Yang Qian said and started crying. Just then, I saw the old men and women who had just finished square dancing downstairs coming upstairs. When they heard this, they all pointed in this direction. "Yang Qian, what did I say to you? Please explain it to me clearly. Didn't we agree that we have nothing to do with each other?" My patience was running out. She tried hard to hold back her tears and looked at me pitifully. "Xiao Yuan, we've only been married for 4 years, why did you change your mind so quickly? Now you don't even come home. I was just worried about you, why did you do this to me?" After hearing this, the enthusiastic old ladies became even more unscrupulous. I was about to open my mouth to refute, but Yang Qian had already covered her face and ran away crying, leaving behind a bunch of rumors. "Young man, you can't be like this. As a man, you should be responsible. There will be no good ending for those who cheat on you and then abandon you. Such a scourge actually lives here." The old ladies were talking to each other as if I were an unforgivable criminal, and I didn't want to refute anything. Yang Qian made such a fuss just to let people know that I was the one who cheated on her. I suddenly thought clearly that the last time I beat her and called the police, was she doing it for the same purpose? Now I don't want to waste time thinking about these things at all. I just hope to find out the reason as soon as possible, and it would be best if I can take revenge on Cao Hongwei and the Yang family. After thinking it through, I closed the door and ignored the insults. But as soon as I turned around, I bumped into something soft. I instinctively stepped back and faced Jian Yang's delicate yet angry face. "Move out," she said coldly. "Today was just an accident," I pleaded. "Move now." She was extremely determined. I was already a little angry after Yang Qian's fuss, and her indifference at this moment further fueled my anger. "No, I'm not moving. The contract has been signed, and I haven't breached the contract. I said that we can't let any bad people come here." Jian Yang stared at me with her beautiful big eyes. "She's not a messy person," I retorted subconsciously. Jian Yang was slightly stunned, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Yes, she is not a messy person. In her eyes, I am the one. Xiao Yuan, I formally notify you to move out immediately, otherwise I will call the police." She pretended to take out her cell phone, but I just felt exhausted. She cheated on me and I was kicked out. I just want to find a warm place to live. Why is it so difficult? I said softly. I don't know if she was touched by my words or if she was also remembering the unbearable past, but we didn't speak for a long time. When I adjusted my mood and looked at her, there was a different look in her eyes. I waited patiently for her answer. The soft light shone on her bright and beautiful face, and even her slightly wrinkled brows seemed to add vitality. This woman was born to beautify the environment. After a long time, she turned around and walked towards the room. I took 2 steps forward, wanting to get an answer, and just then I heard her slightly cold voice. "Deal with your family affairs as soon as possible and don't do it again." "Okay." I agreed excitedly. I regard this place as my home. Even though I just moved here, I don't want to leave. Maybe this is the charm of old houses. After cleaning up the dishes and washing the brush, I took my luggage back to the room and put everything in order. It was as if every corner here had a soul, and the trouble caused by Yang Qian had been thrown out of my mind. Early the next morning, I cooked porridge with the millet I bought, and then took out the frozen buns and steamed them. I ate 2 of them myself and drank 2 bowls of porridge. Yang Qian hadn't gotten up yet. I wanted to knock on the door, but gave up. I walked out of the room, humming a tune on my way to work, but I didn't expect that Yang Qian was waiting downstairs. Her clothes were a little wet, as if she was soaked by the rain last night. When you see me coming down, you will leave. What do you want? I just want to live a peaceful life for a few days. Can't you be merciful? I frowned. Yang Qian lowered her head and twisted her hands together. She was standing downstairs, and the old ladies from last night had noticed it, and someone immediately stood on the moral high ground to accuse me. I was about to retort when a woman rushed over and grabbed my face. You bastard, you ungrateful man, you cheated on me and still dared to bully my daughter. I will fight you. This crazy woman is Yang Qian's mother, Chen Maiying. She grabbed me with all her strength, and my cheek was burning with pain from her nails. It made me feel very uncomfortable, so I pushed her aside. Oh my, everyone, please be fair. My daughter married him and helped him find a job, but now he is hanging out with wild women and has no home. Poor my daughter. Her face was full of sorrow, as if she had suffered a great injustice. After just a moment, he stared at me with wide eyes. Xiao Yuan, who are you being worthy of by doing this? What I did is not even 1/10 of what you did. I growled. She denounced even louder, and the old ladies around also joined the condemnation. Chen Maiying used her acting skills to the extreme, bringing up the few things she had done to me in the past and putting all the blame on me. She also said that I had beaten Yang Qian and reported it to the police station. Each and every incident was described so vividly that even those who did not understand the truth believed it without a doubt. My counterattack was drowned out by their saliva as soon as I opened my mouth. Just then, I saw a familiar figure outside the crowd, wearing sportswear, a ponytail, and earphones, jogging towards this side. My heart skipped a beat. I thought Jian Yang hadn't gotten up yet, but I didn't expect her to come out to exercise so early in the morning. I wanted to escape from this whirlpool as quickly as possible, but I didn't expect that besides me, Chen Maiying also discovered her. Chen Maiying took a quick step and ran towards Jian Yang angrily. Chapter 29. It's not your fault. You stinky bitch, you shameless slut. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Jian Yang's nose with the other and cursed. Jian Yang raised her head and looked at her indifferently. She frowned slightly, moved to the side and wanted to leave. Chen Maiying was not so easy to deal with. She reached out to grab Jian Yang, yanked the zipper of her sweatshirt, and muttered unceremoniously, "You vixen who destroys other people's families, I should take off your clothes and let everyone see how slutty you are." I was anxious and pushed through the crowd, wanting to rush over to rescue Jian Yang, but these people who were just watching the fun were eager to block me. Just when Chen Maiying was about to pull down her zipper proudly, Jian Yang raised her hand and slapped Chen Maiying hard in the face. The old face with heavy makeup seemed to be peeling off, and 5 red finger marks slowly appeared. I was stunned. Jian Yang was so powerful. Chen Maiying covered her face with her hands, her eyes were blurred for a moment, and the expression on her face was extremely complicated. After just a moment, she burst into tears. While she was crying and complaining about the decline of morals in the world and shouting about mistresses in power, she was reaching out to Jian Yang with all her might. Her overly decorated nails were about to touch Jian Yang's face, which made me even more anxious. It would be a waste of such a perfect face if it were scratched. I didn't care about anything else. I pushed the old lady next to me hard, rushed over and stood in front of Jian Yang. Look everyone, it's already this late and you're still protecting this vixen, ouch. Chen Maiying screamed. Yang Qian, take care of your mother. I growled in a low voice. Yang Qian came up, pulled Chen Maiying and whispered, Mom, let's go. I was slapped by this bitch. Are you blind or have you become stupid because of being bullied? You are so spineless even when people are shitting on your head. Chen Maiying turned around and scolded, then looked at me again. Xiao Yuan, you dare to threaten my daughter at this time, you are really my good son-in-law. Before I could finish my words, she rushed over to me, pulled my clothes with her hands, and scratched my face with her nails. Today I will strip the clothes off you 2 dogs, you shameless traitors and mistresses. Do you really think that there is no one left in our Yang family? She pulled hard, and I dodged while protecting Jian Yang. I was not afraid of several thugs, but at this moment I felt like I couldn't use my fists and feet. Those filthy words and Chen Maiying's increasingly excessive actions completely infuriated me. I grabbed her wrist and threw her aside. Have you had enough of this? Yang Qian stepped forward at the right time and held her hand. Mom, let's go back. I shouldn't have come to see him. I shouldn't have. You damn mistress, are you happy to see us fighting so hard? Even though Chen Maiyin was being pulled by Yang Chen, she kept moving closer and never stopped cursing. I can't stand it anymore. He took a step forward and spat directly onto Chen Maiyin's shoes, which had been polished cleanly. Before she could lose her temper, I had already screamed out in pain, "What qualifications do you have to criticize others? Your daughter is now being treated as someone else's mistress, and you are the one who pissed off the original wife and promoted the mistress to the wife's wife." This sentence contained a huge amount of information, causing the onlookers to open their mouths wide. As if she was afraid that I would reveal more, Yang Chen came over, looked at me deeply, and dragged Chen Maiyin back. "Mom, let's go." "How can I leave? I won't leave if I let him slander us like this." Chen Maiyin glared at me resentfully, as if she wanted to tear me apart and eat me. "Then let's lay things out and make things clear to avoid misunderstandings," I said without showing any weakness. "Just explain it clearly." Chen Maiyin's tone was a little dazed. Yang Chen kept dragging her away, pulling and coaxing her, saying things like "don't embarrass yourself," that she was also wrong and couldn't blame it all on me. I watched coldly, my heart feeling as cold as an iceberg. Today, I'm risking everything. Isn't it just tearing up that pitiful self-esteem and tearing open the scars that have slowly scabbed over? As early as when Yang Chen cheated on me, my self-esteem was trampled underfoot, so why should I be afraid of it being exposed again? I'm not afraid, but some people are. Yang Chen ignored Chen Maiyin's continued cursing and dragged her away. At this moment, Chen Maiyin was completely unable to refute. Looking at their receding backs, the people around who were watching the fun gradually dispersed, but I felt a chill on my back. It went without saying that this chill was emanating from Jian Yang. I didn't dare look back, didn't dare to look at her serious, cold yet extremely delicate face. After a long silence, I turned around, but there was nothing behind me, and there was no trace of Jian Yang. This is really her character. But after something like this happened, she should be angry. I hurried upstairs, quickly took out the key and opened the door. I jumped in and went straight to Jian Yang's room. "What are you doing?" A cold voice sounded behind him. I turned around and found that Jian Yang was sitting at the dining table, holding a spoon in her hand, staring at me coldly, but it made me feel particularly at ease. I seemed to have only found this feeling in the girl deep in my heart. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "It's not your fault, why should you apologize?" She turned around and continued eating millet porridge. It was a simple sentence, but it made my eyes moist. I thought, based on Jian Yang's personality, she would just throw my luggage out, but she didn't. She even told me that it was not my fault in the first place. When everyone thought I was a traitor, she stood by me. I was so excited that I rushed over, sat on the chair next to her, and hugged her in my arms. I said excitedly, "Do you really believe me?" Just as I was excitedly waiting for the answer, Jian Yang spoke. "Open." Those two cold words do not mean belief. Only then did I realize that I was too excited and hugged her too tightly. Her body was pressed tightly against mine, and she had a faint fragrance that I was not familiar with, mixed with her unique scent, which made me unwilling to let go. Bang! When I was still trying to play dumb, a slap hit me directly on the face. The burning pain instantly sobered me up. He quickly let go of her hand and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was too excited." She glanced at me coldly, got up from her seat and walked towards the room. Even so, I still felt that this kind of look made me itchy and made me unable to stop. I began to think that shamelessly insisting on sharing a house with Jian Yang was simply the best thing I had done during this period of time. The sudden ringing of my cell phone startled me and also shattered my beautiful fantasy. I quickly answered the call. "Xiao Yuan, why haven't you arrived at the company yet? There is a meeting this morning and the president is almost here." Xu Haixing asked anxiously on the other end of the phone, and I suddenly remembered that I still had to go to work. I almost forgot such an important matter because of Yang Chen and Chen Maiyin's commotion. I shouted at Jian Yang's door that I was going to work. As I expected, there was no response, so I walked out embarrassedly. I took a taxi and hurried to the company. Standing downstairs, I couldn't help but think of what Cao Hongwei said, and the chill in my heart gradually spread. At this moment, Jian Yang's words, "It's not your fault," echoed in my ears, and my shattered confidence seemed to come back. Take a deep breath and stride into the company. Xu Haixing saw me coming and hurried over to me. "You're finally here. Fortunately, the president is late today." Let's get ready. Okay. I nodded. Just as I was about to leave, Shu Haixing came over again and looked at me carefully. I frowned. Manager Shu, is there anything else? Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? Why are there scratches on your face? Shu Haixing hesitated to speak. Then I remembered that Chen Maiying, that shrew, scratched my face. It hurt at the time, but I didn't feel anything afterwards. I didn't expect that it would leave a mark. Facing Shu Haixing's inquiring gaze, I could only say awkwardly, there was an accident this morning, but it's okay now. You must protect yourself. This project depends on you. Shu Haixing patted my shoulder. I nodded seriously. The importance of this project to Shu Haixing is self-evident. At this age, if he doesn't move up, he will have fewer opportunities in the future. He returned to his seat, sorted out the project information, and walked towards the meeting room with Shu Gang. Shu Gang asked me in a low voice, "Are you having a conflict with your sister-in-law again?" I hummed. He comforted me as we walked, but the matter between Yang Qian and I was not as simple as he thought, and it was not something that could be solved by just coaxing me, so I just let it go in one ear and out the other. When I walked into the meeting room, the president hadn't arrived yet. Cao Hongwei's words kept ringing in my ears like a nightmare, playing in turn with his mocking laughter. I was extremely upset, my mind was in a mess, and I stared at the door. Xiao Yuan, are you really okay? Shu Haixing seemed to have noticed something was wrong with me and looked at me with concern. I took a deep breath and pulled myself together. Manager, don't worry, there won't be any trouble. Well, after these busy days, I'll give you a holiday. Shu Haixing nodded. Just as I was about to express my gratitude, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside, and a figure appeared in front of me. My forced calmness was shattered in an instant. It's actually him. Originally, I still held out a glimmer of hope, thinking that Cao Hongwei was just making up a lie to throw me off balance. I never thought that this person would be him. Is it really as Cao Hongwei said, that I was able to join Xinheng not because of my ability, not because they value talent, but because I was noticed by their boss? Chapter 30. I want to resign. I like it. It's not my talent that matters, it's my looks that matter. Oh. I never thought that one day I would be able to make a living by relying on my looks. Should I feel happy? Cao Hongwei told me that the president of Xinheng is not only young and talented, but also has a special hobby. This is an open secret in the upper class, just like his relationship with Yang Qian, but I, a newbie, don't understand it. He said that the only reason I was able to join Xinheng was because their president was attracted by my looks, and there was nothing for me to be happy about. Yesterday, I was shocked and scared when I heard it. Afterwards I couldn't help but comfort myself. I had never even met the president and was not familiar with the name, so how could he be interested in me? He said that just to provoke me. But the result surprised me. The person in front of me is the owner of the BMW who was walking confusedly on the street and was almost hit on the day I found out that Yang Qian was cheating on me. I never thought that he was Du Hanyu, the president of Xinheng. Du Hanyu obviously saw me as well, his eyes full of smiles, and he walked over to pat my shoulder. I felt sick and dodged to the side. His outstretched hand paused awkwardly, and then he laughed. Xiao Yuan, did you not expect it to be me? Do I know you? I said angrily. Seeing this, Shu Gang and Shu Haixing hurriedly winked at me, but I pretended not to see it. Xiao Yuan, this is President Du, Shu Haixing reminded carefully. I looked at Du Hanyu. I really didn't know what he saw in me. Besides, how could such a sunny person be? Har har, I felt you were different the first time I saw you. Du Hanyu laughed. But I regretted it very much. If I had known this would happen, I should not have been so impulsive. If I hadn't spit, he probably wouldn't have noticed me. Boss Du, Mr. Du, Yongzheng's people have arrived. Just as I was about to speak, the secretary reminded me. Although I was angry, I remained calm at the critical moment. I did not speak any more and just quietly stepped aside. Xiao Yuan, come with me. Du Hanyu glanced at me. I shook my head. Manager Shu is also very familiar with this project, so he should go. No, Xiao Yuan, you are the person in charge, and you know the plan best. If Yongzheng raises any questions, it would be most appropriate for you to answer them. Shu Haixing immediately waved his hand. Originally I didn't want to go, and I didn't want to deal with Du Hanyu, but what Xu Haixing said made sense. After some thought, I looked at Du Hanyu and said, let's go together. Manager Xu is my superior. If I go over the head of the department, Yongjing will become suspicious. Okay. Du Hanyu nodded. Before the Yongjing group representatives came, we had planned to hold an internal meeting, but we didn't expect Yongjing's people to come so early, so we had to give up. Led by Du Hanyu, our group entered the conference room in a mighty procession. After everyone sat down, I introduced the plan again, and Du Hanyu negotiated with the other party on some details. Finally, the contract was finalized. The representative of Yongjing looked at me, then at Du Hanyu and said, Boss Du, you have finally found your right-hand man this time, because for this proposal, we rejected the preferential policy from Tianma. Yes, Xiao Yuan is my right-hand man. Du Hanyu nodded. Congratulations, Mr. Du. I don't know if I was overthinking it, but the way he looked at me was awkward, and what he said was also meaningful, which made me feel very uncomfortable. After exchanging pleasantries, he asked the public relations department to take care of the reception, and then Du Hanyu took us away. The project was finalized, and everyone was very happy. Du Hanyu looked at me and said, Xiao Yuan, let's have dinner together later and celebrate properly. Everyone else looked at me, and I immediately shook my head. No, Mr. Du, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Du Hanyu stopped and looked at me and asked. The others also looked at me and glared at me before speaking. I want to resign. I took a deep breath and spoke out my thoughts. My words surprised everyone. Xu Haixing hurried over and looked at me in disbelief. Xiao Yuan, what did you say? Manager Xu, did you know the truth when you were recruiting? I stared at Xu Haixing. Xu Gang was stunned when he heard this, while Xu Haixing looked evasive, obviously feeling guilty. I smiled and said, Mr. Xu, please approve it. Xiao Yuan, I don't know why you made such a decision. Just pretend you didn't say anything just now and I didn't hear it. Du Hanyu looked at me with a hint of anger. Pooh. If he wasn't the boss, I would have just punched him. This is not the way to bully people. I'm here to work. Do you want me to sell myself? Xiao Yuan, I admit that I knew about it a long time ago. You should think about it again. It's not easy to find a job now. What's more, everyone fully recognizes your abilities. No one will think that you got in through the back door. Xu Haixing said a lot in one breath to comfort me. Xu Gang also kept persuading me not to be impulsive. If it were in the past, I would definitely be grateful to hear these words, but now I just want to hit someone. Aren't they trying to push me into the fire? Why do they have to turn me gay? Mr. Du, please agree to my resignation. I reiterated that there was no room for negotiation. Xiao Yuan, let's talk. Du Hanyu frowned, with anger in his eyes. Xu Haixing winked at me, and Xu Gang also whispered to me to think twice, but I was determined. I followed Du Hanyu to his office and stood in front of him, revealing a hint of stubbornness. In fact, I am not conservative in my thinking, and I am not opposed to various male-male or female-female pairings. But when this happens to me, I just can't accept it. Without waiting for Du Hanyu to speak, I said directly, Boss Du, no matter what you say, I have already decided. I want to resign. Reasons. He looked at me. I want to say directly that I don't want to be someone else's pet, but I'm afraid of hurting his self-esteem. I'm not suitable for this job. I made up a reason. He didn't say anything, but flipped through the plan on the table and said softly, this plan is well thought out, comprehensive, and original. I've also read your previous plans. If you're not suitable, then no one is. This is not a job I like and I am not happy doing it, I emphasized. It's not that I'm arrogant, nor that I'm unaware of my current situation, but that I simply cannot accept this fact. Would you like to hear my opinion? He looked at me seriously. I knew I had no choice now and could only nod. He said, you need and are suitable for this job, and I can provide you with a good platform. We can both get what we need, so why not do it? What a good saying, everyone gets what they need. If I was just working a normal job, I certainly wouldn't refuse, but I really can't meet his needs. Mr. Du, thank you for your care. I said stubbornly. Xiao Yuan, because of this project, we have become enemies with Qianmar Group. Xinheng is still in the development stage and has many loopholes. In addition, Yongjing has also said that they will need you for future project planning. Can you just consider it as helping me? Du Hanyu's tone softened. I was struggling and conflicted inside. To be honest, the salary offered by Shinhang is very attractive to me. Moreover, I am really valued here, my planning proposals are fully recognized, and my self-confidence is satisfied. But whenever I think about what Du Hanyu thinks of me, I get goosebumps all over my body. I turned to leave, and he hurriedly got up from his seat and grabbed my hand. I pulled it back forcefully, brushed my arm a few times, feeling a little disgusted. He seemed to see through my thoughts. He frowned slightly and said, "Do you have any prejudice against me?" "No," he said. "Boss Du, there are many people who can do planning, and I am not a big deal. I only want you now." When I heard these words, I felt like I was struck by lightning. If a beautiful woman said this to me, I would definitely be excited and overjoyed, but when this sentence came from a man, it became a nightmare. I turned and left, and Du Hanyu hurriedly chased after me. "I was wrong, the company can't do without you now. But I no longer want to explain. I am so tired." When I walked to the door, Du Hanyu called out from behind me, "Xiao Yuan, did you hear any rumors?" I paused slightly and said nothing. In fact, you don't need to care about other people's eyes. As long as you live a good life, you don't care what others say. Besides, in today's society, everyone's minds are open. You. Fuck. I clenched my fist, turned around and swung it, hitting him right in the shoulder. "What are you doing?" he growled. "Damn it, now that society is open, do I have to become your plaything? I am Xiao Yuan, a man of 8 feet tall. I may be poor but I have a strong will. Who the hell wants to satisfy your special fetish?" As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Du Hanyu with a gloomy face and staring at me with sinister eyes. Chapter 31: A Big Misunderstanding. Finished. I wanted to slap myself in the face for saying anything. This is Du Hanyu's deepest secret. It would be fine if everyone knew it, but I just want to tell it out loud, just like someone exposed Yang Qian's cheating in front of me. Seeing his annoyed look, I whispered, "I'm sorry." He hummed. "I shouldn't discriminate against your preferences, but I still have to say that I am a man and I like women, so Mr. Du, you should agree to my resignation." I quickly straightened my back and stared at Du Hanyu. I thought he would be furious, but I didn't expect him to look at me strangely. Finally, he frowned and asked, "Do you think I do all this because I like your dominance? Isn't it? I'll go." After Du Hanyu finished speaking, he walked back and forth in the office, breathing heavily. He walked up to me, glanced at me, opened his mouth, and finally walked away. This went on for a few times and I was completely confused. "Boss Du, do you fucking think I'm a bottom? Or do you think you are suitable for the role of a bottom?" Du Hanyu finally squeezed out these words in frustration. No. I waved my hand. To be honest, Du Hanyu is about 1.80 meters tall, has a handsome and strong appearance, and is said to be ruthless. You can tell at first glance that he is a top. He walked around again and sat back down. He pointed to the seat opposite him and said, "Xiao Yuan, take a seat." If it were before, I would definitely not go over, but in the current situation, it seems that I have some understanding of Du Hanyu. I am a curious person by nature and want to find out more. After I sat down, Du Hanyu finally told me the reason why he hired me. He admired me, but not the kind of admiration I thought. He felt that I was really talented and was not afraid when facing a crisis. This kind of momentum was just like when he first started his business. After learning about my experience, he wanted to help me even more, so he asked the Human Resources Department to make the arrangements. After knowing the truth, I felt ashamed. I never thought it would be like this. "So you just asked me if I heard any rumors or if I was open-minded or something like that?" I asked unwillingly. He glared at me unhappily, and then said, "I thought it was because someone in the company said Yang Qian had cheated on you, so I wanted to comfort you, but I didn't expect you to forget about that. I treated you as a brother I could make friends with, but you..." Looking at his angry and helpless look, I breathed a sigh of relief. This misunderstanding was really huge. I apologized and cursed Cao Hongwei's ancestors in my heart. He waved his hand. "Do you still want to resign now?" "No, Mr. Du, I have decided to work hard here," I said with a smile. He nodded. "Go out. Now that this project is done, you can take a break. I think Yongjin will give us some more projects to show their goodwill." "Yes. After walking out of the office and closing the door, I took a deep breath and couldn't help but wonder whether Du Hanyu had that kind of fetish. Regardless of whether it happened or not, it was Cao Hongwei who screwed me this time. But how could he know Du Hanyu's original intention in hiring me? I returned to the office with doubts. When Xu Haixing and Xu Gang saw me coming back, they hurried over and asked with concern, "Xiao Yuan, have you thought it over? President Du is a good person. Do you have any misunderstandings?" There is a misunderstanding, and it is a big misunderstanding. But I couldn't tell them, so I just patted my head apologetically and said, "Manager Xu Gang, I'm sorry to have worried you. I was too impulsive just now. I'm not resigning. I plan to work hard here. I promised Manager Xu." He heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I was just about to go back to the office when the phone rang. It wasn't Yang Qian, but a strange number. I answered the call with some confusion. "Xiao Yuan, Lin Huan's information is complete. Should I deliver it to her, or should you come and get it from me?" I breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the fat man. I asked him to come over, and then went to Xu Haixing to ask for some leave. There are many coffee shops downstairs. I randomly picked one and sat in a quiet corner. Thinking about Yang Qian's deliberate planning and what she wanted, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. "Dear, have you arranged everything with Brother Long?" I looked in the direction where the voice came from, and saw a man in a floral shirt and a woman in a suspender skirt that was about to burst. It was just normal flirting, but when I heard Brother Long, I took notice. "Don't worry, if he dares to go later, I have the ability to make him never come back." The man in the flowered shirt showed a fierce light in his eyes. The woman put her arms around his waist, which made him even happier. "Want to deal with Brother Long?" This had nothing to do with me, but I had witnessed Brother Long's intimidation last time at Sister Hong's place. My situation now was worrying. If I could get in touch with Brother Long, it might be a great guarantee. "You're drinking iced juice here. How dare you make me run here in such hot weather?" Li Ruiqing came over and directly picked up the juice on the table and drank it in big gulps. "Isn't this ordered for you?" I said flatteringly. "You want to get rid of me with just a glass of juice?" Li Ruiqing insisted. I knew he was always being stubborn, so I didn't say anything to him. He handed me the documents with some annoyance. "Remember to pay." I was about to open it when the man in the flowered shirt yelled, "That's so damn noisy." Li Ruiqing was about to stand up and argue with me, but I shook my head at him. Then he glared at me unwillingly. After they left, I flipped through the survey results and casually asked Li Ruiqing, "Does Brother Long know?" I turned 2 more pages and still didn't hear any movement from him, so I looked up and said, "What are you doing, wandering in space?" What did you say?" Li Ruiqing came back to his senses. "I say, Brother Long, do you know?" I asked again. Li Ruiqing nodded. "He is very famous in Haicheng." "Why are you asking this suddenly? Do you know where he lives?" I asked again. "How would I know?" He rolled his eyes at me and took out his cell phone to play. I put down the information in my hand and said, "Can you help me check it again? Just a phone number or address, it would be best if you can give it to me now." "Where the hell am I going to check?" he cursed. "Your friend, Fatty, if this thing is done, I will treat you to a big dinner, and you can go wherever you say." I spent a lot of money. The fat guy was still cursing, saying that he had made bad friends and would be cheated by me sooner or later, but he still hurried to make the call. I ignored her and looked at Lin Huan's information. When I saw Lin Huan's family background, I couldn't help but be amazed. It turned out that her family was truly wealthy, and Cao Hongwei only made his fortune through her. There were also some personal information, but the rest was not explained in detail. This makes me curious. Since Lin Huan is the boss behind the scenes, why doesn't she control Cao Hongwei directly, but uses my help? This investigation did not solve my problem, but made the mystery bigger. My cell phone vibrated, and as soon as I picked it up, Li Ruiqing said he had arrived at the address. I nodded, stood up and prepared to leave. Li Ruiqing followed closely. "What are you going to do?" "Something." I didn't plan to tell him that I had troubled him too much during this period. He frowned. "Are you going to find Brother Long?" Do you know who he is? Will he meet you when you go there?" Li Ruiqing asked disdainfully. I handed him the documents and said, "Please keep them for me. I have to go this time." I have no way out. I'll go with you. He was determined. Fatty, I'm very grateful to you. I looked at him seriously, but there are some things that I have to do myself, otherwise I will never be able to stand up from that shadow. I said it firmly, without the slightest hesitation. Li Ruiqing made a hot sound, and then said, "Who the hell wants to meddle in your business?" I patted his shoulder and turned and walked out. Behind him, the fat man yelled, "You haven't paid the fucking bill yet, and you're just doing things to screw me over." I raised the corner of my mouth slightly, took a taxi and left quickly. According to what the man in the flowered shirt said, they should take action soon. I must get there before them, otherwise everything will be in vain. I kept urging the driver, but by the time he arrived, it was already more than half an hour later. After getting off the car, I looked at the high wall and wondered how I could get in. If I rashly pressed the doorbell, I would probably get called out. I couldn't help but shrink my neck and stood at the door of this big villa, not knowing whether to leave or stay. I could only keep walking back and forth. When I finally made up my mind to ring the doorbell, a car came out. Men all love cars. As soon as I saw that high-end, classy Rolls-Royce, my eyes lit up. As the car passed by, I stopped it. There was a sharp brake sound, and then a group of people suddenly appeared in the villa, each of them touching their pockets or putting their hands on their chests, looking at me vigilantly. I waved my hands hurriedly. Don't get me wrong, I just have something to tell Brother Long. I was very nervous about this situation, fearing that someone would just shoot me. If I hadn't been holding my breath, I would have raised my hands in surrender. I watched the driver turn around and say something to the back seat. Then he got out of the car and asked me to raise my hands, which I did immediately. He searched up and down, then pointed to the passenger seat and said, "Get in." I nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. My hands were still shaking when I opened the car door, let alone looking into the back seat. "What do you want from me?" a slightly kind voice came. This surprised me a little, and I turned my head quickly to look over, only to find that the person sitting in the back seat was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with neatly combed hair, but who looked very kind. This was completely different from the image I had of him, with tattoos, smoking a cigar, and looking ferocious. But I have also watched many TV movies, pretending to be like those people on TV, and said carelessly, "Brother Long, I risked my life just to remind you that someone wants to harm you." Oh. Brother Long was very calm and just smiled. "There are so many people who want to harm me and hope I die. Which one are you talking about?" I pulled out my phone and held a photo in front of him. In my opinion, that woman should be Brother Long's lover, but when he saw the photo, he was very calm and didn't even frown. To be honest, I was a little scared. I silently cursed myself for being such an idiot. I knew the feeling of being cuckolded very well and was just afraid that people would find out and point fingers at me. But now I actually came to him with the photos and told him directly that he was cuckolded. Being in a high position, there was no way he would let others know about this scandal. The more I thought about it, the more scared I became. My hand unconsciously pulled the car door. Just as I was about to escape in shame, Brother Long slightly raised his head to the driver. The driver put his hand inside his suit jacket. I wanted to run away, but my legs were weak and I broke out in a cold sweat. I thought about dying many times, but I never expected that I would die because of my own stupidity. Chapter 32, Killing Intent. I held the handlebars tightly, but when I saw a large group of people gathered in front of the villa, I couldn't help but back off. If he went out, he would surely be shot to pieces, but if he stayed, he would probably be shot in the head as well. When I realized this, I calmed down. Staring straight at Brother Long, I smiled at him and said, "Brother Long, although it is wrong to expose someone's scars, compared to their lives, it is really nothing." The corners of his mouth rose and he nodded slightly, seeming to agree with this. I felt calmer, and at that moment I even thought that Brother Long was actually not difficult to get along with. At least he wasn't that angry when I exposed him for being a cuckold. This is very different from when I first found out that Yarn Chen was cheating on me. If anyone mentioned it at that time, I would probably kill someone. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact it was only a few seconds. At this time, the driver handed over a piece of paper. Brother Long smiled at me and said, "Little brother, thank you for coming to remind me. This is my business card. You can call me if you have any questions." I breathed a sigh of relief, but glared at the driver, leaving him confused. I took the business card and nodded. Brother Long said again, I have something else to do today, little brother, I'll have someone take you back. No, thanks. My goal had been achieved, so I hurriedly opened the car door and got out of the limited edition Rolls-Royce. Watching it drive away, I looked around and couldn't help cursing in my heart. This was a suburb and there were no cars at all. As I walked, I was thinking about what had just happened, feeling the wet collar of my clothes behind me, and I felt a little scared. After looking at the business card in my hand, I entered the number into my phone. I walked for almost half an hour before I found a taxi. When I returned to the company, it was already late. Fortunately, Xu Haixing didn't say anything and everyone else seemed calm. Sitting in my seat, I remembered the information about Lin Huan that I saw today. According to what was displayed, she didn't seem particularly suspicious, so if I had some questions, I would have to wait until I went to ask her in person. Fortunately, the next day was the weekend, so I didn't have to take a day off, I thought. Soon it was time to get off work, so I took my colleagues to a restaurant for a meal. Everyone was very happy and I drank quite a bit of wine. I started to feel dizzy when I was about to leave. Looking at the time, Shugang said it was still early and it was a rare opportunity for everyone to get together, so why not have a second game? I had no objection at first, but when I thought of Jian Yang, I immediately became more sober. Let me make a call. I looked at everyone. Shugang naturally teased me, saying that I was reporting to my brother's wife. I was stunned for a moment. It really felt like that, but Jian Yang. That expressionless yet overly beautiful face and that curvy, blood-drenching figure immediately came to my mind. Ahem. I coughed twice, then hurriedly dialed Jian Yang's number. After a long time, Jian Yang finally dialed the phone and asked, "What time is it? Why haven't you come back yet?" My heart trembled. She seemed a little angry. This feeling really is like a young wife waiting for her husband to come home, and I couldn't help but feel a little happy. We signed a big client today, and our colleagues in the planning department said we should get together, so I might come back late and talk to you. I explained patiently. Unexpectedly, Jian Yang hung up the phone directly. What did she mean? Xiao Yuan, let's go. Before I could think it through, Shugang urged me from behind, so I had no choice but to put the idea behind me. I hurried over, asked everyone's opinions, and chose a nearby KTV. We walked and talked, and it felt nice without all the intrigue of the office. I don't know why, but the topic suddenly turned into complaining about family. Most people in the planning department are married, so there is no qualms about talking about conflicts in marriage. I remained silent. Compared to me, their things were just trivial matters. Finally, Liao Qingping, the leader of another group, suddenly said, "Speaking of marriage, I saw a piece of news today that made me angry." What? Everyone asked curiously, and I looked at him. He immediately laughed and said, "I saw a news report this afternoon about a man who, in order to get a divorce, said his wife was violent and had unclear relationships with other people. She would call the police whenever something happened. In the end, when they divorced, the court believed that his wife was at fault and transferred most of the property to his name. In fact, he was just deliberately fabricating evidence. Oh my God, there are still scum like this. Society is dangerous." Others echoed his words, but I couldn't calm down at all. Before, I couldn't understand why Yang Chen would make a fuss about everything and call the police at every turn. Now I seem to have guessed it. She probably wants to do the same as this man and put all the blame on me, so that when we divorce, I will be the one at fault. They have many ways to make me leave their house with nothing, but they still do it for one reason: the things she wants can perhaps be transferred to her name in the divorce. What does she want? Boss, don't you think it's infuriating? Liao Qingping asked. His words disrupted my thoughts. At this moment, I was particularly clear-headed. I felt a chill on my back and my heart was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. I stopped and looked at everyone. "Excuse me, everyone. I feel dizzy. I'll go back first." Everyone continued to play. "It's my treat." "Boss, this won't do." But my mind was no longer here. I stopped a car and rushed over. I just couldn't calm down. I thought I was always honest with others, but I didn't expect Yang Chen to have such ulterior motives. I was filled with rage. If I hadn't been through so much, I wouldn't have been able to get over it. I finally arrived downstairs at Yang Chen's house. Without thinking much, I ran upstairs, took out the key and opened the door. What surprised me was that there was no one at home. I looked around but didn't see Yang Qian. This bitch. I guess since I moved out, she has been hanging out with Cao Hongwei every day. Just as I was about to leave, I heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. I squinted my eyes and wanted to rush over. But I held back, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a few deep puffs, and thought about what to do and what to say next. There were footsteps behind me, accompanied by a woman's scream. "Who are you?" I turned around and was shocked to find that the person in the room was not Yang Qian. Standing in front of me was a girl with long black hair, casually wearing a loose bath towel as if it would fall off at any time. The large area of white skin and the deep ravine seemed to have a special flavor on such a night. While I was daydreaming, the woman walked up to me and slapped me in the face. My face was burning with pain, and my mind went blank when I looked at the person in front of me. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll poke your eyes out." She glared at me fiercely, made a tsk sound in her mouth, and then cursed in a low voice, "You are useless, you coward." After being scolded like this, I remembered it. This woman was Yang Qian's cousin Pan Weinian. She used to come and play with me. When she saw me, she called me a waste and a gigolo. I suddenly felt a surge of anger in my heart. A coward, huh? Today I'll show you what a coward is. You are a piece of trash who was born without a caregiver. If your parents don't get hit by a car, they will get stabbed in the spine to death. Pan Weinian pointed at my nose and cursed, "You shameless bastard, get out of here. You are only dirtying my eyes if you stay here. There are people who are born but no one takes care of them. My parents are going to be stabbed in the spine and die?" I was furious. In the past, I could endure it and not bother with this girl, but today, Pan Weinian's words were like needles piercing my heart, making me bleed. All rationality was swallowed up by anger. "What did you say?" I looked at Pan Weinian viciously. She was stunned for a moment, as if frightened by my appearance, but soon her eyes showed contempt and ridicule, and she sneered, "You useless thing, I said you have no one to live with." Before she could finish, I pounced on her. She had never expected me to do this. I pinned her down on the bed. I thought I must have looked terrifying, because in addition to disbelief, there was also deep fear in Pan Weinian's eyes, as if it came from her bones. What are you going to do?" she stuttered. I raised my hand and slapped that pretty face hard. I only heard the loud and crisp slapping sound. Pan Weinian's face suddenly became red and swollen. Her beautiful eyes were covered with a faint mist. She looked at me stubbornly and cursed loudly, "Waste, bastard, you dare to hit me, I will fight you." She stretched out her hand, rushed towards me, and grabbed my hand desperately. Her nails were very sharp, leaving 5 red marks with each scratch. At this moment, she was scratching as if she was risking her life. I freed one hand and grabbed both of her hands. She struggled desperately but couldn't get free. I seemed to be dominated by anger and slapped her face hard several times. "Xiao Yuan, let me go." "I won't let you go." "Then you can get out with your sister. You are worse than a beggar." These words only aroused my anger and had no threatening effect at all. I pushed harder, and her face instantly became red and swollen. She was also afraid, but she still shouted stubbornly, "Get out of here, or I won't let you go, I'm going to kill you." "Kill me?" I sneered and wanted to see who killed whom today. Chapter 33, Becoming Famous. I grabbed her hand, and murderous intent suddenly appeared in my eyes. "You want to kill me, right?" I whispered, and the cruelty in my voice was so unfamiliar that even I felt unfamiliar with it. I just wanted to come back and settle accounts with Yang Qian, but I didn't expect to meet Pan Weinian, and I didn't expect to have murderous intentions because of one of her words. I can tolerate her scolding and mocking me, but she shouldn't scold my parents, just like my sister. This is my bottom line and no one can violate it. I held her hands tightly with one hand and pinched her fair and slender neck with the other hand. I pinched it hard. Pan Weinian twisted her body under me and struggled hard. She struggled hard, her throat kept rising and falling, her mouth grew bigger and bigger, her eyeballs began to widen, her face turned red, and her beautiful facial features were distorted. Slowly, the struggle became weaker and weaker. Seeing her life slowly dissipating in my hands, I felt more excited than ever before. I know that there is a demon living in my heart, which is controlling me and making me kill her. The blood in his body was roaring, and the strength in his hands became even stronger. Below me, Pan Weinian's ridicule and threats all turned into pleas for mercy, but I could no longer hear them. I was attracted by this feeling of complete liberation. Beep. Outside the window, a car horn sounded. I looked up and was facing the glass door of the balcony. I was looking at myself in the reflection of the light. No. That's not me. How could the person in the mirror with messy hair, ferocious features, staring eyes, and open mouth laughing be me? I stared at him and he stared at me, as if telling me that this is my true face. I jumped off Panwanian's body like a frightened bird and took several steps back. But the person on the glass door was still there, still yelling at me, like a demon in the dark night that could devour one's soul. R. I screamed loudly, grabbed my hair, squatted on the ground, and shouted loudly regardless of the consequences, as if this could reduce my panic and confusion. On the bed, Panwanian was breathing heavily, with her hands on her throat. She seemed to have not yet woken up from the nightmare. Her beautiful eyes revealed fear. When I came to my senses, I realized that the back of my clothes was soaked with cold sweat, and my hands were shaking unconsciously, as if atonement for my previous behavior. My mind gradually became clear. I almost killed someone just now. Murder. I was completely sober now and couldn't believe that I would do such a thing, as if the person with the boiling blood just now was not me. I looked at the bed. Panwanian's eyes were staring straight at the ceiling, without any expression. Her face was pale, and her hands were trembling slightly along with her body. The bath towel around her body had fallen off long ago because of the struggle just now. Her plump body was right in front of me. Just now, I almost killed her. I took a deep breath, walked to the bed, looked down at her, stretched out my hand and bent down. The person on the bed supported himself with his hands, pulled up his feet, and quickly retreated to the head of the bed. When she noticed my gaze, she immediately grabbed the thin blanket beside the bed and covered herself with it. Her whole body kept shaking, causing a corner of the blanket to slide off, revealing her shivering white shoulders and one of her collarbones. I straightened up. I just wanted to cover her body with something. Stay away from me from now on. I glared at her fiercely. She was trembling with fear again. I think she really thought I was going to kill her, otherwise she wouldn't have been so frightened. Turning around, I walked out of Yang Qian's room. I went to the bathroom and splashed my face with cold water several times before I walked out of this cage. Walking aimlessly on the road, I had originally planned to just live my life quietly, but now it seems that this is not possible. Given Panwanian's character, she will not let me go. My behavior just now can be considered attempted murder. As long as she calls the police, I will have nowhere to escape. I couldn't help but blame myself for being impulsive. I had endured so much, and now it had come to this. Why couldn't I just endure it a little longer? I don't know where to go. If I go back to Jianyang, will I implicate her? There is no way out. I am wondering whether I should call Brother Long and ask him to arrange for me to go abroad. This should not be a difficult task for him, right? Should I go to Africa to dig for gold? Or should I go to Dubai to be a beggar? I was walking and thinking, and suddenly I laughed out loud. I never thought that I, Xiao Yuan, would end up like this. I swear, as long as I escape this disaster, I will make everyone look at me with new eyes. R. I yelled and ran forward. I don't know how long I ran, and I didn't have any destination, but when I stopped, I found myself back at the downstairs of my old apartment building. There, I could still hear Jian Yang's car. I took a look and looked up at Jian Yang's window. The light was still on. She hadn't gone to bed yet. Was she waiting for me? But after a while, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Maybe for her, she would rather not have met me. I took out a cigarette, found a step beside the flower bed and sat down, lit it, and smoked one cigarette after another, my eyes never leaving the window. Just one look, and I'll go up. But when I finished my cigarette, she didn't appear at the window, and my heart gradually became filled with despair. I took out my cell phone and just wanted to check the time, but I found a lot of missed calls. Could it be Officer Zhang? I thought to myself. I quickly clicked it and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't Officer Zhang calling, but Li Ruiqing. It was so late, why was this fat guy making so many calls? I took a closer look and saw a call from Jian Yang at around 10 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, my heart felt warm. She still cared about me. This thought suddenly made me feel that there was still hope in life. I looked through the phone books carefully, but there was no phone number from the Pan family or the Yang family. Does this mean that Pan Weining had no intention of calling the police at all? I quickly rejected this idea. Even if Pan Weining didn't call the police, Yang Qian would definitely not miss this opportunity. She wanted to kill me. When I was about to call back, Li Ruiqing called again. Hey, Fatty. I shouted, somewhat depressed. Oh my god, I thought you were killed by Brother Long, damn it, you didn't even call me when you were still alive. Li Ruiqing cursed on the phone, but I knew he cared about me. At this time, I felt like a masochist. The more he scolded me, the happier I laughed. If he were next to me, he would definitely call me an idiot. But who can understand this kind of feeling, the kind of feeling of surviving a disaster and then hearing friends' concerned voices? I don't think anyone would be sad, but rather extremely moved, and even shed tears. I have something to do this afternoon. I have good news to tell you. Brother Long has returned my business card to me. I said proudly. He said, Par. I saw that it was getting late and wanted to hang up, but he suddenly said, business. What's going on so late at night? Stop talking nonsense. I scolded. Xiao Yuan, did you have a fight with Yang Qian? Li Ruiqing ignored my scolding and asked directly. I thought about what happened last night and this morning, and nodded. You're not just standing there watching, are you? That's really not nice of you to not help. Look at shit. Li Ruiqing cursed. I had a feeling something was wrong, so I immediately stopped smiling and asked seriously, what happened? What's the matter? You're an internet celebrity now. Everyone is looking for the scumbag who abandoned his wife, beat his mother-in-law, and protected his mistress. Li Ruiqing said angrily. I was stunned. Although I didn't know why he mocked me like that, I had a feeling that something was wrong. Just get to the point. The video of you and Yang Qian arguing was posted online, and someone with ulterior motives publicized it. Now many people have started to dox you. When I heard the news, my head was buzzing. Yang Qian really didn't intend to let me go like this. She even asked someone to plot this matter. She wished that everyone in the world would scold me and spit on me. I gritted my teeth, wishing that it was her who was being strangled by me today, otherwise I would strangle her to death without hesitation. Hello. Li Ruiqing shouted again when he saw that I didn't respond. Yeah. I agreed, I understand. Brother, don't be impulsive. This matter is actually easy to solve. The internet is full of trolls. I didn't listen to what Li Ruiqing said next. This matter was easy to solve, but Yang Qian's solution was not so easy. Suddenly, a bold idea came to my mind, a way to put an end to this matter once and for all. Fatty, don't worry, I still want to live and won't do anything else. I smiled and comforted Fatty, then hung up the phone. In the dark, I opened Baidu and searched the forum that Fatty mentioned. Sure enough, I found the video of Yang Qian and I arguing in the morning in the hot posts, and someone kindly explained it with some exaggeration. The comments below are nothing but dirty words like scumbag, asshole, bitch and dog. Anger was boiling in my heart. It was okay for them to scold me, but they couldn't scold Jian Yang. I dialed Yang Qian's number directly. We were still on the call, and I knew she had blocked me, so I sent her a message and told her that since she just wanted what I had, why not do it face to face? I thought she would definitely return my call immediately, but after waiting for more than 10 minutes and with several mosquito bites on my arms, she still didn't respond. This bitch, could it be that she is fooling around with Cao Hongwei? The video flashed through my mind, and what surprised me was that at this moment my emotions did not fluctuate much, and I was still very calm. Once you let it go, you really won't care anymore. If you don't care, you won't be angry about it. I suddenly felt relieved about her cheating, but I couldn't help but care about her repeated schemes against me. And I knew that even if I didn't care, she and Cao Hongwei would not let me go. Holding the phone, the lights upstairs were still on, and I suddenly thought, that video was forwarded by someone. Did Jian Yang's ex-boyfriend also see it, and would he come to cause trouble for her? Thinking of this, I couldn't sit still anymore, so I jumped up and ran upstairs quickly. When I got to the door, I hurriedly took out the key, and when I opened the door, I was stunned. The lights in the living room were on, the TV volume was turned up high, and the room was in a mess, with broken vases and decorations scattered all over the floor. It was a complete mess. I looked around, but there was no sign of Jian Yang. I couldn't help but call out loudly, but there was no response. I rushed to her room and opened the door, but she was not there either. My heart sank to the bottom. Jian Yang was gone. Chapter 34 Revenge. As for Jian Yang, I don't know what position she occupies in my heart, but the moment I realized that she was missing, I felt like I fell into an abyss. That feeling was even stronger than when I first found out that Yang Qian was cheating on me. If I must compare, it's like when the girl in my heart left me, it was heartbreaking. But Jian Yang and I have only known each other for a short time, and we haven't even spoken to each other for a few words. Why do I have this feeling? After a brief moment of sadness, I immediately took out my cell phone and frantically dialed Jian Yang's number. Shut down. I felt lost. Where had she gone? Where could she go at this time? Was she called back home, or dragged back by her ex-boyfriend? I didn't dare to think about it. I wanted to find her, but I found that apart from her name and phone number, I didn't know any other information about her. I was like a headless fly, jumping around but couldn't find a way out. Finally, I looked for clues in her room, but found nothing except simple clothes, skincare products and a few books. There was no trace of her in this room. Jian Yang. I whispered, in such a big city, where can I find you? Maybe tomorrow I will be in jail. What will you do if I don't come to find you? I was in a state of confusion, with all these things pressing down on me, leaving me with no place to vent, so I could only scream out loud. I think many people will have similar experiences as I have, the feeling of being blocked and almost suffocated in the heart. In such a dark night, it seems that there is no way out. If I didn't have so many concerns and if I still had the last bit of rationality, maybe I would choose to jump directly from this window and let all the troubles go with the wind. I sang my favorite song, shouting without any hesitation, and my eyes gradually became moist. For these few months, I struggled and fought hard. I thought the result would be like a pupa, eventually emerging as a butterfly, but I didn't expect that I would be bound by a spider web, which was getting tighter and tighter. Just when I was singing enthusiastically, I suddenly heard footsteps at the door and I stood up in fright. Jian Yang was standing at the door. She was wearing the same dark blue thick nightgown she wore last time. Her facial features were slightly wrinkled, which made her delicate face look even more melancholy. She was tall and slender, but her figure was well proportioned. I suddenly laughed, took a step forward and grabbed her shoulders. She was about to reach out and shake my hand away, but I held her tightly in my arms. At that moment, I felt as if a lost treasure had returned to me. I thought you were taken away by him. I took a few deep breaths and then I felt that this was real. Open. She said this coldly, and I finally realized my actions. I quickly withdrew my hand and took a step back. Looking at that sullen face, I immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, I just got too excited when I saw you all of a sudden. She looked at me, waited a moment, and then said, You want to sing? I just felt bored and wanted to vent. I answered in a low voice, and couldn't help looking at her again. Where were you just now? The balcony of that room. She pointed to the unoccupied room. Then why didn't you answer when I called you? I asked complainingly. Doesn't she know how worried I am about her? She glared at him and said, I called you, but you didn't answer, didn't you? This woman really wants revenge. But no matter what, she was not taken away, so I felt relieved. Do you still want to sing? She asked me, suddenly changing the subject. I nodded. At this moment I really wanted to continue venting, perhaps because I had such a great time singing just now. She said to me, I'm going to change my clothes, you also pack up, and I'll take you somewhere. Where? It's late at night. Do you want to call out everyone in the building? She rolled her eyes at me. I felt that what she said made sense. Those old ladies already had complaints against me, and I was really afraid that they would gang up on me, so I shrank my neck and left Jian Yang's room. Humming a little tune, I washed my hair and blow-dried it. Essentially, this is my first date with Jian Yang, so I want to dress up properly. Besides, she must be in a bad mood today, as you can see from the mess on the floor, so she probably wants to go out and vent. Is she taking me to KTV? Half an hour later, Jian Yang changed into a slightly casual cotton and linen outfit and a pair of white sneakers. She no longer looked cold and looked more like a girl next door. I also changed into a t-shirt and casual pants and followed her downstairs, one after the other. Sitting in her car, there was a faint scent of perfume, just like the smell she exuded. I couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. She started the car skillfully and left this old neighborhood. The car passed through the street, then walked across the wide road, and finally stopped outside a lawn. She and I got out. It's very spacious here, without the hustle and bustle of the city. Instead, it's a bit more peaceful and a good place to vent. I turned to look at Jian Yang and found that she was looking at the sky, with the moonlight shining on her face, adding an even cooler atmosphere. How do you know this place? I asked. She didn't look at me, but just said calmly, when I'm in a bad mood, I often drive here to look at the stars and the moon. It's not safe. I frowned and looked around. All we could hear was the rustling of leaves in the wind. If someone really had bad intentions, no one would respond even if they shouted at the top of their lungs. Don't you want to sing? Do you want me to find you an accompaniment? She suddenly looked at me. You can sing as much as you want here, and I can be your audience. This surprised me a little. Could it be that she was really upset today and that's why she was so nice to me? Are you okay? Did they give you any trouble? I couldn't help but ask. She shook her head. If it really made things difficult for me, I wouldn't have smashed things to vent my anger. For some reason, I noticed a hint of mockery in her eyes at this moment. However, I felt relieved knowing that she didn't smash those things out of anger. What's more, on a night like this, I could vent without restraint and there was a beautiful listener, so I felt quite proud. I started to sing loudly. Actually, I was a little narcissistic. I thought my singing was okay. Although not as good as that of big stars, it was not bad either. When I was singing excitedly, I simply sat down, and Jian Yang clapped her hands to keep the beat. The environment is great and the atmosphere is just right. I think the relationship between Jian Yang and I will improve a lot because of this night together. My mood suddenly became better for no reason. My mind was filled with beautiful images of our future living together, and the songs I sang changed from sad to cheerful. Such a pleasant atmosphere was broken by the sound of the car starting. I turned around and saw that Jian Yang had returned to the car and started the car. Not good. I ran over quickly, but the car left as fast as an arrow. She's gone. When I was thinking about our bright future, she actually left me alone in this wilderness. It's too late, just sing well, I'm going back first. Jian Yang's voice floated through the car window. I couldn't help but run after her, hoping that this woman would have mercy and not leave me here, but she seemed not to have seen me at all, and the distance between her and me was getting farther and farther. Jian Yang, you. I wanted to curse, but when the words came to my lips, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I think I really fell. She treated me like this, but I couldn't bear to say even a harsh word to her. Does this feeling resemble love, where you can tolerate everything about her? In love? Oh. I sneered. At this time, I was still thinking about love. I was afraid I would be sent to jail tomorrow. If this is the case, will Jian Yang regret leaving me here tonight? I looked at the car that was about to disappear in the night and couldn't help thinking. The night wind blew gently and I felt a little cold. I cursed in my heart that I deserved it. I calculated in my mind that based on the time it took me to get here, this place should be about 60 kilometers away from home, and the road is so wide that I can't see any people or even any living creatures. If I want to go back, I can only walk. I roared and walked forward like a ghost wandering in the middle of the night. After walking for more than half an hour, there was still no end. I took out my cell phone and called Fatty, but no one answered. As for the others, Wang Ming certainly wouldn't work, and my sister couldn't be found either. Xu Gang? Xu Haishan? I thought about them one by one, but denied them one by one. At that moment, I felt like a failure. Having no money and no strength is not scary. What is scary is not even having friends. There is no doubt that I am one of them. I walked for a long time before I saw an intersection. When I saw the road sign clearly, I couldn't help but want to die. Jian Yang actually left me in a wetland park that is still under construction. Not to mention at night, even during the day there were few people coming here. She was deliberately trying to kill me. I cursed a few words in my heart and then continued walking forward. It was not until dawn that I walked to the suburbs in a panic. When I saw a car, I stopped it directly. My legs were so that I was struggling. When I arrived downstairs of the community, my heart was burning with anger, and I was thinking that this time I must teach Jian Yang a lesson. But when I lifted my sore legs and walked upstairs, I suddenly heard loud shouting coming from the house. I quickened my pace and stood at the door. I saw Jian Yang standing coldly in the middle of the room, while the man I had seen before and another noble woman in Cheongsam were standing opposite her. At this time, none of the three people made a sound, as if the shouting just now did not come from here, and the atmosphere was very strange. I knocked on the door gently, and all three of them looked at me at once, making me want to retreat. Chapter 35 In the Name of Love. Who is he? The woman in Cheongsam broke the silence. Jian Yang frowned slightly, and seemed very unhappy with my presence here at this moment. I suppressed my anger, because I haven't settled the score for what happened last night yet. Her ex-boyfriend immediately pointed at my nose and said, "Xiao Yuan, how dare you come here?" He called out my name in one breath, which surprised me a little because I didn't know anything about him. I was soon relieved. It was obvious that this man was not poor, and if he wanted to check on me, it would only take a wave of my hand. Why can't I come? I glanced at him sideways. He walked slowly to Jian Yang's side and happened to meet the eyes of the noble woman opposite her. At this moment, I looked at her carefully. She was wearing a cheongsam with a Buddha-shaped jade at her collar. She had a good figure and well-maintained skin. She looked to be in her 30s. I didn't know her identity clearly, so I didn't dare to speak rashly. She didn't say anything, just glanced at me. She seemed calm, but she couldn't hide the disdain and contempt in her eyes. "Yang, come back with us." Finally, she spoke. Their voice was pleasant and gentle, but the unquestionable tone made people feel uncomfortable. I was about to speak when Jian Yang suddenly held my hand. I was stunned for a moment. Not only did my body freeze, but even my expression froze. "I'm fine here, and everything is convenient. I won't go back to disturb you," Jian Yang replied with a faint smile. The young woman frowned and continued, "This place is far from where I work, and the influence is not good. It's only about 20 minutes drive, aunt, you don't have to worry about me." Jian Yang refused again. My heart skipped a beat. Aunt? Could it be that this woman is not Jian Yang's mother? But that man's mother. Looking at that man again, I felt a little contempt for him. It's just a relationship, but he can't handle it by himself, so he even asked his mother to help. Furthermore, Jian Yang used to live in their house. That means they had a good relationship before, so why did they fall out? I had a lot of questions in my mind, but I couldn't show them at the moment. I could only look at the young woman opposite and said with a smile, "Auntie, we are fine here, you can go back without worry." She didn't expect me to speak, and her brows furrowed even more tightly, and now some wrinkles on her face could not be concealed. "You're lucky to be here." The man glared at me fiercely. "What kind of bastard are you? You're a married jerk. You actually dare to catch Yin Yan's attention. Be careful of me." "Howren." The young woman spoke up to stop him from speaking. Only then did I know the man's name. "Mom, why didn't you let me say it? What right did he have to be with Yang? If it weren't for him, Jian Howren." The young woman looked at him angrily. I was slightly stunned. This man's surname is Jian. Does that mean he is not Jian Yang's ex-boyfriend? I couldn't say out loud the insults he was saying to me. Jian Howren was obviously in a bad mood, but he didn't dare to refute. Yang, we don't mean to interfere with your life. We just have to give you a little reminder as elders." The young woman looked at Jian Yang seriously. "He is really not suitable for you in this state." When I heard that, I felt unhappy. "Auntie, why am I not suitable for Jian Yang?" I asked angrily. She then looked at me, sized me up, and then asked, "Mr. Xiao, let me ask you, how much wealth do you have? Do you have a house? Do you have a car? How much do you want to give as a gift to marry our Yang?" This question stumped me. Of course, I knew very well that she was deliberately making things difficult for me. From the moment Jian Howren knew my name, I knew that they must have investigated my information thoroughly. Not to mention these, I guess they knew about my details. Asking this now is just to embarrass me and make me give up. If it were in the past, I would definitely feel embarrassed and want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but now, I just want to scold them harshly. So what if I have a house and a car? Can I guarantee your wholehearted love? Although I don't earn much, I am willing to give all my monthly salary to Jian Yang. I trust her completely. You will never feel this. I looked at the woman opposite me provocatively. She frowned slightly, as if she didn't expect me to be so difficult to deal with. But she quickly shifted the conversation to Jian Yang. "Yang, poor couples have many sorrows. If you don't know it now, you will regret it in the future. As someone who has been through it, I just hope you have a good life and avoid taking detours. What a great name of love. I even dislike these rich people. What they say is so high-sounding. It seems that you took a lot of detours in the beginning. I wonder if Uncle knows about it. I asked with a smile. The young woman's face turned pale, but she still said calmly, Mr. Xiao, if you really love Yang Yang, you should let her go. Yang Yang is. Thank you for your concern, aunt. Even if it's a deity, I want to go on my own. Jian Yang interrupted and spoke calmly but firmly. I could feel her holding my hand tighter, so I freed my other hand and patted her hand gently, letting her feel at ease and let me give it to her. Such a small action did not escape the eyes of the person opposite, and the young woman's face became even uglier. Yang Yang. No need to say more. Xiao Yuan and I have to change our clothes and go to work. Please go back, aunt. Jian Yang coldly ordered her to leave. The young woman sighed helplessly, well, let's go first and come back next time. Before leaving, she glared at me. I didn't want to be outdone and looked at her straight. Seeing the young woman was about to leave, Jen Haran couldn't help but yelled angrily, Jian Yang, my mother has come to invite you personally, what do you want in exchange for going back? What's so good about this shabby place? As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Yang's face darkened. Get out. Jian Yang growled. Am I wrong? Here. Shut up. The young woman glared at Jen Haran fiercely. Jen Haran walked out the door while muttering, a shabby neighborhood, a shabby house, what's so good about it? I watched quietly from the side, having the same doubts in my mind. She obviously has the money to live in a good house, so why does she have to choose here? I looked at Jian Yang, but she pushed me away and went into the room without saying a word. I frowned slightly. This woman's temper is really hard to guess. I soon realized that she was not going to her own room, but to another empty room. I followed her, and when I was almost at the door, it was suddenly slammed shut from the inside, almost hitting my nose. Do you have any conscience? I just came back from the wetland park and I just blocked them for you, and you did this to me. I knocked on the door hard, but there was no response from inside, which made me even more angry, and the anger that had been suppressed all night seemed to be about to explode. Jian Yang, get out here. What did you mean by last night? You left me in the wetland park and made me walk all night. How am I supposed to go to work today? Open the door. No matter how hard I tried, Jian Yang didn't say a word. I raised my foot and was about to kick the door open, but pulled it back before I could touch it. This woman seems to like going to that room whenever she is angry. Is there something in there? This made me very excited because Jian Yang was also in this room last night, and the contract stipulated that I could only stay in my own room and the living room, and I was not allowed to enter this empty room. I wondered if this had anything to do with the reason why she wanted to live here? Thinking of this, I immediately put my ear to the door and listened very carefully. There was no movement inside, so I waited for a while, but it was still the same. When I was about to continue squatting, my cell phone rang. I didn't dare touch the phone, for fear that it was a call from the police or the Yang family. This must be what is called a guilty conscience. I almost killed Pan Wanian last night, and they will not let it go. I took it out and saw that it was Xu Haixin. I breathed a sigh of relief. Manager Xu, I'm sorry. I drank too much last night and got up late. I'll come to the company right away. I apologized as soon as I answered the phone. Xiao Yuan, come to the company quickly, good news. What good news? I asked hurriedly. You'll know when you come. Xu Haixin kept it a secret. I looked at the tightly closed door and finally went back to my room, took a shower, and changed my clothes. Although my legs were still sore, I finally looked like a decent person. When I walked out of the room, Jian Yang had already come out of the room. Before I could even ask, Jian Yang said in a cold voice, you can't go to that room. I didn't plan to go. I felt a little guilty, so I quickly brought up something that made me tough. Do you know how I got back? That's your punishment for causing me trouble, she said coldly. She pinched my sore spot and I felt deflated. Have you seen that video too? I asked in a low voice. I'll have someone deal with it. There won't be a next time, she answered impatiently. But I didn't want to let her go, so I took this opportunity to ask, who were those two just now? Her face suddenly darkened, and I hastily added, I am just trying to cooperate with you. You see, I know nothing about you, and they certainly won't believe that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Only when you know yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. This reason made her unable to refuse, and she said coldly, my aunt and her son. What do they want you to do? I asked hurriedly when I saw her relent. Family marriage. After a brief silence, she said with a wry smile. My heart was boiling with anger. They were actually willing to sacrifice Jian Yang's lifelong happiness in the name of love for the sake of family interests. These people were truly disgusting. But soon, I looked at her and asked, where are your parents? Why don't they speak for you? As soon as I finished speaking, a trace of pain appeared on Jian Yang's overly beautiful face. Although it quickly calmed down, I still caught it. Everyone has secrets in their hearts, I have them too, and so does she. At this moment, forcing her to tell me everything seemed a little cruel, but there was a voice in my heart shouting, I wanted to know, I really wanted to know everything about Jian Yang. Chapter 36 Jian Yang's Secret. Let me take you to a place. Jian Yang suddenly said to me. I immediately shook my head, no. What happened yesterday hurt me so much that I am still feeling scared. You can't say that yourself. Don't ever say you know nothing about me again, she said coldly. Is she going to tell me everything about herself? I thought to myself, looking at her warily. The pain in my legs kept reminding me, but I couldn't resist my curiosity, so I agreed to go with her and called Xu Haixing. Xiao Yuan, when will you arrive at the company? Xu Haixing urged. Manager Xu, I have something else to do here, so I won't be here until a little later. I explained awkwardly. After hearing this, Xu Haixing seemed to hastily ask other people, and after a while he said, everyone is waiting for you, come quickly. Thank you, boss. I hung up the phone. Jian Yang looked at me sarcastically, do all men like to lie so much? I'm doing this for you. I retorted sharply. You don't have to go. I'm not forcing you. But Jian Yang had no intention of showing weakness at all. I couldn't help but sigh, in order to better cooperate with your work, I risked being fired, and in the end I still didn't say anything good. The world is so fickle. We went downstairs noisily. Actually, I quite like this way of getting along with others. When we got downstairs, I jumped into the car with her, and she started the car with an expressionless face. This time, I was determined to keep a close eye on her and not let her abandon me in the suburbs again. But the fact proved that I was too petty. She brought me to a private nursing home. She seemed to be very familiar with the people there. She walked in naturally, came to a ward and pushed open the door. Dad. Jian Yang called in a low voice. Looking at her back, I felt particularly sad, because the person lying on the bed at this moment seemed to have no consciousness at all, with various tubes inserted into his body. Miss Jane, come to see your father again. A young doctor walked in and greeted Jian Yang naturally. Jian Yang nodded, responded calmly, asked some questions, and thanked him. After the doctor left, I whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't know your father was sick. She shook her head, and it seemed that her eyes only had some warmth when she looked at her father. I felt very guilty. It turned out that we shouldn't dig deep into other people's hidden secrets. They are all scars, and when they are uncovered, they will bleed. Before, I was always abroad. She tucked in the corner of the quilt on the bed and said lightly, Dad had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. When I came back, he had been declared a vegetable. In this situation, I knew the best thing to do was to comfort the person, but I was at a loss for words and the words of comfort were stuck in my throat. I walked forward, risking being kicked away by her, and held her in my arms, looking at the person on the bed. Uncle, don't worry, I will take good care of Yang Yang. I said softly. Jian Yang's body was a little stiff, but she didn't push me away. I was secretly happy in my heart. Did she accept me? But the good times didn't last long. She stood up after saying a few words and said, Dad, I have to go to the company. I'll come to see you next time. Goodbye, Uncle. Walking out of the ward, Jian Yang turned her head and looked at me, thank you for just now. You're welcome. We went downstairs together, feeling equally heavy-hearted. She asked me the address of my company, and I asked her to stop and take a taxi to the company by herself. In fact, I couldn't stand such a depressing atmosphere. I thought about my parents, and how I was busy looking for a job at that time. When I heard the news and rushed back, they had already At this moment, Jian Yang and I felt the same regret and pain, and we were unable to warm each other. When I arrived at the company, all my sorrows were thrown into the business. I asked about Xu Haixing's location and found out he was in the conference room, so I went over immediately. When I pushed open the door of the conference room, I saw Du Hanyu was also inside. I was a little embarrassed. The president was not absent from such an important meeting, but I was late. I nodded apologetically and was about to find an inconspicuous seat to sit down, but Du Hanyu pointed to the seat next to him and shouted to me, "Xiao Yuan, sit here." I made a bitter face and saw everyone's inquiring eyes, but I didn't dare to offend Du Hanyu. "Xiao Yuan, this Yongjin Group project is very important to us. They really appreciated your last plan. This time, Manager Xu will take the lead, and with the cooperation of other departments, we will definitely win this project." Du Hanyu patted my shoulder solemnly. I nodded. This is what our project department should do. Good. Du Hanyu seemed to be in a good mood. But I am in a very miserable situation. To get a project, it is not only about the planning proposal to suit the client's taste, but also many other factors. As if to show his importance, the meeting lasted the whole day, not even at noon. I didn't sleep all night last night and wanted to lie down and sleep in the company, but Du Hanyu made me sit in a conspicuous seat, so I couldn't sleep. I forced myself to hold on until the end of get off work. Du Hanyu invited me to relax with him, but I quickly declined. He did not force it and promised everyone that if they got the project, everyone in the project department would get a promotion and a raise. Xu Haixing attached great importance to this project and gave us some instructions before letting us go. At this moment, I almost fell asleep while walking, and did not hear a word of what was said. I was already in a daze on the way back in the taxi, and the driver woke me up only when we got downstairs. When I got back to the apartment, I was going to go straight to my room, but for some reason I looked at the empty room with the door closed. I walked over, put my hand on the door handle and turned it twice, but it didn't open. It was locked from the inside. I had a lot of doubts in my mind, but I didn't want to think too much about it at this moment. I went straight back to my room, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, it was already early morning. I walked out the door and saw that the doors of Jian Yang's room and that room were still closed. Nothing in the living room had changed, and her shoes were not at the door. Didn't she come back last night? I thought to myself. I went downstairs with doubts, but didn't see her car. I became anxious and called her quickly. "Hello." Her cold voice came. "Are you okay?" I asked hurriedly. "I have something to do these 2 days. I am on a business trip in South City," she said calmly. "Why didn't you tell me you were on a business trip?" I was annoyed. She didn't say anything for a long time, so I found another excuse. If they didn't even know you were on a business trip, your aunt and the others would have exposed it directly when they came to your house. I'll pay attention next time. She softened her tone. Seeing that she had given in, I was very proud. I asked her some questions and then hung up the phone. Actually, I just want to say a few more words. After arriving at the company and starting to work on the planning proposal, Xu Gang and I were extremely anxious and were always dissatisfied with the creative ideas. For 2 consecutive days, we spent most of our time in the company. It was not until the 3rd day when everyone felt a little exhausted that I let everyone go back to rest. "Boss, we are fine and we can keep going." Xu Gang was the first to speak out. Others echoed him. I knew that Du Hanyu's promise was very attractive this time, but seeing how haggard everyone looked, I shook my head and said, "Planning sometimes depends on inspiration. Everyone is tired now. Maybe we'll have a good idea tomorrow after a good night's sleep." After hearing what I said, everyone stopped insisting. Walking on the street, I stopped in front of a specialty snack shop on the side of the road. Yang Qian used to love the food from this shop, and in order to please her, I sometimes came to buy food in the middle of the night. For some unknown reason, I walked in. But I didn't expect to see Panwanian sitting by the window. She was with her friends and seemed to be in a bad mood, looking out the window. Then I remembered that it had been several days and I was still fine, so she probably didn't call the police. She was planning to leave immediately, but she turned back. But when he first saw me, many complex emotions flashed in his eyes, and to my surprise, there was no anger among them. I nodded as a greeting, sat in an empty seat on the other side, ordered a few of my favorite dishes, and played with my phone leisurely. But before the things were delivered, Pan Wanian was standing beside me. Brother-in-law. She called in a low voice with her head down. I'm not your brother-in-law. I looked up and interrupted her directly. My sister and others went to Ningxiang. Pan Wanian was a little afraid of me, so she spoke in a very low voice and kept her eyes on her hands. I laughed sarcastically. Don't tell me, where they go has nothing to do with me. I stood up, paid the money, and left without looking back. I don't want to delve into Pan Wanian's changes, nor do I want to know why she took the initiative to show her kindness to me. At this moment, I only have one thought: to stay away from the Yang family until I have the ability to wipe them out. My face sank slightly, and my good mood was gone. Thinking of Jen Yang, I immediately took out my phone and said, I won't work overtime tonight. I'll go to the supermarket to buy whatever you want to eat, and we'll eat at home tonight. No, I'll be back late tonight. Her tone was a little hurried, and the voice of her secretary reporting could be heard from the other end of the line. I felt a little disappointed, but I still asked her to be careful. Oh, right. Just as I was about to hang up, Jen Yang hurriedly said, please make time tomorrow morning. They want to see you. Of course I knew who she was referring to. Although I had expected this day to come, I was still stunned for a moment when I heard it. What's up? No, I'm asking for leave. I said hurriedly. Good. After getting my affirmative answer, Jen Yang hung up the phone. Walking on the street, I suddenly had an evil idea. Since Jen Yang was not at home, could I go to the empty room and take a look? Then all her secrets and why she rented a house in this community would be dug out. Once this thought came to my mind, it dominated my mind and made me wish I could grow a pair of wings and fly back to find out what was going on. Chapter 37 Lin Huan reveals. In the taxi, I had mixed feelings. Jen Yang has so many secrets, and I want to find answers to them all. Her repeated warnings not only failed to dispel this idea, but instead prompted it to continue to grow, and this curiosity reached a point where it was about to explode. I even started to wonder, what could be in there? Guess one by one, and then deny them one by one. I never get tired of this game. The sudden ringing of my cell phone woke me up. I quickly took out my phone and it was Lin Huan's number. Fortunately it wasn't Jen Yang, I thought to myself. Hello. I answered the phone. Xiao Yuan, do you know where they are? Lin Huan's voice was a little low. Shouldn't you know this clearly? I laughed. She didn't speak for a long time, and said sarcastically, do you have time now? Let's meet. I originally wanted to refuse, but my intuition told me that it was definitely not that simple for this woman to see me, and Jen Yang was on a business trip these 2 days, so I still had time. Time Cafe. I told her the address directly and the approximate location, which made the driver turn around. When I arrived, she hadn't arrived yet. I found a seat by the window, ordered a cup of coffee, and asked the waiter to recommend some coffee that women like to drink. I also ordered a cup for Lin Huan. As night falls and colorful neon lights light up, the city seems to have regained its vitality. I looked at the busy traffic outside the window until I saw Lin Huan coming out from the back seat of a white Mercedes and walking in gracefully with her bag. In fact, she is very beautiful and has money. I don't understand why Cao Hongwei would leave such a woman aside and insist on being entangled with Yang Qian. Maybe they are also love. I smiled somewhat sarcastically, and at this time Lin Huan had come in, walked towards me, smiled at me, and finally sat down opposite me. This is the coffee recommended by the store staff. It's the most popular among ladies. You can try it. I introduced with a smile. No. She put her bag at her side. I don't drink coffee. This surprised me a little. My impression was that Yang Chen liked it very much. On weekends, she would either have afternoon tea with her bestie, or ask the maid to make freshly ground coffee for her at home. Then something else. I continued. She shook her head. No, it's getting late. I'm going back soon. Let's get down to business. I was actually looking forward to getting more information from Lin Huan, but I pretended to be calm on my face. When did you know they were together? Before we got married, she said calmly. This answer surprised me. Then why did you agree to get married? Women are always confused when it comes to love. At that time, I thought I was the winner in this struggle because Cao Hongwei finally chose me. She laughed self-deprecatingly. From here, I can clearly see her eyes, which are filled with bitterness, helplessness, and deep resentment. I once thought that Lin Huan might just be using me, or maybe she didn't care about Cao Hongwei's cheating. But at this moment I know very well that she cares. A person's mouth can lie, but her eyes never do, unless she is a born actress. Aren't you curious why they want to marry you if they love each other? I asked tentatively. To answer this question, you must open up your own scars. Lin Huan lowered her head slightly, her hands intertwined, and on the back of her fair hands were bulging blue veins. It was obvious that she was very excited. Money. After a long while, she finally uttered a word. I have known this for a long time, but I believe that there must be other reasons, otherwise Cao Hongwei and Yang Qian would never have separated. She talked a lot about Yang Qian and Cao Hongwei's past, but I was not interested. When she had almost finished speaking, I looked at her seriously and asked, Cao Hongwei betrayed you, why didn't you take revenge? Revenge? She suddenly smiled bitterly. Let me ask it another way. Why did you tell me? I stared at her. You hate me, she asked. No. I shook my head. I didn't lie. In the past, I did hate her for telling me the truth. Sometimes it's good for people to live in a daze. But now I am very grateful. No matter what her purpose was, she finally made me wake up and prevented me from being squeezed dry by Yang Qian and then thrown away like garbage. The reason why I didn't retaliate directly was because I had selfish motives. Lin Huan looked at me seriously and said, I sent the video to you because I wanted to separate the two of them through you, so that Cao Hongwei would come back to me. Now it seems that I was just overthinking. This woman is a little stupid, I thought to myself. If they could really be separated like this, then they wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to stay together. Lin Huan, you think it's fun to play tricks on me, right? In just a moment, my eyes darkened. Lin Huan immediately apologized, I know that's not good for you, but I have no other choice. Oh, do you think I'm angry because you gave me the video? I looked at Lin Huan coldly, not wanting to be treated as a doll by her. If you really want them to break up, your words carry much more weight than mine. I'm sorry. Lin Huan lowered her head. Will saying sorry be of any use? I retorted coldly. Xiao Yuan, listen to me. Lin Huan took 2 breaths. No need to say more. I suddenly felt annoyed. I thought I could get some information, but I didn't expect to hear about Yang Qian and Cao Hongwei's past. It seemed more like I came to listen to her talk. I admit that I'm not a good listener and she's not one who opens up completely, so I want to leave. Xiao Yuan. Lin Huan covered her chest with one hand and seemed even more excited when she saw me stand up. I will divorce Yang Qian. As for you, it's none of my business. I walked outside and heard the sound of something falling to the ground behind me and the screams of people around me. Turning around, I saw Lin Huan lying on the ground, seemingly in pain. I turned around quickly, and when I was about to help her up, a man in a suit got there first. He took out a pill from his arms and stuffed it into Lin Huan's mouth, then helped Lin Huan up. Miss, I'll take you to the hospital. The man should be Lin Huan's driver, and he said anxiously. Lin Huan shook her head and then looked at me. Xiao Yuan, you've seen that I have a heart disease, it's hereditary. My father is still in the hospital. In the past few years, Cao Hongwei has been in charge of the company's affairs. I always thought they broke up until I found out that he went to your company. I realized that they had been having an affair. I want to take back the company, but I can't manage it with my broken body, and he can't hand it over to me. She cursed in a low voice, with crystal tears falling from the corners of her eyes. I didn't say anything, and I didn't expect the truth to be so cruel, which caught me off guard. Miss, don't get excited. The driver advised. Lin Huan just kept crying, and many people looked over here. I returned to my seat and took out 2 tissues for her. I thought I had a difficult time, but I didn't expect Lin Huan to have an even greater difficulty. I also underestimated how much of a jerk Cao Hongwei was. When I saw Lin Huan's information before, I thought Cao Hongwei was controlled by her. Now it seems that the situation is the opposite. It seems to be more difficult to bring Cao Hongwei down. Have you ever thought about divorce? I asked tentatively. No. She suddenly screamed loudly. The piercing sound penetrated my eardrums and made me realize that Lin Huan was probably going to waste her energy. Another poor woman, I sighed in my heart. Lin Huan, do you know why Yang Qian married me? I looked at her straight. She didn't seem to expect me to ask this. After a while, she took out her phone from her bag and said, "I'll send this to you. Take a look at it when you have time. It may be useful to you." I nodded. Now I was like a headless fly, urgently needing more clues. As I opened the file, I listened to Lin Huan angrily recounting the past of the two people. To me, their past has nothing to do with me. Now, the only thing I care about is how I can defeat them completely. You go to the hospital first. Yang Qian and I are definitely going to get divorced. As for what happens to them, that is not something I can control. I interrupted her hastily as I saw her becoming more and more agitated and pale. Lin Huan nodded and said goodbye to me. After only 2 steps, she turned back and looked at me. "I forgot to tell you that they went to Ningxiang together. This is the second person who told me this. If I thought Pan Weinian was lying at first, now it has been confirmed. It's normal to go there. It's not the first time they go out together." I answered casually. "They went to a mountainous area, but I don't know what they were doing there." After saying that, she left. But I just couldn't calm down. Ningxiang is a well-known scenic spot, and my home is in a valley in Ningxiang. Are they going to my home? What are they doing at my house together? Doesn't Yang Qian hate that place? Every year when my sister and I go back to visit the graves, she always finds all kinds of excuses to avoid it. Why would she go there on her own now? The calmness in my heart was broken by Lin Huan's words, and I sank a little bit. I thought about what Pan Weinian said in the snack bar. I didn't take it to heart at the time, but now it seems that she must know the inside story. I quickly found her number and dialed it. "Sister." Pan Weinian was about to call me brother-in-law when she answered the phone, but she seemed to think of what I said and whispered, "Xiao Yuan. What are Yang Qian and the others doing in Ningxiang?" I asked anxiously. I. Hurry up and tell me," I yelled. "I'm not really sure either. When I arrived that day, I happened to hear my aunt and cousin telling them that they had to go to Ningxiang quickly, otherwise they wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. When they saw me coming, they didn't say anything else." Pan Weinian seemed to be frightened by me, and her voice was trembling a little. "They actually have something to hide from me." I suppressed the anger in my heart and continued to check the things Lin Huan gave me. The last few words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back and completely broke me. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists tightly. "Yang Qian, Cao Hongwei, I want your lives," I growled in my heart, my knuckles crackling. "Now, I just want to fly back to Ningxiang. I swear, I will make sure those 2 bitches never live like this again." Just as I walked out of the restaurant and took a taxi back, my cell phone suddenly rang. I turned it over and saw it was my sister. "Listen, what's wrong?" I answered the phone calmly, with a bad feeling in my heart. "Brother, what did we do wrong?" The younger sister said in a loud voice, crying, "Why did my sister-in-law and the others treat us like this? Why?